postulated 7 souls. Top soul, and the first to leave at the moment of death, is Ren, the secret name. This corresponds to my director. He directs the film of your life from conception to death. The secret name is the title of your film. When you die, that's where Ren came in. He, she, or it is third man out. Convicted is flying away across a full moon. A bird with luminous wings and a head of light. Sort of thing you might see on a screen in an Indian restaurant in Panama. Who is responsible for the subject and can be injured in his defense, but not permanently, since the first three souls are eternal. They go back to heaven for another vessel. 4 remaining souls must take their chances with the subject in the land of the dead. Treacherous. This is a hawk's body with your face on it, shrunk down to the size of a fist. Many a hero has been brought down like Samson by a perfidious bar. Number 5 is Khan, the double, most closely associated with the subject. Ka, which usually reaches adolescence, the time of bodily death, is the only reliable guide to the land of the dead, the Western lands. Number 6 is Kahabit, the shadow, memory, your whole past conditioning for this and other lives. Number 7 is Satan, remains.
Let There Be Dark.
Hey, which Material album was that off of? That was Material with what's his name, William Burroughs, right?
Yeah, that was definitely William S. Burroughs, the one and
Okay,
only.
yeah, Seven Souls. Yeah.
If he knew about ASMR today, I mean, if he were alive today to see ASMR as a thing, he probably would have abandoned writing altogether just to focus on that. He had that voice, you know, it was rough but soft, you know.
Yeah, man, you ought to check out all the other stuff that Bill Laswell does, because Material is basically Bill Laswell's kind of like giant collective. Like, it's not like a set band, but the dude has been freaking hundreds of recordings, and he's amazing.
Well, I don't know if we have a guest per se this week. It's pretty hard to follow up after Grady Hendrix and Solo Darling, but I think we did pretty good. Yeah. And actually, sometimes it's more fun to not have a guest. With that being said, I do hope that Anne steps in, and there she does. Speak of the devil-S. How you doing, hon?
Hey, how you doing?
You were always
I'm
walking.
a little. Yeah, I wanted to broadcast from home this time, but I got stuck downtown because, as usual with me, it's a long story. I was up all night the other night dealing with this trans man who was beating the shit out of his girlfriend, in the suburbs where I'm staying in an Airbnb because my subletter is squatting in my apartment because of Los Angeles's, once again, well-meaning but completely befuckled attempts to engineer society in the face of COVID-19, which they suddenly don't care about when people are rioting in the thousands. But so, yeah, I had an errand to run downtown, and I didn't wake up till 2 p.m, so here I am. And I have to pee so bad I'm going to cry.
Oh, no. Are you going to do that on the air?
But I pee or cry, possibly both simultaneously. I'm about at that point. But I can have my camera on, and this is the first time I've been downtown since the riot, so maybe your audience will get to see some of the destruction if I find any destruction.
Go into the
Too bad I'm not in Beverly Hills, huh?
Go into the women's bathroom and show us the graffiti.
Yeah.
Hey, Phoenix. Thanks for coming, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to be back.
All right. Yeah, we got some good people here. So what exactly is your errand, Ann? Do you see you're always walking through the city. You're like the wanderer with, no set destination or something.
She's muted. I think she's having trouble.
Oh, man.
Did you get your health problem taken care of, Phoenix?
So it was an issue with asthma. So they were right. I was right with trying to figure out what it was. So they put me on an inhaler and a certain kind, and it seems to be working pretty well. So I'm much better off, which is great.
That is good.
But at the time, it was just like, oh, I can't breathe. This is really not comfortable. So, but ultimately, it wasn't anything too serious, so that was good.
I'm sorry, Phoenix. I missed that. Now, so what happened?
So I was just saying that I got it taken care of. So it wasn't as serious as you could always worry that it would be, as I thought it might be because I couldn't breathe. But they put me on an inhaler. Seems to be working. I'll be on it for a couple weeks, and I've already been on it for almost 2 weeks now. So I should be good for now. Okay. I'm not really sure what flared it up. That was what was weird for me, but it's managed pretty well now. So
there she is. Okay, so we got the fearsome five here. I'm really digging this new dynamic with Phoenix and Ann here. You two, since Gregor left, I think you two were the most deserving of spending time with us useless wastes.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah,
Wow,
it's fun.
I'm extremely flattered and also mildly insulted.
No, and I'm glad you took the face mask down though, because everybody should see that smile. Yeah. Was that creepy?
Yeah.
Was that creepy?
Oh no! I'm actually trying to navigate people who are stopping and staring for no apparent reason.
Oh, what are you wearing?
I am in downtown LA after all.
Maybe
you're not dressed
clothes, you're not pretending to be a man, and to them that's strange, I guess.
No, it's really odd. In LA, nobody walks, even though they have the best weather in the world. Like, nobody walks unless they're poor. So I don't know if you're a white female or if you're any female, but if you're a female of some sort and you're walking, especially like after 5 p.m., people just assume you're a hooker. And then if they aren't getting clear hooker vibes off of you, they don't know what the fuck to think. Like, you might be a terrorist.
What did you tell them?
So, yeah. It's kind of a running gag because I literally cannot go for a walk in LA, no matter what I'm wearing. I mean, today I'm wearing a tank top, which maybe screams hooker, or else it screams it's 90 degrees outside. But, like, no matter what I'm wearing, I cannot get through an entire walk without some dude pulling up to me, rolling down his window, and offering me some totally insulting sum of money for a blowjob. like
It's more
and it's like a sitcom because even when I was out in, I'm staying in like a shitty house in this nice suburb. It's nothing but like, Chinese and Anglo families pushing strollers, but somehow the writers of the script of this sitcom that I'm in managed to send like a Hispanic guy in a windowless rape van right at the end of my walk. I almost make it through the whole thing, and then the stock, John pulls up in his van, and I'm like, oh, yep, the writers did not forget the running gag this time.
Now, what sitcom are you in, Ann?
It's called Hell World.
Is it really?
Yeah, I've actually written a sitcom about a mental institution, which is a great place to set a sitcom. Like, there's endless material, but that's never going to get produced because of the actual sitcom I am living in.
Oh, you're referring to your life. You're not actually in a sitcom. Okay.
No. I'm referring to, my vaguely paranoid delusion that this has to be scripted somehow. Like, okay, I was staying in Glassell Park before. It makes sense that I can't get through a walk. I mean, it sucks that I can't get through a walk without somebody trying to pick me up as a prostitute, but it makes sense. But then I'm staying out in suburbia, like where these well-meaning Chinese Christians have turned their home into a reasonably priced Airbnb where all hell is breaking loose because they're too nice. And being Christians, they're turning the other cheek about everything. Like, this dude's just beating the shit out of his girlfriend. And I'm like, okay, I guess it's up to me to call the cops because everyone else is pretending this shit isn't happening.
Yeah, we don't know. He could be in more pain than her, right? That kind of shit.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, maybe he's just fucked up because for some reason, young people nowadays can't handle being gay. They have to decide that they're the opposite gender, actually. Like, no, you're just gay. Why the fuck do you have to, like, be delusional about it? You're just gay. It happens. Like, even guinea pigs are gay. It's normal. Like, deal with it. But no, they have to decide they're the opposite gender. And then they get all fucked up in the head and start beating the shit out of their significant others.
An old man, yeah. I know.
I'm just going, just be gay. What's wrong with being gay? Like, anyway.
They are the least offensive, community in comparison to other, like liberal based, I don't know, groups and factions. Right now, they're probably the least offensive, compared to all the others, from Antifa to the, not just trans people in general, but the ones who want to, convince me my own pronouns are wrong. That's where it gets personal with me,
They're just telling you you're a woman, Jeremy. Speaking of offensive, do you think you could ever get Jim Goad to come on here?
I don't know. He's pretty goddamn busy. He's like really overwhelmed right now. I mean,
please.
He's the only person I guess I'll ask him, but I'm telling you, he's a busy dude.
Busy how? Like writing for that Tacky's Mag and stuff, or does he do other things?
Well, now he's also working for Gavin McInnes's I guess it's a paywalled, I'd call it mega channel. It's just a site where I think it's $10 a month, and it's basically a collection of people who are unjustly censored, and then for some reason, Copper Cab.
The Copper Cab, that guy is amazing.
Yeah, like for some reason, after kicking the shit out of this little bastard, Gavin decided to give him a show on his channel, which is like, okay, whatever. That fight actually inspired me to sort of wish some millennial chick would ask me to fight, but I know they never will.
Who do you want to fight?
I just feel sadistic and violent sometimes, and I just want to legally be able to pound the shit out of someone who's not very smart.
I know.
How about we put you in the cage with Rachel Haywire?
Oh God. She would probably come in with some kind of poison dart hidden in a crevice somewhere. Like that would be like, what's that character that got killed off in Game of Thrones because somebody had poison hidden somewhere? That would be that kind of situation.
You need a motorized vehicle. I'm not asking for a Harley. It can be a 50.
I have a BMW.
You have a BMW motorbike.
I have a car, a BMW.
No, I want a motorcycle.
Motorcycle?
Yes, moped.
This was like the showdown of the. This was like the showdown of the smooth brains.
Yeah.
Ginger, my clit vibrates.
I got one, Gavin.
Okay, I didn't understand that, but anyway, get one of those, and then boxing. Now, we're not asking you to become an MMA champion. We want you to join a local gym, and you don't have to jump in the ring every 10 seconds. What we want you to do is just spar. Just hit the heavy bag. Just fucking learn some combinations and do that thrice a week for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And some braziers.
I've been doing that, Gavin. I've been working out every day.
You need a German bra. You know what they call German bras? That should stop them from flopping. Why don't you put your arms down? Let's see those puppies hang.
Oh.
They look like the first girl I fucked when I was 15. Go down.
There's nothing wrong with this, Gavin. There's nothing wrong with having a little more extra.
Okay. If there's nothing, then put the camera on those and just go like this. Nothing wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. Men didn't have.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. I'm just like digging for that $10 a month to pay for this shit.
I don't have tits.
Is it the chicken? Is it estrogen and milk? Why are tits everywhere all of a sudden?
Oh, he's getting the milk. Uh-oh.
You think there's estrogen in milk? Mm.
I think there's estrogen in gas.
Why are we watching this? This is annoying as heck.
Milk.
Look at him. He's mad.
Don't you just want to pay $10 a month to watch this shit on
You're rich.
Gavin's
Like a
censored TV
Yeah,
slash
I actually do.
fuck
I
bitch?
do.
And,
I do. Unironically, I do.
Maybe
It's your money.
because it's horrible.
a military surplus jacket like Rambo has.
You're the target audience for this, apparently.
Shirt and a white t-shirt. Some Levi's 501s.
Boy, he is
Dear
mad.
Jimmy.
Air Jordans.
I got Jordans. I got Levi's. I'm getting rid of my Jordans. I'm burning them because they're made in sweatshops over in these countries that you and your people, your white fucking cis male gender people.
Give me a
This guy's
fucking
wrestled
break.
the pain.
At least
His
it's a
entire
character
shoulders
and not
are
a real
covered in fire
person that
ants,
thinks that
and
way.
he feels nothing.
Oh, got the new one yesterday. It was it's what it looks like when a fan sprinkles shit on somebody. When you put fan next to some shit, I got sparks of that on my face. Well, there's people like Faye Reagan that are extremely attractive redheads. Okay, I don't know if you know that, but I'm attractive.
So anyway,
I don't find this dude funny. I find him annoying, and I just want to listen to Gavin.
yeah, you wrestle me.
I don't want to listen to
Look
either.
at him. Look at him, though.
You beat
It
me
is
up.
funny
You
to see
won't
him
be a loser.
just
All of a
go
sudden,
mad.
Wings will sprout from your back.
No,
You
it isn't.
become interesting overnight.
Game on, bitch.
He's
You-
trying too hard.
You Milo in the ring. Yeah, laugh now. Laugh now, bitch.
All right, hang up on him. That's
I don't care what anybody
I
says.
st-
That shit is.
I started this off with a headache, and now I have a fucking migraine.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
but
That guy makes me feel like the opposite of a white nationalist.
no, wait a minute though. Did him and Jim Goad actually get into a real life, like physical encounter?
No. Copper Cab challenged Gavin McInnes to a boxing match,
and it never happened, right?
And no, it did happen, but Gavin beat the shit out of him in like 10 seconds.
Imagine my shock. Yeah.
Yeah, and like Gavin is like, I don't know, 2.5 times this guy's age and a quarter of his size. It should have been so embarrassing. The guy probably should have slit his wrist, but he doesn't have the fucking sense to be ashamed. And for some reason,
the character's taken over.
Yeah, like for some reason that puzzles me beyond belief, Gavin decided to immortalize him on his channel. I guess maybe in the way that, like, if you take down some bloated piece of big game, you keep their head on your wall forever.
It's like Andy Kaufman. He's doing the Andy Kaufman thing. You can tell by his mannerisms. But
well, I'm not sure if it's conscious.
What does he do on Gavin's channel? Does he just go on camera and scream the N-word for 10 minutes?
Probably. I don't know. So far, I've only watched Jim and JB's show. And of course, Jim's funny and JB's funny too. I mean, they have good chemistry together. I shouldn't have mentioned this guy. I would pay for the rest of the shows. This guy, you know, I haven't been in enough of a snarky mood to actually watch him yet, because there's enough ridiculous shit happening right in front of my fucking face. I don't need to watch a human caricature on the internet right at this juncture.
All right. Hey, Phoenix, so what's your week been like? What's going on with you, man? You got any new releases coming out soon?
Well, so the main thing was just getting the asthma under control. So now that that's good, yeah, I've been working on some projects and stuff, which has been nice. So I don't have any new releases short of the ones that I mentioned last time, Rogue and Separation Healing. And that's been really exciting to have those out. So
I'm very interested to see. I hope you don't, put that Dark Kid manuscript on a shelf or something, because I definitely think there could be a kind of mirror image symbolism going on with it,
Well, I actually took a break from writing The Dark Kid today and wrote an essay because I needed some time to think about where I wanted to take the story.
Wait, is that normal for you to do? Like,
when I feel a little bit like maybe too attached, I tried it because writing this book has been really hard. And then I think the main reason is because I haven't written something that felt so complicated, at least in terms of the characterization and a lot of the elements that I'm trying to bring in. Like, because it ties into other books I've written. And so making sure that the book makes a lot of sense with writing it. Like, I definitely want that. And so I've been trying to find ways of interlacing all of the themes. And it seems like now that I'm almost at the end of it, I can see how it's all coming together now. And so I've been pretty excited about it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And what was Rogue again? I can't remember.
So Rogue is my poetry collection.
Gay!
That's
just Jeremy, and that's what Jeremy and Zach's reaction to it is.
What's the reaction?
Wait, no, I actually like some poetry. I think
I'm not a huge fan of poetry. Sometimes
he thinks it's for fruits.
Well, so here's my thing. I totally understand the idea that poetry is, maybe so eloquent as to be Shakespeare. But I also think that people that think that poetry is just Shakespeare are limiting themselves in what they can engage with. Mm-hmm. So, for instance, you have like epic poems, especially the personal epic. And a lot of those poems, like by John Berryman or some of the experimental writers like Zhukovsky, get really like dense and in a really interesting way, because they're playing with the style of poetry itself. So a lot of people think that poetry is like, I would describe maybe like weak sauce might be a phrase that they would use, but I actually think that that's incorrect because there's such a wide range of what you can do with language, you know, and it's something that we don't necessarily realize because we're used to having poetry shoved down our throats about what it is. And so even though I don't like slam poetry very much and like spoken word and stuff due to vibes with the scene, I feel as though the kind of democratizing it like actually made it much more interesting because, or even the experimental method, you could call it, of like changing the way that we use language is all really interesting because you get a whole range of stuff. So, and what's really cool about it is you can use language as a way of tapping into a deeper sense of, like, I would describe like a subjectivity. So a phrase that I use a lot is like radical subjectivity, where it's like, or a radical form, where you're able to convey something that is actually really hard to experience. And sometimes the only way that you can convey it is through words. And so you could see poetry as an art for sure, where it's like probably elitist and only for a select few. But there's also a way in which it's the words themselves. And if people can relate to those kind of radical experiences, I think it becomes infinitely more interesting. So, and that's not a knock on Shakespeare, because I think the sonnets are valuable and they're beautiful in their own way. But I think because people have a specific idea of what poetry is, I think they miss out on what poetry as a tradition has been able to do. So I don't know if any of that makes sense. I don't mean to feel as though I have to defend it, but I feel as though I've been trying to make an argument about what I think poetry can do. Mm-hmm. And so I've been kind of practicing those arguments. So
I guess I just feel that poetry fails when it comes to telling stories or conveying some kind of larger meaning. It feels like every time I've come away from a poem with some profound, statement or meaning or message, it's so much more fleeting than if I would have read it in a fictional narrative, with some actual flesh given to it. I feel like poetry's unfinished bodies, like skeletons with no flesh, and a fiction is, skeletons filled out with flesh and organs and, inner, monologues and everything. And poetry is just like skeletal blueprint of every story. It can't tell the full story in the way that fiction can, I feel.
What poets have you read?
William Carlos Williams, the guy who wrote Richard.
Skeletal. William Carlos Williams. Yeah. I mean, his whole thing was like writing the most sparse poems that you could imagine.
Did you ever read Wheelbarrow?
Yes.
And
this is just to say, I mean, I'm not knocking your opinion because I totally know what you mean. Although the irony is, I think I have the opposite perspective based off my craft. Where when I'm writing prose, as much as I like it, I actually feel like it doesn't go deep enough because I'm not able to make the language as insightful. I would describe prose as being linear in a lot of cases, unless you're reading like Joyce or something. But then I would describe poetry as being nonlinear, at least in an easier way that's a lot easier to capture. And I feel like I don't express myself enough whenever I'm writing prose, but I feel like I capture more of it when I'm writing poetry. And I think a lot of that is, it's the way that I write poetry, the way that I try to capture a certain type of emotion. But I mean, I wouldn't knock your perspective. I mean, I think a lot of people have different tastes and different preferences, and poetry is not for everybody. I just wouldn't want it to seem as though what I'm doing is somehow like milquetoast or like average, because I really do put a lot of thought into the type of things that I write. And that would include poetry. I wouldn't want it to seem like it's like standoffish or uninteresting.
Yeah, I'm just not a fan of the poetry. And I hate it when I see a really awesome cover and it's in support of a book of poetry. I think, man, what a waste of great cover art, But I am interested in what's going on in Contorted Royal. It's like you've got the literal, not metaphorical, but literal Queen of Hearts, and people die repeatedly, and like as casually as you would sneeze in this world. They die that casually in Contorted Royal, if I remember correctly. Now that I'm reading it, right?
Yeah, no, that's actually a great summation. And I could see with using Contorted Royal as an example why prose might seem like a more like efficient or effective medium, at least in the sense of like being able to paint a larger world. I mean, that's actually, I think Stephen King is obviously overrated in terms of how people look at him. But I think one of the things he does well, and you see this going back in a variety of traditions of like fantasy and stuff, where you're able to build an entire world. And I think that's difficult to do, but I think once you can pull it off, it's like really interesting. It's like you kind of created like an architecture of your own, and you're able to do that by conveying and capturing an entire world. And it's interesting how you can even capture that with language. I mean, an interesting way that I might look at it is like there's kind of a spectrum where you might have the idea where prose is much more linear perhaps, but you're able to paint across a larger canvas. But then with poetry, like it's more and more like pinpointed. And so the more that you like write poetic prose, the more that you might limit what you're saying. But then if you're writing like prose that's poetic, it might have the opposite effect where like you can expand and express more. Because I think a lot of it for me is like the spectrum of language, where like you can use language in different ways. And if you use language to capture a world, like through like prose, then it can feel much more expansive. But if you're focusing on just like emotion, like raw emotion or like the language, then you can capture a lot through poetry. So it just depends on what your goal is.
Poetry, you know, considering the sort of history of poetry and the current, I guess, de-routicization, God, that's not even a word, sorry, I'm tired, of poetry into pop music, poetry kind of makes me feel like somebody forgot to record the song part, because at least a lot of Western poetry has its roots in Homer, which was originally a song. So for me, like, bad poetry is just bad poetry, but good poetry makes me kind of wish somebody had actually recorded the song part.
Well, so I would say that like, because I'm a musician too, and so like I'm often thinking about how my words can like make sense musically. But I actually wonder if for a while I came to the opposite conclusion, because I felt like poetry was too, as you're saying, it was too wedded to music. It was like, it should have a musical quality, but it doesn't necessarily need notes. I don't know if that makes sense, but I guess I just came to the opposite conclusion for a while.
There definitely should be a musicality to poetry and to prose. I mean, that's why you read your own prose.
But do you mean like, I was wondering though, do you mean like literal music or like musical qualities in the poetry itself? Because I guess that's what I was trying to say, that I'd want to separate to a degree. But it depends on the context too, because you might want to match really interesting poetry with music, with like musical notes and melody.
Right.
Because I guess my feeling is like, I like the idea of democratizing poetry, because I think part of the problem with the way that we interpret art is that it's very elitist. And so it's not accessible. And I'm not saying that something has to be dumbed down, because that wouldn't make sense. But I think that there's a way in which we miss out on what different art forms can do. I was actually thinking about this in terms of philosophy, about how like when people are talking about philosophy, they think they're talking about a tradition, but they're actually talking about academia. Like they're talking about a very narrow, specific way of approaching it. And if people look at it that way, I'm like, I don't blame you for hating it. Like, I don't see as much of an interest in that, because you're being told what it is. You're being spoon-fed a specific form. You're told what it has to mean, and it just turns you off. And I think the same thing happens with poetry and different forms. I think that's why people were critical of Stephen King, because they felt like he was too rubbish. It was like, there's no depth here. But I think actually Stephen King kind of democratized words and stories in a different way. So,
well, the problem with the arts as being elitist is we tend to assume that when you say they're elitist, it means to understand.
And
it means understand. I got that.
Oh, sorry, my mic just spontaneously muted itself. I think because it's afraid of Skid Row that I wandered into. But
down on Skid.
No, I don't know. I don't know if you guys can see what my camera is picking up, but it's pretty gnarly.
Yeah, we can
Anyway,
see.
yeah. When you say that the arts have become elitist, we assume that means they're too hard for us to understand because they're written from the point of view of someone who's intellectually elite. But I think a lot of the reason people are turned off by the arts isn't because they're too smart for us. It's because they're written by an economic / nepotism type elite. So it's not that it's too hard to understand. It's just that it's about bullshit that most people can't identify with. Like, Rick Moody, to use someone who's just coming to mind because he gets complained about a lot for this. It's not like he's writing things that are conceptually difficult, hard to understand, that goes above ordinary people's heads. It's just that no one gives a shit about your little tiny suburban problems. And
So oh, sorry, go ahead.
When things are written from the point of view of this economic elite, which is not necessarily an intellectual elite, and in fact, oftentimes is the opposite of an intellectual elite, they're basically writing sub-Stephen King level sludge for people of their class, and they think the rest of us don't understand it, but we're just profoundly turned off by it.
So
and then,
yeah, you're good.
Go ahead.
Well, so yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off. So I was just going to say that I do think that's interesting in terms of thinking about art as being classist, and I have some thoughts on that as well. But the other thing I wanted to say before I derail myself is that you've helped me identify the conceit of it, which is that we think that it's so easy to think that if we are edgy, that we're writing things that are too difficult for people, and I've never understood that. So as an example, like when I wrote my book, The Scrapyard, I was like, no one's gonna care for this because like it's using conceptual techniques and like it's less like interesting because it's so micro. But then someone left a review about how they felt that it helped them understand poetry. And I was like, that's what I'm trying to break out of, is because I think it's easy to internalize these things. Not that I would say that from my approach it's classist because of just my situation in life, but I would say that I feel as though I don't want to have this conceit that I'm part of some advanced guard, that because I've inherited a certain type of language, I therefore can communicate with certain people. But what the reason why I'm bringing that up is because it's hard for me to break out of the conceit of it that like, oh, this is difficult, or oh, this is obscure, and like people are going to be so interested. Because what I really want to do is use form creatively, but not to the point to where I lose sight of like how to actually connect with other readers and writers. But I guess I'm just saying that's really difficult to do. At least I'm not sure for other people, but at least in terms of my case with like the way that I internalize some of those biases, if that makes sense.
Well, there's two things. The wonderful thing about language is, well, in English, you might not know how to pronounce it, but even in English, anyone who has enough intelligence can teach themselves any level of language.
Yeah.
It's pronouncing it that's difficult, and then people who grew up with that language will make fun of you, and then you just tell them to go fuck themselves because you've got a thick skin. So it's often, because I'm fluent in French and I have a large vocabulary, people will just assume that I went to some prep school, and I'm like, well, that's kind of the opposite of the truth. But if you want to assume that I'm actually the rightful Queen of France, go wild. But
so I want to believe that language is. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah, you're good.
But on the other hand, the problem that you're talking about with making your work accessible, the fact that you are a musician and the fact that we're talking about this in terms of music is a really kind of leads me into a really helpful concept. You can be as complicated or as simple as you want, and you can write about any material that you want. The key is to have kind of the equivalent of a musical hook, like give people something that piques their interest, that's fun. And if you do, unfortunately sometimes you do have to slice your vocabulary back nowadays because of Twitternet or whatever, but I like to help people learn new words through context clues, if that doesn't sound completely condescending. But as long as you have a sort of musical hook early on in the piece, and you keep that sort of sense of musicality and fun going, you can lead people through really complicated structures without their even noticing them or complaining about them or being confused.
Do you have any examples that, like, writers that you've seen kind of do that? Because I always think of someone like Jack Kerouac. He was using like interesting kind of, they were a little bit highbrow techniques, but he was coming from like a very specific perspective in terms of his class and social status. Right? Is that fair?
I think that's fair. It's been a while since I read Kerouac, but I didn't find him all that hooky. The writer that comes to mind for me, and this is, I don't know if this is going to sound lowbrow or middlebrow or what, but the one that pops to mind is Douglas Adams. I mean,
no, that's totally fair. Yeah.
He used humor and characters and absurdity to introduce people who in some cases were really young and poorly educated. Myself comes to mind. You know, he can introduce readers like that if they're curious enough and if he's funny enough to, it really advanced concepts without any pain and in fact pleasure, and the characters and the absurdity and the humor keep them moving forward. And even if they don't immediately understand it, maybe in a second reading, they'll be like, oh, I'm learning particle physics.
How do you feel that an artist develops through time? Like, do you think they become more and more aware of like what they actually want to say and how they want to express it? Or does it become more and more convoluted by social pressures and influences?
I think that largely depends on what happens to them.
That's fair. Yeah. Well, I asked because like I'm fascinated by like the development that I've made over the past like 10 to 15 years on what I've been doing and how like so far removed it was from a lot of things. But I think the difficulty is I also don't know if I'm going to be able to break out of my own self-imposed boundaries, if that makes sense, like the ways in which I think I have to express myself and write. Because I think that's difficult to do because I think social pressures are very common. And I think that it's like really hard to use like one of the examples they use is like obfuscation. It's not so much that I want to obfuscate what I'm saying because that wouldn't make sense, but it's almost like I feel like I have to appeal to a higher intelligence, not in terms of a literal intelligence of like, oh, like, these people are smarter. Because I think that's the conceit that I'm trying to hint at. It's more just like, I feel like in order to be accepted, it's really contradictory. I'm not saying it makes sense because it's not even as if that's what I want. I'm just saying that it's confusing because I feel like I do that unconsciously, maybe even subconsciously because that's what I've been taught. And it's like really hard for me to break out of that mentality because that does represent the institutional bias.
Right. Well, I guess a more like pop fiction way to put that would be that you don't want to give people spoilers. I mean, am I correct in making that parallel?
I do.
What do you mean?
Well,
I can't help myself.
You're talking about
I have to talk about it.
Jeremy, you deserve to be freaking punished is what you deserve.
I know I do, but not by you. But the thing is, I love to talk about what I've seen, and it really annoys me when people around me complain about spoilers. Like I'm like, if you weren't excited enough, you weren't excited enough to go see it when. No, it isn't a cop out.
Yes, that's a cop
You didn't care about it. You didn't care about it enough to see it when it premiered or whatever.
Most of the time, I'm 22, and you're talking about the stuff that I haven't gotten to yet.
So now I'm like, I've got to slow down for you. I hate that.
Yes.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
No.
Well, I think I see what you're saying, Jeremy, in terms of like not having to like censor yourself. And I guess the difficult thing for me is like, I think I'm very aware of how social language is, and I've tried to break out of that, but I think so much of that just gets pushed on us and we kind of become indoctrinated. I think it happens from a variety of sources. It's not just like school and the way that we're schooled, growing up. It's kind of just like in the whole system. Like there's a really weird way in which the language we use implies our class and status, and I think that's horrible. But I also think that it's almost unavoidable. Is that fair?
Well, I think I might have used the wrong word when I said spoilers. I think what I really meant was overly heavy foreshadowing. Like I think the impulse you're feeling is the same impulse that Stephen King feels when he's trying to decide, so what percentage of my audience do I want to be able to guess what's going to happen from the way I'm writing this? Like 1%, 10%, 50%?
You want the foreshadowing, and I know this as a reader from all the books that I've read, at least. I think that the best, most effective foreshadowing is the one that's unassuming. You see it as just a small part of one episode in the novel. You don't expect it to come back later. Something very simple and easy to overlook, and then bam, it's more important than you ever expected at the end. That's the good. That's right. The best kind. Yeah.
Right, and that's very effective because it's something that people don't think about that much when they're first seeing it. But once all the pieces fall into place, it's perfectly clear what they were looking at and what they were being led to. And what I'm saying is, if you feel like you've been trained to obfuscate, it's hard to undo training, and you might be able to undo it slightly. But a good strategy might be to, go nuts, obfuscate for the first few chapters. But then at the end, whatever intellectual concept you're working on, pretend it's a plot revelation that you want even the people in the cheap seats to get. So you can be just as, mysterious as your instincts are telling you to at first. And once you've gotten all that out of your system, at the end, add something that puts all the pieces together for everybody.
I like that, but I'm going to present something that I think is a wrench in my whole system, which is this notion that I actually don't see writing as being hierarchical. I mean, I know socially we're hierarchical beings. We have certain ways of presenting our status. But I've kind of felt my whole point of writing, at least since I became more aware of these biases, was actually to flatten the demarcations, at least in the way that I relate to like the books that I read. I mean, I'm reading Joyce, right? So it's like highbrow for sure. But is that what I really want to internalize, or is it more the is there another element that I'm more interested in? And there is. It's hard to verbalize though. But I would just say, I think in general, I actually don't see writing as hierarchical. I think it becomes that way because of status and the way that we talk about art in a lot of scenarios. But does that make sense? Like, so I want to act and write as if the hierarchy doesn't exist. Is that fair?
Right. Well, you can't. Once again, we're getting into a clash between social hierarchy and intellectual IQ hierarchy. I mean, the first one is facultative. The second one is kind of unavoidable. You're not going to be able to have a real life conversation between Einstein and the guy in the street corner who can't remember where he stashed his cigarette butt behind his ear.
Well, I guess that's what I'm trying to say though, is like, I think that there is a danger
as a writer, what you need to decide is, and I've had to come to this very depressing conclusion by myself. I didn't go to an Enneagram, I didn't Hampton, so I figured, are you saying? So you have to realize, no matter where you're from, if you, as George Carlin said, think about, if you want to be depressed, think about how stupid the average person is, and then realize that half of them are stupider than that. So you have to realize that half of people might be actually so stupid that you can't write something that's going to interest you that's also going to interest them. So what you might want to do, and I don't necessarily have to do this because I wasn't formally trained, so I wasn't trained, so I just had to recalibrate. But if you feel like you've been trained to write things in a fancy way, just go nuts, write a first draft that, appeals to all your habits and instincts, and then write another draft and see, where you're making connections that might go over certain people's heads, decide, just how many people you want to just ignore you because they don't get it. Accept that fact. They're never gonna read you, and then edit it down to be accessible to the percentage of people that you've decided are going to be the audience that you'll settle for. Does that make any sense?
I think I know what you're saying, but it's harder for me to conceptualize because I don't feel as though obfuscating anything makes me smarter. Like, I would be very hesitant to have this idea of an intellectual hierarchy because I don't really see humans in that way of like, well, because they went to school for this amount of time, like they're smarter. Like there might be variants of this, right? Where like there are degrees where like people do know more about science. Certain people know more about science. Like that's legitimate. But I think that's a different thing than like just expression. I often find those processes to be separate because like, but it may just be my view. Like I just don't see the intellectual realm as being as relevant in art because like the expression, at least to me, is like what really matters.
But what I'm saying is this has nothing to do with philosophy or what you think the arts or humanity are about. It's just a practical thing. I mean,
would you say it's kind of like an emotional intelligence thing versus like knowledge of the classics or knowledge of a language, like different languages or something? Because I think what Phoenix is getting at, like you kind of have that hope that like the normal like person, like you could give them your book and they could read it and actually get like the emotional intensity you're going for. But then like you're saying, and I do agree with you, sometimes like when you actually try to do that, it just doesn't happen. And it's a thing that maybe, since this is going to sound completely pretentious, but because our brains might work differently or we're just used to reading and delving into the arts a lot, we don't understand how people don't understand this, if that makes sense.
I would just say I actually get that though, because I think a lot of it is there's just a lack of interest. I mean, I don't think anybody should really read anything unless they're actually interested in it. But I think because we have these, like, imagine a 12th grader or 11th grader, like reading the classics, like from the educational perspective, like that's the right perspective because they'll be like trained in a certain way to look at certain issues a certain way, but it's not interesting to them. And
true.
And I think that's the difficulty. It doesn't mean that the classics, as an example, aren't valuable, but it's just that it's really hard to connect that gap. Maybe I'm a little bit cynical, I guess, but like I just feel as though, even though I understand what both of you are saying for sure, and I think it's valuable for sure, I think that disconnection is what makes it the hardest. I mean, because even Zachary, your influences have been like a lot of classical texts, right? Like you mentioned like certain ones, and like I don't see that as bad at all. Right? Just because like, well, the classics represent something. I just am interested that you were interested. Right?
Yeah,
like
I agree with that. Like I've always kind of been confused with people who do have like the, I guess the academic mindset. Because I mean, I completely don't, because even though I have a degree, my degree was just in accounting. So it's not like I was trained in anything. I mean, I just kind of read classics and stuff on my own, and like I fully admit to like I've tried reading James Joyce's Ulysses, and every time I try it I just end up failing miserably because it gets to a point where I don't understand single sentences. Now, maybe one day I'll eventually get it, but then I go back to something like here's a good example. One of my favorite classics that I read was Light in August by William Faulkner. And this is freaking embarrassing, but I was in high school. I read it, and it had such an emotional impact on me that I actually cried at the end. And,
oh, are you gonna cry?
And I brought this up in class in the discussion, and it turned out I was the only person who actually read the book in the classroom. And other people were saying like they tried and they just like for some reason couldn't assess like anything in it, and it made me feel really weird. Like I wonder like if they could have actually done it if they tried, and I think that they could have, but it just seems like there is for some people kind of like a disconnect to where it's like their brains just aren't wired up for it.
Well, and that's why I highlight the idea of interest, because like you could try to push your art, like you could try to make it to where like everybody has to agree with it, or you could try to express something in the best way you can and then hope that people can connect. And I shouldn't be as skeptical of that, only because I have connected with a lot of people with my writing. It actually has surprised me, but I think it's easy for me to feel as though like the writing itself, like it, again, being a perfectionist, I suppose, but like the writing itself, like isn't as engaging as I want it to be, like, because I'm like focusing on things that might not be as interesting, but like I'm interested in.
Yeah,
so, like,
I actually had that happen with Indie Rock Cabin, because I let Jeremy beta read it, and don't talk about it, Jeremy. But there was one thing that I thought was very clear, and it did have kind of like a metaphysical implication to it that I was trying to get across, but it went over his head. And when I went back and looked at it, I realized it wasn't necessarily his fault for not picking up on it. It was my fault for, like, when I was writing it, I really thought that I was being clear. But going back and reading it, like, I saw that, like, I needed to, like, push the, make it a little bit more concrete. And once I did that and went back and read it again, like, I felt that I had achieved what I wanted to achieve. Maybe like that has something to do with what we're talking about. Like if people can, like maybe if things were made a little bit more accessible and clear sometimes, that people could pick up on bigger themes more easily, I guess. But yeah, maybe it is all about the interest. Like if someone doesn't care about investing the time to something, they're just not going to do it.
Well, and that was why I brought up philosophy. I don't know if I said this actually, but I was trying to bring up philosophy as an example because I actually used to see philosophy as being like a universal language. And then I had enough people talk about it, and I thought about the fragmented nature of philosophy in terms of the different approaches. And I realized that it wasn't universal. I mean, people have also said the same thing about music, which is odd because a lot of people would think, no, like the music makes sense to everyone. But even like the Western tradition of music is very limiting in a lot of ways, and it doesn't appeal to everyone, much less every culture. And I think that's really important, though, like to keep in mind, you know, that
I guess I still think that and I know that there are places where it will fall on its face, and I'm not willing to defend it around every turn because it is very hard. But I do believe that there is like a certain level of like greatness that can objectively be considered that. Sometimes it is on the fault of the viewer, of the listener, or the reader not being able to get it.
Well, and I know what you mean, and I've thought about that too. The thing that I would say is, I kind of feel like I mean, there are a lot of these kinds of mistakes, but I think one of the things that's easy to internalize is the idea that like your art has to reach so many people, and it's hard to let that go because it's like, well, like if it doesn't, then I'm going to be obscure, and that sucks because then no one's reading what I've been working so hard on. But I actually, and I'm not talking about the fringe in the sense that like you're like obfuscating or whatever, and that's why you're like on the fringe. But I mean it, like I really think that if you're sincere with your art in the best way you can be, I think eventually it connects with people. I mean, Van Gogh might be an example of that in the way that like no one really cared about it, but like he was still authentic with it, and then eventually people caught on. Whether it should be worth millions of dollars is another thing, but I mean, at least the idea that eventually people could connect with it. And so that was kind of why I brought up the idea of a universal language, because I think that's why art is so fragmented in its presentation, because no one experiences the world the same. No one even really uses language in the same way. So like, it's hard to bridge that gap. And in terms of like objective status of like something being good versus like something being better, I think those kinds of distinctions are reasonable because some of that goes into like aspects of taste. And I wouldn't want to say that it's like all subjective, but I think the reason why I move towards more the idea of subjectivity is like only because I think that it'll mean more. Something will mean more if you're able to discover it on your own.
Yeah, because there definitely is like, if you read one book at one point in your life, it might be kind of meaningless to you, but then later it has more meaning to you. But it's just like deciding like whether I guess it's kind of hard to say if like your subjectivity had to like add something to like make it. I mean, that's confusing. I know it's hard to talk about.
Well, the idea that your subjectivity actually makes it what it is.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Oh,
but,
okay.
I mean, that's where I was going with, but then now I'm like, no, I don't like this.
So then what do you consider to be the objective metric then? I'm like really curious in that.
Of what?
I don't
like
know
what-
because I still think that it's all like I'm not putting art or literature like on any sort of like religious
Okay.
level. So I mean, it is all subjective, but I do believe that like subjectively we can all like agree on things.
Yeah, that's fair.
And it's not. I don't know. It's really it's kind of a conundrum.
It gets difficult though because like if you feel really passionately about like a work of art, like you want other people to experience that, and it's hard when like they don't feel that. And I'm trying to think of an example, like, you know, so people have an idea of like Renaissance poetry and art, you know, that it's like super highbrow, which I get because it was to a degree. But I'm also like, but like if you look at this constellation of these writers like Ben Jonson and the writer of Orlando Furioso and Shakespeare and Spencer, then like suddenly you see this whole world unfolding, and it's like, well, I get it, you don't like the Renaissance aesthetic, but you're kind of missing out on some of the really interesting things that happens as a whole in this time period. And like so like and you don't have to agree with the themes necessarily, but like a theme of like the kind of like humanistic perspective of like humans as being valuable, humans as being capable of achieving really cool things, civilization as possibly getting better and like more I don't know, some of this is like more infused with like modern times, but you know, maybe more tolerant or more progress in some ways. And so like I kind of see it from that way of like, well, you don't have to like the Renaissance aesthetic, but it would be cool if you could engage with these things, because then you would realize like the larger whole. And like I think people that really do enjoy art, which you could find them anywhere, I don't want to pigeonhole academics as being closed-minded, that they may be onto something. Like there may be something about these thinkers and these writers and artists that may actually be interesting. Again, not everybody will get it, but it at least is potentially there if you're interested.
Well, are you talking about
Well, I think
academics?
Oh,
Or
I
you
just, I mean, it could be academics. Like an academic might be like, yeah, like this is the Renaissance and this is what's great about it, which could be limiting, but it could also be like inspiring to other people, you know?
Yeah.
I was always surprised that like the supposed, oh, go ahead, Jeremy.
Anne had a question.
Oh, okay.
No,
Yeah.
I actually had one of my like to my dad. I had a two-pronged point to make, which I don't know, might be directly related to what you're talking to or not. It's getting a bit abstract, but there are two really, really practical. And before, when I was talking about rewriting things to make them more accessible, I was talking about something practical as opposed to a philosophical thing. Like, yeah, there may be no hierarchy, but you still want people to understand you. But unfortunately, we're working against two really huge practical problems. And one of them you have control over, which is the fact that no matter at what type of writing you're doing or at what level you're writing, there's always the danger, and I have to watch myself about this constantly, of not necessarily writing at a level that's too high for your audience, but making assumptions that they can sort of read your mind. I'm not sure if that makes sense, but
I'm guilty of that.
Yeah, it does.
You know,
When is the book, the full omnibus of Life, Elector's Revenge coming out? You said it was coming out in a week or two, right?
yeah, it's going to be coming out in a couple of days unless something else awful happens to me. Like every time I schedule something, I have to throw that in. Unless something else awful happens to me, I should be uploading it to Amazon in a couple of days.
Cool.
But every time I write something and people don't get it, before I say, oh, they just don't understand the concepts, or, I'm too dumb, or they're too dumb, or I'm not. Sometimes it's just that I've assumed at some level that they can read my mind about something. And once you realize, yeah, ever since Hemingway, everybody wants to be lean and mean and put into 2 paragraphs what used to be done in 40 pages. But that often leads to making a lot of assumptions about what your readers already know and what they can see and what they can visualize. And if you use too few words, if you use too many words, it's fussy, but if you use too few words, they're just going to be lost and it's going to be too abstract. The other practical problem is that, you guys are talking about the classics. A lot of the classics used to be extremely popular. And it might be because people are getting stupider, but it might be because the human mind gets used to whatever medium it's used to taking things in through. And a lot of people, and this is the anti-democratic force in the arts right now. Since TV and Netflix and everything stemming from that has become so widespread, people are used to taking things in through audiovisual media, and they're not as used to taking things in simply through the word. So it's not necessarily that it's going over their head or under their head, it's just that they're not accustomed to enjoying media through that route. Before there was TV, if somebody wanted to be entertained and there was no, beheading in the public square today, they were forced to read. And so reading wasn't as difficult because, your neural pathways are accustomed to it. But now,
the
even
only thing
very
I have to say
intelligent.
to that is that I truly do believe that, because I didn't really become a heavy reader until high school because I had always just not, for some reason, my generation splits off into groups way more than everyone else's generation. And so the readers were all these kind of weird anime kids who only read Harry Potter, and so I didn't fit in with that. But once I did start
That's
reading,
not really reading.
when I started reading it, I realized that there's so much more going on, thought wise, and I can't really see that someone who just watches Netflix or something would be I guess that is getting pretentious, but it's they're just not maybe it's just okay, they are accustomed to taking in that medium, but they're also accustomed to not thinking about the medium they're taking in.
So what's the hold up on the Electra's Revenge 4 novel set or whatever?
Wait, what's the ETA? I'm going to give myself a deadline of Wednesday.
Do you think that's when it's going up?
Yeah, it's going to be Wednesday, unless someone sets me on fire or steals my cat. That's the asterisk.
Wait a minute. So that happened? Those two things happened?
No, I'm just imagining the most ridiculously awful things that haven't actually happened yet.
So
somebody stole my cat. That would be the end for them. So, go ahead, Phoenix.
Oh, I was just going to say, so Anne, I like your perspective in terms of thinking about skill and the difference between art and, as you described, practical considerations. And I will admit, I think because I see not the point of existence, I don't want to get too metaphysical, but maybe the point of art is to be creative and expressive. I noticed that I probably do, I might be more critical than I mean to of notions of skill, because I'll be well, this expression is really important to me, but I might be less interested in owning that to a degree. I'm not saying that I don't. I don't want to imply that I'm not thinking about the practical associations, but I think a lot of it is I think one of the benefits of art, for me at least, is that it is so expressive and creative. And I think that even though it's fine to watch Netflix and people can have their opinions on what medium is worth consuming, I do think that people that don't read a book every once in a while are really missing out, because I think that there's really something there. And it could be any book. It wouldn't even have to be Joyce. It could just be Stephen King, or just something that they find interesting.
Right.
I agree with that. And I also have to say, and I think Jeremy has this problem.
No, I don't have a problem. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think you do.
No, I don't. Go ahead.
People take all art objects, and especially if they've been used to just watching Netflix shows, they don't see it as an actual. They see it as a thing to consume. They just consume one thing after the other without regard to thinking that this actually has some sort of meaning, not a serious meaning, but it is
they do have meaning.
It's in a different
You're trying to paint me as a literary bourgeois, and it's
I'm trying to
nonsense. No, it's absolute nonsense. You're trying to paint it that I'm like just a gluttonous consumer of media, like your character Berkshire and Dinosaurs and Potted Plants. But if I weren't such a glutton for literature, then this show wouldn't be connecting with authors the way it does. I celebrate books, and they are one of the most important things in my life. Story is the most important thing in my life. They all connect up in strange ways. For the speed and volume at which I read them all together, and I'm proud of this, and nobody can take this away from me.
I'm not saying anything about the speed. Like, okay, here's just a good example.
You're saying that I'm a capitalist bourgeois glutton who just consumes it because it's media or whatever. Yeah, but
no, not that. It's a little bit different. It's like, okay, for instance, I would never look at, say, a book or a movie.
This is a straw man of me.
No.
Yes.
I would never look at like a book or a movie and like say, I believe that ending should have changed to be something else. Like some
I
do.
I do.
Yeah, but
I have that right. There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, at that point, it's not
fuck up endings. Most people fuck up endings, including you. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like nothing like any sort of like a criticism or anything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying that like there is so if you're an artist, I think you'll look at a piece of work and be like, it has like an expressive quality, and maybe you can understand that better because you've been like in the trenches and have like expressed things yourself. I believe some people kind of take like a step back and they see it just as a thing rather than a thing connected to an artist. And I think a Netflix show is a good example of that, especially if it's something that has had like, say, a ton of different writers or something, to where they're not really telling a story that comes from one writer. They're looking at this thing and creating it to entertain. I think that's a lot different than like any sort of like expression. It's in a different category.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I just took 2 Ambiens, and so I'm going to prove that they're fake.
What do you kind of understand what I'm getting at, Phoenix?
Well, I was going to say a couple things. So there's this idea of slow reading, slow culture, slow art, and that's valid because you can like take your time with things and, read or like write, Finnegan's Wake over a period of 20 years or whatever. But I also think that I've always been impressed with like really fast readers, because like it might be a little bit more of a macro view, but like it's like a cool perspective to like be able to realize that I've made this connection with like this wide range of text. And so I don't, not that anyone's saying this, but I don't think there's a right way to consume books, simply because I think books are a different medium than like television. The other thing I was going to say too, and I forget what point this was going to go on, but I watched a YouTube video about how actually film and movies are made to get a return. Like they're made to have a very specific. They're made to get a certain amount of their budget back to at least break even, obviously make a profit. And so, but what that does is like, I don't feel like it's the same way with writing, at least to that extent. Like you might be concerned about like what sells or what people are interested in, but it's not like you're like, this has to beat the bottom line or whatever the phrase is. This has to meet the bottom line. And so I think that's why film is like a frustrating example, because it can actually have very shallow implications and like reasons for being the way that it is. It may not be good, but that may not be the point.
Ambien.
Kind of what I was
I'm not
trying to.
My car. I'm sorry.
This is kind of what I was trying to drive at by bringing up the point. First of all, but as an aside, I need to make a kind of a defense of, well, it's on HBO, but of the sort of binge watching audience. The people who were huge fans of Game of Thrones went absolutely apeshit insane when the 2 showrunners known to the fandom as Dumb and Dumber completely ruined the singular, sort of auteur vision that George R.R. Martin had for his world. I mean, the fandom, maybe they just consumed it. Maybe they got a lot of deep resonance out of the series, but in their defense, they were very, very, very upset that these two, sort of trust fund baby, cultural corporate writers kind of fucked over this singular novelist vision in making the HBO series because they wanted to move on to a newer, more lucrative contract. The fandom was very concerned with the single auteur. But to go back to the sort of neurological discussion I was talking about, from personal experience, I can say when I was a kid, my parents were they were cheap bastards living in the middle of nowhere. They were the last people to get a VCR or HBO. So I didn't, and there, the nearest movie theater was like 10 miles away, couldn't get there, didn't have a lot of movies anyway. So I grew up kind of in a previous century's paradigm where if I wanted to be entertained, I had to read. And people who grow up on movies think that reading is easier. But once I finally started trying to become film literate, it was actually difficult for me for a few years to understand the language of movies because neurologically, I wasn't used to processing stories like that. So it works both ways. And the problem with most people being neurologically conditioned to take in stories through these visual media are exactly what you're saying, Phoenix. It's a lot more expensive to produce a movie than it is to produce a book. So not only do you have the profit margin, to make a profit, it's a lot harder. You have to, like I was saying before, like only so many people are going to get it. So you do have to dumb it down to get a bigger slice of the population just to pay your bills, which means A, you have to dumb things down, and B, people who don't have the connections or just have it themselves to the kind of funding that can allow you to launch a project like that even before you recoup, like you have to have something to recoup. And and this is the irony of people thinking of, oh my God, that person's naked. This is the irony of people thinking that writing is some kind of highfalutin upper class thing. Actually, people who are able to write don't need that kind of financial backing to write books, but also they have to compete in a medium digesting, if that makes any sense.
Sorry about that. Okay, that's what I meant to hit. I'm sorry, Ann. Go ahead.
No, what I'm saying is the irony. We're sitting here, discussing whether we're being too highfalutin, and that's why people don't read. Well, actually, ironically, if we had more money, we could make something that people would find intrinsically easier to digest, even if we made it highfalutin.
I know what you mean. One thing that I wanted to say, though, is there a way in which writing is more solitary, though, I guess by definition, than filming? Only because I do feel like that fact, like you think of the Romantics, it may be a cliche and a stereotype, but like that's kind of like how I imagine a writer, where it's like, well, I have this weird life and I'm trying to make sense of everything going on in my head, and opium is cool. So like, I'm just going to write this book. Like, I don't know. I guess my feeling is, I think it also might be a factor of writing as being such a solitary thing. I mean, even just having like two writers write a book would be like too many cooks in the kitchen, depending on how it's done. So
yeah, co-writers are difficult, but yeah, I mean, that's another point. This paradigm definitely shifts things away from, solitary people and visionaries and people who like to sit and think, whether they're highfalutin thoughts or whether it's just examining, like, did I do the right thing? Do I love her? Any kind of introspection is disadvantaged in favor of people who like to collaborate and who, even if they don't have the money, like to go out and hustle. And so not only has it made art actually...
She leave? She backed out? Or, I mean, she got removed, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess that is one thing about a lot of writers, especially everyone here, is we don't like to hustle. Like
what do you mean?
Who picks up?
We're not like social. I mean, we're social, but we're not like out there hustling to make some kind of.
Who picks up a book and says this is hierarchy, so I'm not going to read it? It's dumb. Well, why does that matter with anything? Who thinks that? And if you just try to read everything, then it doesn't matter what classism is with this book or that. Just try to read all you can before you die. That's it. You know?
I like that take.
Well, I mean, that's my take anyway. Yeah.
Well, the only reason
God,
why I
does
worry
my
about
phone always take a shit when I'm getting impassioned?
Damn it.
Sorry.
I was just going to say the only reason why I worry about the hierarchy though is because I think it does exclude people. I mean, but I was going to say the flip side of this though is literacy, right? Where there used to be a point in history where not everybody could read. In fact, it was done that way on purpose. But then through time, people actually became more educated. And so even with my criticism against education for a variety of reasons, like society is better off. And I think that even if we're skeptical, we might be skeptical about what should be read and what's interesting to people. I am actually glad to see that there's more of a market for it, and people have different tastes and they have different things that motivate them. I think that's pretty cool. The idea that you could read things in a variety of different ways and that you could go about it a variety of different ways. And I think that
just
I think the important
mind. Okay, so
It's just a bummer that I don't know if my phone cut off before I managed to say this, but I think it's really important. There's an irony and a bitterness in the fact that art is becoming the art that becomes popular and becomes widely spread and has a chance of being immortal, if that's your goal. It really is unfortunate that it's simultaneously becoming more lowbrow and less democratic.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that because of the dynamics I was talking about before, the fact that, you know, to get a piece of media that reaches a mass audience, you need to have the budget to make it an audiovisual medium because, you know, for one reason or another, A, they're neurologically more used to consuming visual media. B, they've been turned off to quote unquote literature because of what I was talking about before, the not necessarily very bright suburbanites who write about a very narrow band of experience in a not very interesting way. And they tend to make people think that all books are like that, snooty and boring. You know, for those reasons, to make a piece of work that reaches a mass audience, you need to have access to a lot of funding and a lot of other people. So that makes it less democratic. You can't just write a book and have a reasonable, write a book by yourself on a $100 Chromebook and have a reasonable hope of it reaching a mass audience. But at the same time, to make back the investment that they've put into the work, they have to dumb it down so that more than 50% of the population can understand and perhaps be a fan of it. So while it's becoming more elitist in a socioeconomic sense, or a hustling sense, if you want to open it up to poor people who are socially adept and can hustle to find a producer, it's becoming a much smaller percentage of the population, artistic talent aside, that's even able to have a realistic hope of making, a successful show. Because a successful book, whoever heard of that, it has to become a show to then be a successful book. But at the same time, we're dumbing it down.
That's pretty cool that you say that, because what I was going to say, and I don't know exactly what your politics are, because I know you are pretty politically active or talk about them a lot. But it seems
I'm kind of fascinated. I'm kind of fascinated by the mess. But go on.
Well, it's like everyone's literate now, and it seems like people are more literate than they ever have been in history. But the freaking problem is still we're all worrying about this kind of dumb mass, or I guess manipulators who will manipulate people who aren't very bright and try to get them to achieve some kind of political revolution or political this or that. It's everyone's literate, but we're still worrying about a big mass of people who can be led to do one thing or another just because it's they're not bright enough to realize that they've been manipulated in some way. I'm not talking to anyone specifically, but it's we're still worrying about that even though everyone's literate. It's you put everyone in school and we still have to worry about some kind of crazy like ignorant mob killing everyone.
Okay,
Right.
I can confirm that Ambien is the real deal now. So yeah, yeah, 2 of them. I took 2. So
2
I'm
pills to rule us all.
dreaming. I'm going to be dreaming that I'm a pirate soon or something. I don't know. I
What
just hope
kind
I
of
don't get,
pirate?
hope I don't get in my car. That part I think is fake. Where people are driving on Ambien because it does something to their minds and they sleepwalk and all that. It's fake.
Wasn't there a Dateline about a dude like that he freaking killed a person, and the cop out was that he was sleepwalking and killed him?
Yeah, and on Ambien, yeah. It is some heavy stuff, I can confirm now. But as long
Yeah,
as
Roseanne got in trouble.
yeah,
Sorry.
Roseanne
got in trouble for a tweet, and she blamed the Ambien.
Yeah, Jeremy, just don't tweet the N-word while you're on Ambien.
That's like Ben's running thing now, like every show.
I did want to talk about this book here that I finished over the weekend that is absolutely fantastic. Anybody remember Ralph Robert Moore's book that everybody seemed to be reading on Goodreads like a year ago, Angry Red Planet? Has anybody else read this?
No.
I haven't, no.
You haven't been? I thought you did.
No, I haven't read that.
Zach, you neither?
Angry Red Planet by who?
Yeah, this was like a big deal for a little while. Like people who, like in my circles of weird fiction, they were all picking this up, and also Carrot Man by that other guy, which was really terrible. But for some reason, everybody was reading it at one time. Well, anyway, Ralph wrote The Angry Red Planet, but this one right here is the one with all the substance to it, Ghosters. And it's about these people that travel the roads of America, and they deal with different, supernatural cases. They're like Ghostbusters with a more bureaucratical approach, I guess. They don't have proton packs and guns and all this other stuff, but they have other ways of getting through to these ghosts and making them leave or disappear. One of the stories early on is called Woman Made of Milk. And see, all these stories are interconnected. They're all about a ghoster or two, handling one of their cases. So Woman Made of Milk is about this guy whose wife is dead, and she promised that she would stick around as a ghost, and the house that he lives in. Well, pipe down out there. All right. Anyway, so the houses that he's in, that where this female ghoster comes to do her work on him, they're built like almost like onto each other like Lego pieces, like a centipede house going back for hundreds of miles. They were built. Some of them were built in the beginning of the 19th century or something, or even the 18th or 17th, and they just kept building another house in front of that one and connect to it, another house connect to it. They go all the way back into swampland, and so they have to travel through each house trying to find where his wife's spirit is. And that was a pretty fascinating story. But also Warfarin is probably my favorite overall in this bunch. It's about a ritual that has to be enacted that involves a horse in the living room. And so an old man can project all his demons, which are incorrect assumptions about people. He projects them in his dying state onto the horse, and then they have to cut the things off as they pop out of the horse, like tumorous growths. It's fucking wild. Let's see, Flesh Ghost. It's about a man who lies to himself so well that he doesn't even realize, his own demons. He's impeccable at lying and building himself up to everybody to the point where, even he can't believe it. So he lies to himself a lot. And that one's called Flesh Ghost. Full Haunted House. That's the grand finale. A couple of ghosters enter the fourth floor of a haunted shopping mall, and they're trying to penetrate a ghost hive with a fear ghost at its center. And the kicker is that one of the ghosters thinks that his son is in that hive, the son he lost and has been searching the whole country for since he died. And finally, we don't keep in touch anymore about a farmer who collects ghosts in bottles, like they're apple butter or something, and he sells them. He's got one that has an Indian squaw in it, and another ghost in a jar that he has is a real rare one of someone who was a signee of the Declaration of Independence. And yeah, it's wild. Some of the ghosters go through there looking for spirits of their own lost loved ones, and are disappointed, and he even keeps the children ghosts in jars down by themselves in a root cellar, and it's just really weird atmosphere. And the thing about Ralph Robert Moore is that his sentences, they're enough to fill your mouth. They're just so perfect, fluid, and he rings out all the descriptions he can from each scene, from each thought that's uttered from a character. I mean, and I actually approached him to come on tonight, but unfortunately he's unable to because he's a caregiver for a family member, and is unable to, step away from that. But I definitely am finding him to become one of my favorites now. I don't think I read anything.
Sounds great.
Yeah, Ghosters by Ralph Robert Moore. I don't think I read anything else except for some serial novels by Terry Goodkind. Everybody who's familiar with Terry Goodkind, they've heard the name, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sword of Truth. Yeah. The thing is that Terry Goodkind is horrible at dialogue. He's horrible at beating his readers over the head with the messages he wants to preach,
Yeah.
And finally, he's bad with, the names he creates for the characters. Why do I continue to read all these years later? Because I still think he's better than Robert Jordan at creating a good story. Robert Jordan had to describe every leaf that was turning and every pack of dirt that they passed on the road, and every hut that they slept in to avoid the dark friends. I don't need to know all this shit. Just tell me the basic story. I don't need every rest of the travel. It's not a travel.
I can't even remember which book I set down Robert Jordan on. It was just at some point, like I was reading one day and I put the book down and I never picked it back up.
Yeah, it's like a travelogue sometimes, It's
Yeah.
really annoying. But I still think that Goodkind is better than Robert Jordan, and he's at least good enough to tell a somewhat interesting story. Another problem is that the main characters of Richard and Kaylin are so overpowered. And yeah, they still get into these circumstances where they're vulnerable and they're chained up or they're enslaved over and over or just humbled in some way. But the way that they overpower them, with no, backwash or anything, it gets kind of old after a while. And how they're seen as messianic figures when they're not in trouble is really annoying. I guess that counts as Mary Sue's, right? At least on the girl part.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the
I think
thing, huh?
I think there's such a thing as a male Mary Sue. I mean, we're definitely finding black Karens, so why not a male Mary Sue?
A Marvin Sue, or a
Marvin Sue. A Marvin Martin.
A Marty Sue.
A Gary Stew.
A Marty McFly.
Yeah. And one last thing I wanted to say about Terry Goodkind, because I often hear the criticisms that he writes rapey books, but anybody who uses the term rapey does not treat the subject of rape as seriously as they should anyway, and so they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, using rapey as a word to describe a book. Yeah, he writes about a lot of those types of scenes, and I don't know if it's because he enjoys writing it or because of the time in which he writes it, but I don't care. It's there. It's a part of his book. And my feeling is I'm almost like a Zen fascist. John Milius, who wrote the first Conan, described himself as a Zen fascist. Maybe that's me too. I don't know. I don't see myself as a fascist, but maybe that's partially what I am, because I believe that if it exists, you should be able to talk about it, and extrapolate on it, whatever it is. You know, so
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
all
I
I
mean,
wanted to say about Terry Goodkind.
yeah, I've been trying to sort of examine and look out for my own sadistic impulses lately, but when somebody uses the word rapey or rape adjacent, I kind of want to body swap with them and force
Gray
them
rape.
to live my entire life.
Gray rape. I don't
Yeah.
want that to be a word. That doesn't deserve to be a word. Gray rape. That means that they could basically turn over every time they ever slept with a man because of a whim, and that's what they're doing now. I'm telling you. I know. I became a simp last week, guys, in the presence of Solo Darling, and I could have busted out my degeneracy when Ben pointed it out. But I felt that she was being nice and fair enough that I wasn't going to, and I was going to hear her out. But I'm really suspicious of all Me Too and speaking out, factions.
She was too nice.
She was incredibly nice, and that's why I held back. Plus, there's no question she probably could have kicked my ass in real life anyway. I mean, you saw how pumped she was. Yeah. I mean, you saw, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you weren't there, were you, Ann?
No. I'm just trying to imagine though someone who's really buff but thinks that certain things are rapey. That doesn't really seem to gel together.
Here's a good picture of her. But this is the girl we interviewed last week, and it was probably one of the most fun I've ever had. But she's deep in that Me Too of professional wrestling right now, and I just wanted to have a nice show with someone who has entertained me before,
I
So
kept trying to get you in trouble, and it
I
didn't
know.
work.
And if I had been in a different mood, maybe I would have gone along with it and shown my true colors. But I feel like it was more productive to just go along and see what we can get out of it, because she wasn't totally placating the girls slash victims. She was also saying that she has empathy for those that were accused too. And that's another reason why I held my tongue so much last week. But yeah, go ahead and say it. I became a simp last week. I want everybody here to say it. Ben,
Go to YouTube and type in Goofy Simp.
that's not answering my request though.
Yes, it is.
Is this some kind of weird sexual fetish where you want to be called a simp?
No,
Yeah, he's got a humiliation fetish for sure.
Well, I kind of do, yeah. But that has nothing to do with this. This is just Ben. So I'm a simp, right?
Go to YouTube and type in Goofy Simp.
Oh no! Whoa!
Right here, just compliment that female. Goofy ass nigga.
Autumn.
This simp ass nigga had the audacity to call that bitch pretty.
That's my answer.
Zach, call me a simp.
You're the pimp simp.
Phoenix, call me a simp, please.
I'll pass.
And
hurry up and call him a simp. He's gripping his dick so fucking hard.
and am I a simp for playing nice with the pro wrestler last week?
And you need to answer him. He can't come until you answer.
Right. I'm gonna need that answer, baby. And
well, I think she dropped. I think her phone is fucked again.
Oh, sorry, my mic auto muted. I was trying to say, if you want us to sexually humiliate you, we need to talk about rates first.
Okay. Okay. How much?
If you're good at something, never do it for free.
How much for face sitting? I know you're not that. I know you're.
I don't even know where you are. I mean, is that before the plane ticket? Assuming there's a plane. Like I've learned lately, you have to be real careful about contracts. You know.
You mean like those S&M like contracts where you're like a slave for so long, like figuratively, like in the bedroom? Is that what you mean?
Right,
Yeah, sure,
or like,
that's what I'm talking about.
yeah.
Is that what you were talking about?
No, I was actually talking about like I don't want to agree to like sit on your face for $50, and then it turns out that the catch is I have to pay for my own airline ticket.
Oh yeah, that's very rude.
I mean, aside from the possibility that we might accidentally wind up selling ourselves into bondage, which is a completely different legal issue.
Yeah, man, those Ambiens are like a Mack truck hitting me now. But okay, I can keep going till 6 a.m. I don't even care. They're Ambiens, not Ambiens like a joke, and I could take 3 more and feel nothing. I don't even care.
I think feeling nothing is the point, right?
Yeah.
I don't need that. I already don't feel nothing.
Actually, as a matter of fact, I'll play pill roulette. Every time Zach says the word "dang," I have to take another Tramadol.
I just wanted you to know that if you overdose on the air, 1, I'm going to laugh at it, and 2, we're not responsible for it.
Oh, you're not responsible at all. No, but it won't be. See, because I'm like my immune system is like super powered. See, for this kind of thing, it's like,
oh boy,
the drugs are. I mastered them, so they can't disobey me. They obey me.
A man was hospitalized Sunday.
Yeah, I'm sure when you die of a heart attack at 40.
37.
Yeah, so time's ticking. TikTok.
Hey, Jeremy, I'm curious. Why was this episode titled "Diary of a Hate Listener"?
Because we have so many hate listeners.
Yeah, but is there like a specific one that we're talking about their life story?
Oh, there's a bunch of them that I thought about. You know,
I'm
should be
genuinely curious. I'm kind of disappointed.
Why?
Let's not mention any of them, so we can leave them with blue balls.
Well, yeah, that's true. What if
I'm sure they want to be called simps too?
Why don't I talk about the books that I read?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. And then we'll go to Zach and Phoenix with what they read.
Okay. I read a book from that a future guest wrote called "Give Them an Argument: Logic for the Left." It actually has a good summary with the cover, which shows a cartoon of Ben Shapiro saying facts don't care about your feelings, and he's being shushed by David Hume. It's basically like a sort of a primer or a refresher on basic logic, using counter examples to the people like Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro and so forth. I guess I won't say too much about it, so we can save asking questions to Ben Burgess when he comes on. Let's see. The other book I read this week was From the Belly of the Goat by Donald Armfield.
Awesome cover. Awesome.
Yeah. The mood of the story actually fits the cover very well, because it does have a very pulpy feel to it. Like a lot of the stories are these like two-fisted stories about guys exploring the depths of the ocean or mountains and things like that. Mm-hmm. Like the most unusual one is the first one, which is about a bunch of astronauts who go to the moon and discover a giraffe skeleton that releases a gas that has horrific effects on them. There's a Lovecraftian story about a guy going to on an expedition in North Lebanon that where he has a horrific revelation. The title story is like a set of logs about a guy who discovers a tribe that releases a disease from goat bellies.
Whoa!
I think it's
it sounds like he's gotten a lot better from that one with the dogs and the monkey or whatever that he first. Hung Hounds, I absolutely hated every word of Hung Hounds, and I felt sorry for it for him writing it. Actually, I never told him what I really thought of Hung Hounds. I just rated it low. But this sounds like he's actually learning the nuts and bolts of horror writing to be a lot better. You know?
Yeah, the writing is still like very pulpy, and there are a couple stories where like the dialogue is very awkward. But for the most part, it's pretty entertaining. When I read it, there were a bunch of copy editing errors and formatting errors in it, but he's since fixed those. Let's see. I'm still reading Necroscope by Brian Lumley. It's got a bit of a strange beginning because, like, the beginning chapters it takes place in the USSR, and it's a guy who, can read. We see like this guy who can read like someone's mind after they've died by like eating their body parts, and like a Soviet general is having him do that to a guy who tried to assassinate him, so he can learn the plot behind it. But then it like cuts to the actual main character, who's like a British schoolboy, and like the first like 2 or 3 chapters are all about this schoolboy, his necroscope abilities. We haven't really like learned about those yet, but it goes into how like these abilities make him a math genius, and like those chapters are like going to math into like excruciating detail. It's a very odd that this like vampire book, as like the first 2 or 3 chapters with the main character are about math, like with diagrams and everything.
Yuck.
But I'm sticking with it to see if it picks up. And I did also start reading Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail 72, which is Hunter S. Thompson, as he follows the 1972 presidential election between McGovern and Nixon. Starts off with him, going to Washington D.C. and all of the problems he runs in just going there. Like the fact that at the time Washington D.C. was like a hotbed of crime and not just the kind that comes from Congress. But I've only gotten a couple chapters into that, so it's not much I can say about it.
How long does that series go on? Are they still writing books for the Necroscope series?
I don't know. I know there's a bunch of sequels to it.
But some of the best cover art you'll ever see, too. I mean,
yeah, he talks about how iconic the cover art is in the author's note at the beginning.
Was there anything else you were reading right now?
That's pretty much everything.
Okay, so then we go right down the list. We get to Zach, Phoenix, and then Ann. I want to know, what everybody's been reading, because maybe I haven't heard of it or something, or you can persuade me to pick it up, because I'm going to read everything. So.
Okay, so I'm currently reading Closing of the American Mind by Alan Bloom, and I'm also reading, I just started it today, actually, Wizards That Peep by Siegbert Becker, who has quickly became my favorite theologian based on his book, The Foolishness of God, which is pretty much like it explains a lot of like of Martin Luther's view on reason and logic in the like what role that plays in theology. I've read more on Alan Bloom's books so far, and it's freaking it's quite dense and very amazing. So many of the things he gets into are just super poetic, like explanations on like how we're at this like point in history we're at. And I believe it was published in the 80s, so it was even more, I guess, it would be even more accurate today, because I don't think there were that many social justice warriors running around back then. But he gets into the main thing I've picked up from it is that there became a period when like a lot of these radical ideologies were being pushed forth in colleges, and the boomer generation, for whatever reason, did not assess these things critically, even though they're completely radical and not anything like their ancestors or the ancestor, basically all throughout human history. And it just changed like with one or two generation of school kids really not thinking about these concepts critically. And now we're kind of where we are now. So it's pretty awesome. Now, a lot of the stuff in it I have encountered before because I've read a lot of books that cite Closing of the American Mind, specifically The Dumbest Generation by, I'm blanking on his name, but I tried finding his contact information. He's a teacher or professor at some cool university, but I couldn't ever get in contact with him. But I've actually read less this week than normal because I've just been focusing all my energy on getting Indie Rock Cabin ready for release.
Mhm.
The paperback is pretty much done. I'm just waiting approval for it, or waiting for approval from Amazon. And then once they have that squared away, it'll be live on, or it'll be available to purchase. And doing the ebook next. I gotta say, I had a freaking blast formatting the paperback. Like, I don't know why it was fun, and it is kind of just like drudgery, boring work. But for some reason, I just really enjoyed doing it. Then I also put together that little blog thing to have like all the books that I've had published kind of like listed with the covers, and I'll tell which ones are out of print and are in print, because up until then I don't think I'd had that, because I think people will they'll look at my Amazon page or my Goodreads and they'll see all these freaking books, but it's like, for whatever reason, I'm plagued with things going out of print, so I'm just trying to make it real specific, like what's available and what's not, since I've had so much out there.
Well, there's two Anns. One's an imposter. Are you the real Ann Sterzinger?
I don't think she can hear you.
She killed the original, and she's trying to pull herself off as the real Ann. There were two Anns in here, and then the other one popped up, and then she came in. You are not the real Ann Sterzinger. You were an imposter.
The phone's going to turn around and it's going to be some bum. He stole her phone.
Speak. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
Anne fell into the back room so she can't hear us.
Evil Ann clone. Do you have anything further to say in your defense?
Can she hear us?
No, probably not.
Oh, okay.
Very well. I will set the punishment at. Okay, she left before I could.
Yeah, you're in no position to be giving out punishments.
Right. But I tried, you know. To quote Jack Nicholson in One Flew Over the Cuckoo Nest, well, at least I tried.
Freaking love that movie.
Yeah, me too.
I've read the book, but I haven't seen the movie yet.
It's not too different, I don't think. I've read the book and seen the movie. I don't think the movie is any better. But we may have to go into further into. My tongue feels like a feather now. Maybe we may have to go back into the multiverse to retrieve the real Ann.
Yes, I would love that.
Are you the real Ann or the? Are you the real Ann or imposter Ann?
She still can't hear us.
Ugh.
Let's go to the multiverse. I'm freaking tired of all this not multiversing.
No, we still got to ask Phoenix what he's been reading and what he's been up to. Phoenix is just as important here.
What was that?
I said Phoenix is just as important in all this. So yeah, let's see what you have to offer. Yeah.
So it was about a couple weeks ago when I finished it, but I read 1Q84 by Murakami. And I'm a little bit torn because I really like Murakami. I've read some of his short stories as well as Kafka on the Shore. And on the one hand, I see 1Q84 as being like kind of a massive tome, and that can be pretty respectable to read. And I also read it because I wanted a challenge. I wanted to focus in on something that was long and that would require a lot of my attention. But I didn't end up giving it as high of a rating as I wanted to. So I probably give it like a 7.5. And I think the biggest problem I had was that I felt that a lot of the plot lines didn't really end up anywhere. I don't know if any of you have read it or read Murakami.
Getting there.
But I felt like there were some plot lines. It's possible that he wanted them to be completely suggestive. He didn't want to have a resolution. But there are just some of the plot lines that didn't make sense. And I kind of feel like if his goal was to not have the resolution, then he could have gone for more of a surrealist approach, since that's kind of what the book is anyway. And he could have like left it ambiguous. But it was like right in the middle of that, and I would say kind of uncomfortably so. And I don't see that as necessarily like a harsh criticism, because he probably was pretty knowledgeable of what he was doing with the book. You know, I mean, he's considered a pretty influential writer. But at least for my personal opinion, I was kind of a little bit disappointed that it went on for 1,200 pages, and yet you weren't always sure like why something happened. Because like you could do that where you could have like themes and ideas and characters that are representative. I can't think of an example right now, but there are like maybe like Charles Dickens or something where the characters are symbols in a way, and it's not always like representing reality, or if it is, it's representing kind of a contorted, kind of skewered reality. But it just, I was disappointed that it didn't all come together, especially because it was such a long book. So,
was it anything like Italo Calvino's On a Winter's Night, a Traveler?
Wait, say that again?
On a Winter's Night, a Traveler.
So that was, by Calvino, right? Yeah. What was your question, though?
Your description kind of made me think about that. Is it like that at all?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, I still think it's valuable as literature, but it wasn't my favorite Murakami book, and it wasn't my favorite long book that I've read. Because like there are comparisons to Proust in the book, where one of the characters, Taramasu, I believe that's pronunciation, was asking Ayomame to read Proust, and she had the time. And like Proust is like a very leisurely kind of writer, you know, like 3,000 pages. You know, he spends a lot of time on scenes, like pages and pages. And so like there is kind of that echo of that tradition. I haven't read Proust, but I'm at least aware of that idea. But I don't know why Murakami approached it that way. Short of maybe because he was thinking about being literary in that context. But I just feel like it's interesting for what it is, but I do think that other writers have probably done that better. But I don't know, maybe it just hasn't aged yet. Maybe in 50 years, people will be like, yeah, this is like Proust, you know? So.
What is your favorite Murakami?
Kafka on the Shore. I felt like that book was very well focused, and it's what made it interesting to me, was that like I liked the characters, I liked the discussions, I liked the references to pop culture as well as literary fiction. There was a lot of interesting things about that book. But
it was the Wind-Up Bird Chronicle that made him a household name, though, right? What's that about?
I think so. I haven't read it, but I think it's a mystery.
Hey, Phoenix, hadn't you read that book I was reading, Closing of the American Mind?
I did read it. So I found out about that book because of a podcast I listen to. It's a philosophy podcast. And they have like books all over the map, like old texts, like new texts, like texts that you haven't even heard of, texts that everybody's heard of. So I picked it up because they had talked about it. And yeah, that book was interesting. I don't believe I read the entire thing, because I think at one point I started reading other texts, but I read most of it. And the discussion in the philosophy podcast was very interesting, because it's interesting how they approached the arguments that he's making in the book.
Mm-hmm. What's the podcast? I'm asked to listen to that.
You might like it. It's Partially Examine Life.
Sweet. I'll check it out.
Yeah, and they talk about it. They talk about it in one of their episodes.
Cool. That's one thing I've read more this year than I have any year. That's like political philosophy and just straight up philosophy.
Yeah. Well, I think they were interested in that text, the podcasters, because they were interested in the arguments, how philosophy arguments become political. It seemed to be that, because I haven't listened to it in a while, and it's been a while since I read the book, but that's what I remember getting out of it, which was like, what kind of argument should be made in academia? And isn't it a huge responsibility what kind of way that you teach books in school? Kind of like adding the moral valence or moral dimension to that. So I think they were really interested in that perspective. Because you could read a philosophy book as being apolitical or like just being an abstract argument, and that's reasonable, and they go into that. But you could also see how you might be making an argument that fits a certain context, whether political or social or things like that.
Yeah.
Anything else? Phoenix?
So I know it's not your favorite, Jeremy, but I've been reading poetry. Yeah. So one book that I made, like, I probably got through like 257 pages through it, and it's like probably like 600-page book. It's a personal epic, and it's called A. And I really like just having a kind of abstract letter as a title for a poetry book, because it really emphasizes language in an interesting way. But then I was like, I didn't really understand this book. I loved it because I liked what he was doing with language and I liked the ideas, but I didn't really get it. So I was like, I'm going to start over. So I'm at least going to read a little bit of the beginning and see if I can understand it better. I gave up on Wordsworth's Prelude. I got through to book 8, and it just was too much in a good way, but in a way that, I guess, speaking of being over your head, I really had a hard time with it. And it's interesting because Wordsworth is was seen as in the literary tradition of having a vernacular. And I can sense some of that, but I do think because language evolves, it feels less vernacular than it would now. And so I really liked it, but it was a difficult read. There is something interesting to think about when books age. They become more complicated through how we interpret the language until they become obscure, and then we don't even know how to read them anymore. Like when I think of Chaucer and the way that language has evolved, reading Chaucer in the original Middle English, it's not even Old English, but I don't know most of the words. And that's because we literally don't use those words anymore. So
make you think you're having a stroke or something.
What do you mean?
I mean, just the ye old English and all the, and especially the Celtic with the high vowel dialect, that's the worst.
Well, it's literally a different language.
The high pitched Irish vowels upon vowels. Yeah.
I mean, I was reading those books because I'm often interested in language itself, which is why I really like writing poetry. I'm interested in kind of linguistic questions of language, such as how does it change? What does it mean? Depending on the context. I like thinking about even words that we take for granted, and how thinking about the words themselves implies how we interpret grammar and how we interpret what people say. And there's all of these really fascinating questions bubbling beneath the surface. And so that's why I picked up that book, because I was like, what is he doing with language here? What am I missing here? And speaking of poetry, I'm also reading The Flowers of Evil, Fleurs de Mal, I guess, speaking of French. And
that's a really good book.
Did you read it? Yeah. So I read some of that in college and didn't get it. So I'm going over that one again because it's one of the seminal texts in modern poetry. He was part of the symbolist movement, and I still don't understand exactly what symbolism is. But one of the ideas is that it's almost surrealist in how you use language, where you use really, really dense metaphors, and you use the language almost because in Flowers of Evil, he does rhyme in the original French, and so there is that kind of rhythm and structure, but he's also using unassociated parallels that we wouldn't normally associate with each other. Was that kind of your sense, Ben? The way that he...
Yeah, it's been a while since I've read it, but I did kind of get that sense. The one I remember the most is I think the introductory poem about Onway.
Yeah, I'm actually curious about the definition of symbolist poetry. Can you look that up, Jeremy?
Sure. What am I looking up?
So just symbolist poetry or symbol. Well, not symbolism because that'll pull up the ambiguous term of like symbolism. But yeah, so symbolist poetry. I'm just curious how it's defined because I noticed that when I like study literature, I tend to like try to categorize it too much. And so part of the thing that I miss is I like caricature the poetry or caricature the text where I think like it all follows that rule. And like really like when you're writing though, like in history, like it's really messy, you know, like there's not necessarily a consistent theme. We just kind of read that into it later. But yeah, I'm like curious about like, because symbolism is really interesting to read. And I think the reason is because it does use it uses associations we normally wouldn't make.
I don't really think that's the correct thing. I think you kind of want to look up like symbolist movement or symbolist poetry, something.
Oh
like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Symbolist poetry, and I kind of always thought Baudelaire was more decadent poetry, but I guess the two kind of overlap a lot.
Well, he was decadent in lifestyle, right?
So I actually, that's another conflation. I did think that decadent literature meant decadent as in like decadent lifestyles, but when I read it. When I looked up, so I think this writer is completely underrated and unknown. But I remember when I read you might actually like it, Ben, considering your interests. When I read Vernon Lee, her short stories, I think they're like ghost tales and like horror, but written in like at the cusp of the 19th and 20th centuries. The writing was incredible. I was like, this is like definitely like highbrow. But like, I don't know who can write this beautifully. Like, I was surprised. I was like, I expected it to be more like pretentious, but it really wasn't. Like, it was like, because you do think of like the other traditions of like Dracula, which was around the same time, where they kind of have like that highbrow approach, even if it's more like lowbrow entertainment or lowbrow themes and characters and stories and plots. But yeah, Vernon Lee like had the perfect match of like entertainment and just like really unexpected language. But anyway, so symbolism, the importance of rhythm, I guess that makes sense with the rhyming. And it was a response, an occult response. Because part of the criticism of the modern period is that it became way too materialistic, not even in terms of consumerism, which I think comes later, but in terms of like matter as being the quintessential explanation of life. Is that true? Would you say, anyone?
I don't know. I got lost for a minute. I'll be honest.
Okay, that's fair. No, I didn't mean to hijack the conversation.
No,
I love this stuff.
You're a part of it. You're a part of it.
In fact, I appreciate that.
You can never leave here again. But I don't really know. I don't have a problem with capitalist bourgeois materialism. Really, I feel like because the boomers are retiring, for the most part, is the reason that things are going to hell now, because clueless people who think they have everything figured out are taking over and causing absolute madness. Let this person.
The thing is, though, the boomers caused that, especially in the universities.
Yeah, pretty much.
Caused what? Which one? Which part of it?
They were like the first, or maybe not the first, but definitely the biggest generation that like they were so uncritical about a lot of this, what would today kind of like lead to like sort of like SJW type thought patterns, that like it started with them. They didn't think about it, and it's like it just sped up from there. Now, I can't remember if it was necessarily them as students or them. I guess it would have to be both them as students and then future teachers. But it's like it just seems like it kicked off from there. Like they were just this type of like generation that was so like into like this really shallow, I guess, hippie type stuff that they didn't have their guard up. They didn't have their guard up about against these very revolutionary, atheistic, and destructive philosophies. And from there, that's where we are.
Would you describe them as philosophies or ideologies? I only wonder because I always felt that like if philosophy was doing its job, it was much more open-ended.
Okay.
And I
yeah,
wonder if
definitely
like the way that it's used in school might be more ideological, where like you're like supposed to think about it a certain way.
Yeah, yeah. Definitely ideology. That's what I meant. And I don't know why it started with them. I mean, I'm sure I'll get into it later in the book, but it's like for whatever, maybe it was some kind of like cultural programming at the time. And I know a lot of people get into that about like certain movements back then, especially like mainstream hippie stuff, having like, the typical freaking like connections to the CIA or whatever. I don't know about any of that being true, but it's like that mindset that they had is what got us to where we are. And they've like, from being completely very uncritical in learning these things, and then being super dogmatic in teaching them to younger kids entering the universities. It's like, it's just freaking crazy. It's like, how did it happen like all at once? And I know some people will say, they'll say the Frankfurt School, or they'll say, these various other things. And I think those things are true, but it seemed to just be like a general cultural movement that
the
maybe
Tavistock organization too. Yeah.
Yeah. So like maybe it did, this stuff did start at a specific places, like pushing specific agendas and ideologies.
Certain lodges.
For whatever reason, they didn't have their guard up. It's like they didn't step back and be like, maybe we shouldn't. Maybe like people have actually been right for freaking, centuries, and we don't need to just, the freaking drop of a hat change everything. And just it's pretty insane. But no, I don't think that everything's going to hell because boomers are retiring. I think we've been on this like steady decline, and like generation after generation has gotten worse, and now we're like,
So I'm really interested in what the metric is for like the opposite of a decline, because one thing I wonder is like, what would a metric be for, as an example, if like society was actually getting better, what would the metric be? Because I do think that like at least in some senses, like we enjoy our freedoms, specifically freedoms of speech. And like I feel like, because I can't remember the example I was thinking of, but it was something that I had seen where like people were incapable of speaking in a certain context. So an example that was kind of highlighted with that was when I was thinking of Robert Bolaño's book, Distant Star. And you literally have these poets who in the book are being murdered for writing poetry because it's free speech, and it's like, and that was in Latin America. And then I remember now the example. So this was very recently, like just a couple years ago. It was in Egypt, where you had these poets who were in such a dangerous zone that they literally couldn't accept the prize that they won for their poetry, much less like actually be honored or like appreciated for it by their own country. And the reason why I bring that up is just an analogy of like, at least in some parts of the world, we do have the ability to, even with like school, even though there's problems with it, like we have an ability to talk, we have an ability to write, to think in a certain way, and even to express that, even with something democratizing like YouTube. Like to have that is like, in my mind, a mark of progress. But I also wonder if like you just have a different idea of what that would look like.
Well, part of my idea is similar and part of it's not. I was going to say on your idea, though, it kind of gets back to what me and Ann were talking about earlier. It's like, yeah, we're at that freaking state, but we're like getting away from that so quickly. I mean, it's like YouTube will ban people for no reason.
That is true. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like, we got here, why are we screwing it up? But then the second part of the question is, obviously my thought is going to be somewhere like at a far less secular level. Like I believe that we can, like, honestly, I think the proof's kind of like in the pudding. Is like we got to this place of sensate, like secular bliss, and we have all this stuff at our disposal, and we're still like screwing it up. So it's like I don't think we're ever going to find that like right spot, that sweet spot.
Well, the reason why I wonder is I wouldn't necessarily say that we have to use a metric as an example of free speech as showing that society's gotten better or worse even, but I just wonder what your measurement is or is there even any way of measuring it? Because I just wonder if like, if we're looking, and I may be mistaken here, but the way that I've always heard it talk about with something like sin is this notion that like it's the fall, right? It's the original sin. It's this idea that we can't, and often you see this in Luther and the original tradition of like Genesis, where like we are incapable of separating ourselves from these things. And I just wonder if like you take that view, or if you think it is possible to be redeemed in some way.
Well,
like,
I don't believe it's possible to like be redeemed on earth. I believe that like going back to the whole free will thing that I've been like looking into a lot, it's like there's no way that we can have free will until like we have to be given it, or it has to be like a gift, like to be able to be as good as we can be. We can't do it.
No, absolutely not. According to the Constitution, it is a God-given right, and it is
but that's
the word. It is visible. What's the word?
If you believe in free will, do you believe you have the will to be like, say, as good as Jesus? Because I mean,
what does Jesus have to do with the Constitution? What are you talking about?
Well, you're bringing religion into
because you believe in free will. You're mocking Jesus. What?
No, I'm not mocking
crazy.
Jesus. I'm mocking people saying like believing that they have free will. It's like
there's no reason to mock them.
Well, I'm not really.
Why would you want to mock them?
Why would you want to mock the conversation?
I mean, why would you want to mock them for believing in free will? Where's the harm in believing in something that exists that we have? I mean, I just don't understand.
I don't believe we have it.
You take weird stands on stuff. I don't understand it.
Well, I would say that we don't have it because we can't. Like if we had it, we wouldn't need like a way out, basically, and we do need a way out.
Well, a way out of what? What does that mean?
As in, basically, Jesus. Like, I don't want to take it into completely like Bible territory, but like from what I've looked into, the Bible doesn't say we have free will. That's why we have to have the Savior. Because if we could get to like this point of like absolute goodness and like pleasing and being completely free from sin, we wouldn't need help. And I think the fact that
I don't look at it from a religious point of view. When we talk about free will, I look at it more from a political perspective.
There are. Yeah, I get what you mean there. Okay.
Well,
go ahead.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Let's see. I'm trying to find the exact wording, but let's see. Guarantees freedoms concerning religion, expression, assembly, and the right to petition. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free speech, free exercise thereof. Okay, I don't remember the exact wording that I'm thinking of.
I mean, it all kind of rests on the fact that we have rights.
It's self-obvious freedom or something. What is the word? What are the words?
Self-evident truth.
Self-evident truths. Yes, that's what I go by when I think about free will. As in, we already have them. No one can give them to me. I already have them. If I'm Cain, I can go slay Abel, and it's not predestined. That's the way I see it. So,
well, I mean, Calvin was pretty specific about predestination, right? Zach, is that kind of what you're saying?
Oh, I do not trust Calvinists.
Yeah.
Really? I do not like Calvinism. I do not.
I understand where they come from, and there are certain things in the Bible that, like, you could read it out of context and be like, there is some kind of predestination, but I don't.
Everything okay? Hang on. Everything okay, Ann?
Yeah, I think there are just parts of LA. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hello?
We were having a dispute about free will. If you want to join in here.
I'm pretty sure I'm living at the mercy of satellite communication companies and the hive mind right now. But
where are you going?
I'm trying to, just get to a place where once we get off the air and I can use Google Maps, I can just grab a bus and go back to the suburbs.
So I wanted to say real quick that I wouldn't be arguing for Calvin. I just know that like he was pretty strict about notions of predestination and how like like you could take his idea so far as to say that like God wills ourselves to be sinful to the point to where like we like how does he explain it, that like he can make us be sinful and then punish us for it. And that's why some people, if you take it that far, like that's probably not true.
Yeah, Lutherans and Luther definitely didn't, because like that, they would say that like the nature is like already in ourselves to be sinful, and that's why the whole you see hardening of the heart like come up a lot in the Bible, and it's basically people in a way, not necessarily. It's kind of weird, like like pinpointing exactly like what their actions play in it. But it's like the further that sin takes over, and like I guess they get into it, or it's something else or whatever. It's like they keep pushing themselves farther and further away from the will to do good. But the Bible is very clear that the will to do good is would be completely of God, and that it couldn't really in any way be his will to do bad, because that'd be contradictory. But it does say that he can use like bad things to bring about something good. Not that he's like making the bad things happen, but making the bad things happen. Like he uses the bad things to bring about something good, which like, I mean, Exodus is like the perfect example of that. It's not that he like made the Egyptians or Pharaoh do all these horrible things to the Israelites. And even like it says they can try, like, they kept trying to get Pharaoh to like do the right thing, but it wouldn't happen. So it wasn't God doing that. It was, I guess, basically just Pharaoh's. It's like the free will thing is we do make decisions, but we don't have the ability to do like the best we can do, and we need help. So therefore, we're not really free. Although we do make choices, but it's not like we don't have the free will to be able to be like, okay, yep, I'm going to be so good that like I never sin. Like we can't do that.
So I only brought that up as an example of like that's what you would say in terms of predestination, that Calvin's gone too far, right?
Yeah, I would say he get into freaking literal like mentally ill territory, and a lot of people like. I think Jeremy actually said one time when him and I were having an off-the-air discussion that like if he was a Calvinist, like you couldn't wake up every day. It's like it doesn't make sense. It's like literally nothing matters and nothing, like you can't even like, you accept that there's a metaphysical side of life, but then you're like you shut everything down and like nothing matters. So like, oh, Calvinism's depressing. I don't get why so many people go for it. It's freaky, honestly. And to me, it honestly is like a really mentally ill type take.
What did you mean by mentally ill?
Like
it's pathological.
It almost is. It's like for a lot of people, like the whole will thing is very clear, but it's like they don't, the way they twist it and make it out to be something that's freaking like if you subscribe to that belief system would be horrifying, like while ignoring everything else that's like kind of, I guess, debunking that view. I don't get how they do it or why they do it. Like there's literal, like, and there's no logic there. It's like, one, I think it's easy to point out that it's wrong, and two, it'd be freaking horrible to like live in that existence.
Well, because the thing that I wonder in terms of like an association with mental illness, I think
literal.
Okay, yeah, I was just curious because the thing that I wonder is like, I do think that perspectives that are so like powerfully emotional can be addicting. And I think that that's one of the processes that we see when people fall in love with an idea that makes them feel powerful. Like they're able to like navigate the world in that way where it's like they have control. And I'm not saying that being a Calvinist means that you're addicted to a kind of power. But I think with any idea, if you take it too far, that's what it becomes. It becomes addictive because you have this control. You have like this ideological weapon. Is that fair?
That's fair. And I would also say, going back to the will thing, every single human does that. It's like we have to latch on to some kind of worldview. And again, I am from a religious point of view, so I'm not saying that I believe my worldview is the one that I just latched on because, like, for whatever reason, like I believe there's an objective truth to it. But it's also clear that humans have to worship something, and it doesn't even have to be like a thing. It can just be some kind of, like what you were saying, like an ideology or philosophy that gives them like the drive to like move through life. So like we're all doing that to like some extent, and that particular brand of thinking, like I don't get why anyone would like latch onto that out of like everything else. Like it's horrifying.
Well, an understanding that go ahead.
Latch onto what? I just came back. Has Ben said anything in a while? He didn't fall asleep again, did he?
No.
Ben?
No, I'm just dead.
Okay. Well, maybe we should just kind of transition to something that Ben and Ann can talk about too. I don't know, but finish this like little boxing match here or whatever. This friendly.
I mean, my view on free will is I agree with Sartre that we're condemned to be free.
Huh. Okay.
What does that mean?
It means that having
all the
free
consequences that come with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, what was that?
All the consequences that come with being free, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So would you identify as like believing in libertarian free will, or is it more of just a notion that you like?
For the most part, I'd say I do. Yeah.
So you actually believe that, like, because I use libertarian free will as an example of like Sartre supposedly would say that we're actually in complete, not control in the sense of like controlling what happens, but control of completely in control of what choice we make. Like it's almost like living as if there are no variables to our or opposition to us, right?
Right. It's not that there aren't things that affect it. It's that we have the ultimate choice of how we react to things that happen.
Well, and Sartre did that because he was like describing as an example when he was in occupied France, where he had the gun to his head. The soldier put the gun to his head, and he realized in that moment that he's completely free, despite the intensity of what was going on, despite the circumstance. And so I always saw like Sartre's view as being one of like not desperation in a negative sense, but like we have to acknowledge our freedoms because it's dangerous to not do so, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that feeling. It's called adrenaline. Usually when someone aims a gun at your head, you get a supercharged adrenaline kick. And
how many times have you had a gun pointed at you, Ann?
I think just once.
That's good. Oh, that it was only once. That it was only once. That's good. Not that it was good.
Yeah. And it was actually.
I'm sure.
Police.
I was gonna say, I'm sure Sartre wouldn't say that the variables don't affect us at all because he was also a Marxist, so he definitely did believe that economic realities were a major factor in how people acted. But and in fact, there were certain Marxists who argued that his existentialism was incompatible with Marxism. But ultimately, I do think that our own individual choices come down to us, and we have the choice of how we will take the variables around us.
Did you ever read Existentialism as a Humanism?
I read that back in college, so it's been a while.
Because the weird thing is, I actually get puzzled when people try to argue that libertarian free will in the Sartrean sense isn't possible, because they like want to say that like there's no way we can have complete control. But I feel like what he's saying is act as if you do, right? Is there a distinction there? Is that fair with reading him? Because he's not literally saying, I think you were even saying that we're like in complete control, that there aren't variables, but it would be weird if we acted as if we weren't in control, because it does come back on us, and because we do influence the world in that way, like our decisions have consequences.
Yeah, he would say that refusing to acknowledge you have a choice is acting in bad faith.
Okay. And left again.
Let me pull this up where they talk about existentialism, and then I'll pull another scene up from Waking Life where they talk about free will, just to kind of color this discussion before we move on to something else. Okay, everybody hear it?
And wouldn't completely agree with, although I would. There's like, I believe that there is like a degree of choice and guilt, of course. I think my take is a little simpler in that we're constantly gonna like make bad choices. We have to like have a good force acting on us to make like what's Ken saying there?
He referring back to what I was trying to
It's
say.
the preamble of the Constitution.
Yeah.
Hey Ken, I gave you a shout out in the acknowledgement section of Indie Rock Cabin. That should be out soon.
Cool.
Anyway, I believe that like we can't be as good as we can possibly be. We can be as bad as we can possibly, or as we are, basically. So we have to have the outside force to like push us towards that objective good because we're such horrible little humans.
Yes, that makes sense. I would add to that the metaphor that I've always thought about. The older I get, the more depressingly correct it seems to be to me. And I know a lot of people say love is a battlefield, or specifically, I think Lita Ford said love is a battlefield. But it's always seemed to me that life is sort of a battlefield where the battle has been raging when you get dropped into it as a paratrooper. And, you know, you may have a weapon, but you've never used it before, and you don't really know what the layout of the battlefield is when you land or come online, you know, reach the age of reason, whatever that is for you personally. And you've got about 10 seconds to figure out what's going on before your leg gets blown off. And once your leg gets blown off, you may have a slightly better idea of what's going on, but now your leg's blown off and you're bleeding. And it's going to be kind of all you can do to get 10 feet to the first foxhole before the fact that things are moving so fast and you were dropped onto the battlefield with no knowledge of what was going on, before those two facts catch up to you and you just bleed out.
Oh, by the way, I was on a roll today that I have not been on in years. 876 words on the main story I'm writing, Esper. That's more than I've written in years. I'm proud of that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
What's the book about?
I don't know. I don't know if you were here. I don't know if you and Ann were here when I gave the synopsis originally. Phoenix.
I've been watching the show a lot, so I vaguely remember. I feel like I remember you talking about it, but I don't know.
Okay. Basically, this guy is like obsessed in a not creepy way with this singer of a heavy metal band. You know, she's real hardcore and, you know, do it yourself, and like also she's got this hot seductress side when she's on stage, and her name is Esper. That's the name of her band as well as her. And you know, somebody tries to kill her on stage, and this guy Judd saves her, and then she tracks him down to his house to say, "Can I stay with you? You got to hide me," you know. Come to find out that she's actually a robot, because in the future, in the like future, as far as like maybe a year or two from now, they have gone forward with replacing celebrities with robots, highly advanced robots, because they're just too high maintenance when they're living flesh. You know, bail them out of jail for their 7th DUI. You know, get them off of this charge and that charge. Get them into rehab and counseling every other month. You know, it's too much trouble. Robots are way easier to control. You just program them how you want to. And she's kind of breaking with her programming because she, you know, was able to track him to his house, and now she doesn't know where to go because her handler is looking for her. And, you know, she wouldn't let her handler wouldn't let her see the guy who saved her for longer than 5 minutes when it happened, you know. And so she's kind of rebelling against her programming, and her and Judd kind of go on the run together.
You know, I gotta since you brought that up right now, it kind of makes me wonder. There are so many science fiction stories that are about robots breaking their programming, and it makes me wonder if it's not tied to sort of people's philosophical uneasiness with the question of whether we have free will or not.
Hmm.
That was
yeah,
actually a good point brought
it-
up in Thomas Ligotti's Conspiracy Against the Human Race, which I won't talk too much about because I've talked about
Love that book
in the past.
Love that book.
No, she loves it.
Yeah, I hate it. I had fun with it, but I hate it. But yeah, when he talks about the puppets and all that, it's real similar. The flesh. Puppet.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if he's accurate or not, but he describes it very well. His horror fiction is very, very interesting. I mean, if you want to know what I really think about free will, I'm just waiting for Eric Weinstein to finish his grand theory of physics. And if that works out, maybe I'll know.
I was just going to say that I think it's hard to rebel against our own code. And in the context of humans, it's hard to rebel against our own nature. Is that fair? Like,
oh yeah, and if you successfully rebel against your own nature, it's hard to make a living because you don't fit in all that well with people who aren't rebelling against their own nature.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I mean, what are
hey, Jeremy, I was gonna say, I also think I understand why you don't like poetry. So there's a really interesting idea that I heard recently that, and I've heard this in a variety of contexts, but that like humans are like wired for storytelling, and based off the way that you were describing your story, like it fit that logic so well of like, this is the way that I'm using words, this is the way that it will paint and convey this picture. And I don't know, you did it very eloquently, and I think that if people don't appreciate stories, then like they just don't understand that logic. You know what I mean? They don't understand that there's a difference between storytelling and just using words, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, story is very important to me, and I know people try to get away from the Joseph Campbellian hero cycle or whatever, and try to cleverly sidestep it and say, "Look at me." But I think that it's a great map to follow to get your story out. I don't know. You got the elixir theft. You've got them finding out who they really are. Self-discovery. The elixir theft, where they go into a dangerous area to retrieve something. And I mean, the hero has to be wounded, has to lose a limb or get scarred in some way. It's all there. That parts of the hero's journey that they undergo every time, and it can always be different. That's what I love about it.
Yeah. I mean, but I was interested as well as like how eloquent you were describing the story, because I could almost feel it, and I wasn't even reading it. And I think that is really the draw to fiction and just stories in general, and maybe it is a little bit too macro, but I would say that to a degree you can do that with poetry as well. Even though I may prefer like the emphasis on language, I think that you get writers like Samuel Taylor Coleridge who are telling a story. Did you ever read Kubla Khan?
No.
You might like it. It's a little bit longer for a poem, but I mean, it's only like a few pages. But that one's really interesting because of the way that it does tell a story. The other one I think of is The Lime Tree Bower in My Prison. And assuming that, we can get past the language, like there is a way in which, as people have described it to me, that when we read, like, and when people write, like they're just telling their stories. And so like, I like that kind of approach because it does keep it more simplified, and it's less about the language, less about what you're doing with the words, and more about the story itself, which is like this abstract, almost ethereal concept, but that we all relate to, even if we can't describe. Mm-hmm. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, I just understand that preference.
That I prefer fiction to poetry? Is that what you're talking?
Just the draw to stories. I mean, as I said, we're probably hardwired for it, and telling stories is one of the best ways you can connect with people.
Yeah. What draw do you not understand though?
What was that?
What draw do you not understand? You said you don't understand the draw.
No, I do understand the draw because that's one of the elements I like in stories is the flow of it. You know, it's like everything connects in this like really interesting way. And I think sometimes it's easy to not see, hopefully I use this phrase right, not see the forest for the trees, because we're like focused too much on the trees. Like we're focused too much on the details and we miss this larger stroke, this larger brush stroke that's there.
Yeah. I mean, I love when it fully comes to life and you put enough details in, you know, not too many, but just enough to make this thing grow like a garden and come to life.
Yeah.
And then, and I've only experienced this a few times because I rarely finish stories. I'm kind of not worthy of being called a writer yet, but I've experienced it a few times in short stories I sort of finished. It's like you build momentum. You know you're getting close to the end, you know, and I've fudged it before, you know, I've messed it up getting there. But I love that feeling of a story gathering momentum, and it's almost like driving a car or something. You know, I actually feel myself going forward in a really neat way when I actually do get into a story that I can actually finish up.
Yeah, no, that there definitely is a flow. And I think it's probably natural to humans, but I do think, going back to Anne's point, that there is a degree of skill involved as well with how you like kind of wrap it up and connect with other readers. So I think, yeah, so I think that that's for me the draw. Like that's why I find stories to be interesting, because they have those elements that you're talking about, you know, and like that you feel the momentum, you feel the, you know, there, you don't, for some things you just, especially with like story writing, you don't always have to over analyze it. Not that you should anyway, obviously, but like using kind of your natural voice to be able to convey something is like really valuable. And like I actually think of that in terms of even before writing with like oral traditions and like how powerful that idea is. And I think sometimes, for me at least, it's easy for me to forget that kind of simplicity, but that when I think about what excites me, that is one of the things, is the simplicity of it and the approach of the writer to convey something that feels personal but also archetypal in a way. So it's like both of those things at once.
Yeah, that is crazy how like much the art, like I think you worded it like if, I don't know how you worded it, but it's like the archetypal thing is just like so wired into our being, and it's it almost does hint at like a type of like a metaphysical presence to it, that we do have like a I don't want to say pre-planned, but we're working all from like the same I guess building blocks. It's like,
well, then it should reinforce your point from before then.
Huh?
It should reinforce your point from before that we're all mindless zombies, right?
No, I didn't say mindless zombies.
I know, we might as well have, because we don't have free will, right?
No. We do have like, we make choices, but we can't like, we've got to have help to make certain choices.
How?
And
how do we need help? I can get in my car and go even on Ambien, right, and go down the corner and, you know, pick up some stuff from the Dollar General store. How do I need help? How do I need help with that?
Could you erase all
how did
hate and envy and et cetera from your being?
How do I need help with that? How do I need help with that?
I mean, you are a Christian, I believe, right?
Well, yeah, but how do I need help to accomplish that? To go down to this corner store by myself?
No, that's different. That's like that's like a, I mean, obviously you can do that.
Okay.
But can you do that and go there and be perfect, like basically the perfect being without any sort of like envy, hate, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera?
You know, I believe I could, yeah.
Yeah. I think you're trolling me now.
No, I really could. I could be the Immaculate Conception in a Dollar General store. Yes.
No.
No. You don't understand. Because I could be mild mannered, you know, and you know, say excuse me and yes ma'am and all that, and let people go in front of me in line and just be the sweetest angel. So I don't see where your point is. and man, Ambien it brings the goods. I feel like I'm my own pillow right now. I want more.
Well,
Don't make
maybe
fat jokes about
Ambien
yourself.
should be our higher power.
I feel like I'm my own pillow. It's amazing.
Don't make fat jokes about yourself.
And I got this candle that smells just like caramel popcorn.
Don't freaking burn your hair on it again.
Right. I know. I really did that. Yeah.
You know what you need? You know what you need, Jeremy?
I fell asleep and kind of, slouched forward, and I woke up and I smelled and felt the singe barely. It made a hissing noise for a split second. Man, I never right in front of me ever again.
Do you know what you need, Jeremy?
What?
A candle that smells like Gwyneth Paltrow's pussy.
Why Gwyneth Paltrow?
You didn't hear about that?
Because she's trying to sell a candle it's like $75, and she called it "Smells Like My Orgasm." And I'm thinking, what kind of fucking bubble do you live in where you think people are going to want to buy that shit?
But I bet it sold, didn't it?
Probably. I mean, people bought Belle Delphine's bathwater.
I'm going to hashtag that in this thing. Gwyneth Paltrow's pussy. Can I do that?
Yeah.
You might get a visit from a CIA drone later on tonight, but I think you can physically do it.
Wait,
Now, who is this woman? Is she a celebrity or something?
Married to I don't know. She pretends to be
I can't
married
remember
to
what she's been in.
She pretends to be married to Iron Man. What's his
Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah, she pretends to be married to him. That's all I know. And she plays an acoustic guitar at all these free Tibet events or whatever.
She runs this company called Goop, which sells a bunch of new age alternate medicine bullshit, quack bullshit.
She was the first to die in Contagion.
She was what?
The first to what?
First to die in Contagion, the movies. Contagion.
I haven't seen that.
Oh.
She died early on. Yeah.
Is that the one with Mark Damon?
Yeah. Matt Damon.
Yeah, Matt Damon. Yeah,
I do too, because now it reminds me of all this COVID shit. That's why I hate it now.
Please stand clear. The doors.
I've always hated those.
Wait. It's robots. It's robots again. They found us. Please stand
What's
clear.
the freakiest thing that's ever happened to you in Los Angeles?
Welcome aboard.
The freakiest thing that's ever happened to me in Los Angeles?
I
Wow.
was in a scary movie kind of setting, like something freaky, like scary. I imagine LA is a scary place.
What's that?
I imagine LA would be full of scary things.
Oh yeah, well, honestly, I think the freakiest thing that happened to me was the way that I caught typhus. I moved here in a hurry after I got assaulted, and the landlord was a friend of a friend who turned out to be insane and a hoarder. And I moved into this. I paid for this place a month and a half ahead of time. He made me wait for it because he needed to clean it. He never cleaned it. I moved in. It's like stacks and stacks and stacks of junk. And he and my roommate both kept leaving the doors open. So my cats were wandering in and out.
Oh.
And possums from the neighborhood were wandering in and out. So there's animals, wild and domestic, just wandering in and out of this place all day long. And I'm constantly closing doors and they're constantly opening, which is kind of horror movie-esque to begin with. But these two idiots are drunk all the time and they're not that bright to begin with. So one day I'm writing, and I was writing something fairly surreal to begin with. And I fell asleep while I was writing this surreal thing because I was doing it after I did some other work and it was the middle of the night. And I wake up and I see like a cloud of fleas around my leg.
Whoa.
And they bit me in a ring around my leg, and I was still half asleep, so I'm just waking up and I'm seeing like this ring of fleas biting my leg. And I'm not sure if I fell back asleep or if this happened in real time, but the next thing that happened was my leg blew up to like 3 times its normal size, like 3 times its normal size, covered in like purple. They looked like flowers, but I think they were broken blood vessels.
Bro.
And yeah, and it was so fucking surreal. You know, it was already kind of a horror movie because something horrible had happened to me. I moved to a new city. I'm living with these 2 freaks who are always drunk and always muttering all this scary shit about how they're going to kill people. And it's this kind of, it looked like a movie set of a horror movie. It's a nightmarish place to begin with. And then, like, you're asleep and you get bitten by this cloud of fleas and a body part becomes discolored and, you know, bloated to 3 times its normal size. And then after that, you know, I got the full body rash and the fever and all the hallucinations. But the way that I caught it was so freaky. It really was like, you know, Pulp Fiction, eat your heart out, because no GIMP costume could freak me out anywhere near as bad as that cloud of fleas and then my own body changing color to an unnatural color and then puffing up.
That is quite disturbing.
Yeah. You know, and like I said, since it happened while I was kind of napping at my desk, it's all like covered in this patina of unreality, especially because it was followed by like an extremely high fever and delirium and a full body rash and all this shit that's just all completely surreal. So
You're not still living with you guys, are you?
Oh God, no. I wound up in the hospital after they kind of left me on my bedroom floor in sort of a coma. Somebody else came by and got me to the hospital, and you know, I never went back.
Did you get your cat?
Yeah, my friend went back and got my cats for me. Either my friend or my sister, I can't remember. I was still seeing shit.
How many do you have?
I had 2 then. One of them died in the subsequent semi-homelessness that I went through.
Oh, man.
And now, a drunken roommate let her out, and she was torn up by well, actually, maybe that's the freakiest thing that happened. My drunken roommate let my cat out, and then I found her little body just disemboweled by a coyote.
Oh,
Stand clear. The doors are closing.
I had a complete fucking breakdown after that. I wasn't sick or anything. I was just laying on the ground screaming because I love that cat so much, and she loved me so much.
Yeah.
Like when I would just go downstairs to do my laundry, she'd stand on the landing and cry because she missed me.
You do have a residence now, right?
What's that?
You do have a residence now, right?
Well, it's a long story. The city of LA let my subletter squat in my apartment, so I'm living in an Airbnb again while my subletter squats in my apartment. But at least
what does that mean?
An Airbnb
Subletter squatting. It means that he charges you rent to live in a lower half of his home or something, right? But he's living there right currently while he's still charging.
No.
Yeah, because I really want to understand that. That doesn't make any sense. She'll probably have to pop off and come in again. Damn it. Fucking LA.
Yeah, fucking LA. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Hey, Ben, are you asleep again?
Yes.
Okay. Just check. Go ahead.
No, it's just I've been talking forever.
Please stand clear. The doors are closing.
Last, I think it was October, I had to fly back to Chicago and give evidence for my rape trial. And I got really depressed after that and, you know, had a kind of an episode. And I decided that I needed to check myself into a mental health program. So I sublet my apartment because, you know, I didn't want to lose my apartment. So I sublet it. But I came back to reclaim my apartment around the same time that COVID hit. And the city of Los Angeles decided that they didn't want people becoming homeless because they couldn't pay their rent. So they decided that nobody who had been in an apartment for 30 days or longer could be evicted, which includes subletters. So because while I was, trying to get my head together after having a nervous breakdown after after the rape, after the typhus, after all this shit, I went to reclaim my apartment, and the city of LA said, yeah, you can't kick anybody out of your apartment, whether they're paying rent or not, whether they're on the lease or not. If they've been there 30 days or longer, they have possession. So currently my subletter is squatting in my apartment, not paying rent, and racking up the unpaid rent to my credit rating. And I am living in a Airbnb.
That sounds horrible.
Yeah.
You should move to Tennessee with Jeremy.
I mean, I'd show you around, but I mean, I'm not like a hardcore party animal kind of dude. So,
neither am.
Huh?
Neither am I at this age. I just want to write. It's just that I can't drive because I don't have any depth perception. I can't really see. So I have to live someplace, alas, where I can get public transit, which means there's a lot of public involved.
We have a cat's bus. It's the best we can do.
Is it only for cats, or can people ride it?
No, it's called the cat's bus. It's for people though.
Oh, okay.
It transports people around the city. Yeah.
You have Ethra too.
But I think that maybe you need to get away from the city and live in something where more urban. Is that the right word? Rural, somewhere more rural, instead of...
Yeah. Well, but the other thing is I was planning on moving to France, but I can't right now because of the COVID thing. So I'm kind of in this limbo in LA where I can't live in my apartment because someone's squatting there, and I can't go to France because I'm not allowed there because America is filthy, according to the rest of the world right now.
Why France? What's in France?
Somebody who wants to marry me, and I want to marry.
He or she?
He. A really old friend. What's that?
Has he earned your affection, or is this just a blind, jumping in kind of thing?
Oh, no, I've known him since I was 20 years old. It's just we always had a crush on each other. It's just he happened to be married to my best friend, so not being complete dicks, we didn't do anything about it.
I think that is so beautiful when two people who are always on the verge of getting together they get closer and closer, and and it's like, hey, why didn't we do more back then? I think that is like one of the most beautiful examples of pure humanity, with that awkward, like almost an item and then not, and then coming back to it again.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just a sweet thing.
Thanks. I mean, it's a little bittersweet because for it to happen, my best friend had to die.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he and I liked each other, but since she was my best friend, I wasn't going to do anything about it. But then she died. So, yeah, we're free to get married, but I'm also without my best friend. So it's sweet, but it's bittersweet. But, we were finally going to do it and get married. I was actually visiting him at the end of my sublet period. My mental health thing ended, and I didn't have any place to go because already the subletter was showing signs of not wanting to leave. So I went and visited him, and he finally proposed to me. And I was just coming back here to pick up my cats and, get them a pet passport, and also to put my rapist in prison, which I thought would be on its way to being finished by now. But then COVID happened. I got stuck here. the legal process in Chicago ground to a screeching halt. God knows when they're ever going to have a trial in Chicago again. I've kind of given up on that because I'm like, you know what, Chicago, you can fly me in at your expense because this is getting ridiculous.
It's amazing how they're not arresting people for vandalism, as much, or tearing down this or that or burning this, but they are, arresting people who refuse to wear masks in certain areas. It's an absolute hypocrisy. I was not when a family member of mine recently had a stroke. I was not allowed to go back there with them for 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. While I, went around my home, just wondering, is this it? Am I all alone now? And meanwhile, there are punks vandalizing the street, tearing shit up, tearing shit down, and the police are like getting out of their way and saying, all right, do your worst, man. No, we don't want any trouble. It's disgusting. I wasn't allowed to see my own ill family member during all this COVID fucking bullshit that I'm tired of hearing about. And now it's okay. It's okay. I guess burning shit down cures COVID.
And now they're bringing it back. The riots have kind of subsided. They're saying, "Oh, now there's the second wave."
Fucking morons! Oh yeah, they'll use this. They'll milk this for all they can leading up to November. You know what? And the scary thing is, Biden actually could win because to the enemy, and you know who the enemy is, at least to me and you, Zach. To the enemy, Trump is worse. But the bumbling, likely rapist Joe Biden, the child rapist Joe Biden, who doesn't even know what color the sky is and all this shit. People could vote for him just to say, well, and we still have a lot of good advisors. They'll plug their nose and get rid of Trump. They think Trump is worse. I don't.
Well, Christ. Even if you don't like Trump, you should be able.
Hang on. This is going to get Ben riled up, and I didn't mean to, but go ahead, Ben.
Well, not really. I was just saying at this point, I'm expecting Biden to win. I don't really want him to. I mean, he's like you said, he's probably a rapist, and he's out to lunch, which even without everything going on, isn't much of a better choice than the fat orange idiot rolling down a hill in a barrel, but who's also probably a rapist. But at this point, I think I don't think people who are still Trump's base are that riled up for him. I think for a lot of people who are on the fence, he's now the face of the riots and COVID-19 and all of that. And I think there's enough of a base who dislikes him, who are basically just in anybody but Trump mode, that I think Biden is probably going to win this time.
Which is really frightening. I mean, I've said over and over, Americans have a memory that lasts about 3 fucking weeks at the outside. I mean, as much as I might dislike Trump, at least he has the capacity to rule on his own in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah,
Biden,
some way, shape, or form.
yeah. Well, but the thing is, like, even as incompetent or even malicious as you may think he is, at least he wants to be liked, and he will give some sort of ear to at least some segment of the populace. The fact that people are okay with Biden being president makes me think that everyone has fucking forgotten Dick Cheney. Biden doesn't have the capacity to rule on his own, which means electing Biden is going to open us up to the blue version of Dick Cheney. Somebody in the administration, probably the biggest dickhead, is going to take over and do a lot of really fucking horrible things because they've got a puppet president to push up in front of them. And we all remember all the shit Dick Cheney did worldwide. Do we really want to see a blue version of Dick Cheney? I mean, It doesn't really matter what color Dick Cheney is. If it's a Dick Cheney.
They were talking about how Biden needs to choose a woman of color, which he's probably going to choose Kamala Harris in that case.
Oh oh, great, we'll all be in jail. At least we won't have to pay for food. Once Kamala Harris puts us all in prison, we'll be uneasy.
Yeah, it's a woman whose entire
What's
career
that in
was
reference to? I don't know anything about him.
Kamala Harris.
They put them all in prison.
I mean, that was her thing. She was a prosecutor who, was throwing people in prison. I mean, that was her job, but that's why I'm highly skeptical of her because, Biden. One thing people forget is he was an architect of mass incarceration with the crime bills he sponsored, and he wanted them to be even stricter than they were. And then Kamala Harris, her job was to enforce them. So it's basically we're electing. In that case, we'd just be electing a blue-colored police state.
Yeah. I mean, a Biden-Kamala Harris ticket is a nightmare. I mean, unless you do like the idea of having 3 hats and a cot. I mean, if the whole country turns into a giant prison camp, at least life will be, I wouldn't say easy, but at least predictable.
So Ann and Phoenix, if you guys are going to be like semi-regular on this show, and I don't know how, I mean, I guess you both decide the level of your involvement, but I don't know, this is a nice loose, balance here.
Stand clear.
Since Gregor left, I don't know. I kind of think we've got our groove back in a different way here. But I don't know. You guys might want to shout out your Patreons or PayPals or whatever at the end of the show, just so you can benefit from this and not just get punished for associating with us. We can get something out of it. Donations, right?
I could go with donations.
So,
either of you have PayPals or
were you saying to do that now or later?
Well, at the end of the show, I mean, shout out your PayPal or your Patreon or whatever.
So, I mean, okay. So, yeah, I'll wait then. I was going to say I will have to go probably soon just because it's getting later.
Well, go ahead. We'll go ahead and shout it out then.
So, I mean, I always have my books. I mean, probably the best way to support my efforts is to buy my books and or check out my YouTube channel. I've been up in the ante on my YouTube channel, making more videos and making more content. So that's been really nice. So, and I think my YouTube channel is nice because it has a lot of content in terms of my actual books and writing. And so people can get an idea of what I've been writing and stuff on there as well. So, yeah, so I appreciate that.
So, do you have a PayPal or Patreon or anything else?
No, I thought about doing Patreon. I tried doing it a few years ago, and I just couldn't get the swing of it. So,
do you want to kind of become a member of this little band of misfits, even on like maybe every other week, or just at different times, or?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure how it would work with my schedule, but I would like to come on in the future too. So I had mentioned that I like coming on and that I wouldn't be able to do it all the time, but I'm really appreciative of the offer. So
we appreciate you. Yeah. So you got to go. So you got to go.
Well, I still probably have a little bit of time. I just wanted to let you know up front, so I'm not just like departing randomly.
Right on. What about you, Ann? You got a PayPal or Patreon or anything to?
Is she gone again?
Get some grift out of this.
I'm back.
Yeah. Do you want to get any grift going here? With like PayPal or Patreon shout out, or do you have a PayPal?
Me?
Yeah.
I have a PayPal. It is well, you can get it. You can send me money via PayPal at Sterzinger@yahoo.com, or more easily but more complicated spelling wise at ASTERZINGERZ@gmail.com. I also have a Patreon, which you can find just via a Google search, which is I visit that about as often as I visit my LinkedIn profile, which is never. But if you send it money, it will get to me.
Okay. Send the girl some money. Don't. She's coming up on her second bout with typhus. Come on, guys.
Please don't let that have been a typhus, please. I hope it was just some harmless, like smallpox chigger or something.
Jeez. Didn't you say something about the Black Plague being in your city again?
Oh God.
Did you say something?
If I get the bubonic plague, yeah. Well, there was a medical professional who was. Oh shit! I'm going the wrong way on the gold line. That's not good. What was I just saying? Oh dear.
I don't remember. The ambience going away.
I just realized. Yeah, I just realized I either overshot or fuck. I'm tired. I'm gonna have to double back. But what the hell was I just talking about? Wow. I guess the germs are already kicking in.
I don't know, but
anyway, send me money.
To send you money.
Yeah, anyway, send me money, folks. I'm dying.
You did say something about the bubonic plague at one point, though.
Oh, right. There was a medical professional in LA who said that there is endemic bubonic plague, as in the microorganisms exist, and there's enough trash and homelessness and rats and just filth in LA that there's a possibility that the microorganisms could multiply to the point where there could be a plague of bubonic plague in LA. Like, the conditions exist. It's just he wasn't sure when or if it was going to happen, but there is a possibility.
You believe it?
Oh yeah. I mean, I almost died of typhus. You know, a couple of years ago, I would have thought that was far-fetched in the United States, but after you lie on a bedroom floor for 9 days and you can't move and you can't drink and you can't eat, and it's a disease that nobody believes you have. Because
seriously, you were a vegetable? You just were you conscious the whole time?
I was conscious and actually unable to sleep, but nor could I move. It was kind of a vegetative.
Like you were fully aware, but you couldn't do anything whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God, that's literally an episode of Tales from the Crypt. That's actually an episode of Tales from the Crypt, and how accurate, because that's frightening. Jeez.
Wow.
So, well, I mean, you couldn't even blink, or what?
I don't remember whether I could blink or not, but I know that I couldn't move or get up. It started with being unable to hold down food or liquids. And then it moved on to I couldn't see properly. You know, I tried to use my computer to communicate with people and ask for help, but then I realized I couldn't focus my eyes well enough to read what I was doing, and then I found that I couldn't move.
Oh boy, you know what? I had a problem like that once when I was a teenager. I was being a moron, and I took some of my friends' what do you call it? Epilepsy medicine. It was Tiagabin, I think it was what it's called. And I didn't care. I just took 3 of them, at once. Never exposed to them whatsoever, But I just figured, hey, I'll have a fun night. But my coordination was so off that, I thought I was supposed to open doors with my head. I mean, I couldn't tell left from right for several hours the next morning. I mean, it really fucked me up. But it sounds kind of like what you did, only not as extreme as yours.
Yeah, it was. Even once I was able to move, which was, I think, a couple of days after I was admitted to the hospital.
This is Highland Park Station.
At a certain point, I was just so dehydrated and malnourished that I lost consciousness and fell into just a series of hallucinations. But even when I came to and I was able to eat and drink and walk around, I was having really, really severe hallucinations. And I was having
You're
sort of.
you're starting to sound like the girl from Starry Eyes. Yeah, have you ever seen that?
Yeah.
I mean, same thing.
No,
Okay,
no,
it's a good movie, isn't it?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Go ahead, Ann.
I was just saying it took me several weeks to get back to where I could really trust, like several weeks after sort of physically recuperating to get back to where I could, to where I felt like I could really trust my own apprehension of reality, if that makes any sense.
So this Electra's Revenge or whatever, I don't see like there's not a chance to pre-order it on Amazon. Are you going to do that? You're going to hype it up in any way? It's what is it? Books 1 through 4 or what? I only see one on Amazon right now.
I've rewritten the first book and combined it with the other 3 books because it just, in the end, the story arc didn't lend itself well into being split up into 4 parts. It's really fucking long, but it's basically one story. You know what I mean? It's not really. So I'm releasing it all as one enchilada, and honestly, by tomorrow, I hope to have the whole thing edited and not necessarily formatted. Like by tomorrow, I hope to have it edited, unless some other shit happens to me. Formatting will probably take till Tuesday, and then it'll take Amazon till Wednesday to approve it, if not Thursday. But once I get the whole thing edited, I could actually just send you the manuscript.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'd love to read it. Yeah.
Yeah. So just send me like sometime tomorrow. Send me a reminder.
Well, what is your contact info? I don't use Facebook Messenger. I only use Goodreads and Gmail. So.
Oh well, here's a good chance to re-advertise my PayPal. My Gmail address is also my PayPal address. It's
Sterzinger@yahoo.com.
Well, no, I never actually checked that account. I just use that to have a backup email for my PayPal. The account that I usually use is my first initial, my last name, and one more Z at gmail.com.
Sterzinger.
A Sterzinger Z at gmail.com. So it's ASTERZINGERZ at gmail.com.
Wait a minute, you confused me now. Can you type in private chat, or is that possible when you're on the phone?
Oh yeah, I can do the chat.
Because the Ambien won't let me do that. That's too much for them.
All right.
Well, that's really exciting, Ann, that you have that up and coming.
Yeah, thank you. I've been
good.
I've been yeah, hi.
Hi. Yes.
I've been I had the idea for this. Well, I had the idea for the short story that turned into this book in about 2002. And I kind of wrote, and then I had the idea for the entire book, or I think around 2005. And I've written a couple of books in between there as practice for this book. So I've had the idea for like 18 years, and I've been actually working on it for about 8 years. So yeah, it's really awesome to finally be putting it out. I wish that I'd been able to put it out a couple of months earlier, because there's a riot in it that was based on the French Revolution, but which almost exactly predicted the riots we just had. And I'm afraid people are going to think I drew them from real life, but actually I predicted real life.
Wow.
So just say.
Nobody around you is going to care, though, really, about that, are they?
I hope not. But I would love to be the person who pre-predicted the riots, even though I actually was the person who pre-predicted the riots.
I get a weird feeling now every time I play Riot by 3 Days Grace. Let's start a riot.
I love that song.
But now I think of like all that, arson and damage, and it's like still an awesome song, but
Hey, so Ann, I was interested in this bit that you said earlier about Eric Weinstein publishing his master thesis or his dissertation. Were you serious about that?
I think he actually publishes. No, I'm quite serious. He has what he thinks is a sort of bridging theory, like a theory of physics that's going to use some interesting mathematics that I don't really understand to sort of bridge the gap between quantum physics and Einsteinian physics, and I'm not good enough at math to check the proofs myself, but it sounds intuitively appealing, and I wanna see what he comes up with, what actual physicists think about it as opposed to my own intuitions, and how this all turns out.
Isn't that the whole thing, though, is that he doesn't trust physicists to look at it?
Right.
Because of his critiques against the institutions?
Right.
Because I know he had that beef with I think he had a beef with Sean Carroll. He had the history that he talks about sometimes with other people. And then Brett Weinstein had issues with when he was presenting his theories about the telomeres in the rats. So it kind of goes pretty deep, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
It's amazing to think how much those sociological factors influence their actual theories and the way that they approach it. Because I do think it is really interesting to think about how there may be a kind of rejection of certain identities that people have, but there's also a rejection of certain intellectual capacities where if you're outside the system, you're not taken seriously. And I feel like Eric Weinstein embodies that. That's why I thought it was interesting that you brought him up as an example, because I've been trying to parse apart some of what he's been saying. And I think the biggest thing that I wonder is, at least when I'm listening to him, I don't really hear evidence. And maybe that's not the point at this point, because he's just using the terms to be able to convey his ideas, and that's fine. But I would wonder how it would work once it was applied. And I'm wondering if that's the point. Because if he literally is arguing that there's 14 dimensions, that string theory is incorrect, and he is critiquing them for being post-empirical, it is this weird thing of well, are you being post-empirical though, or do you actually have some kind of specific evidence of this?
Right.
And I will say that the 14 dimension thing didn't make sense to me, because I couldn't figure out how he was describing how it would be short of some of the metaphors he used.
Right. I'm not really sure that he's very good at describing any of this.
Okay.
I think which is why I'm of at least 4 minds of it, or 14 minds about it.
Yeah. No pun intended.
Yeah, no pun intended. When I say actual physicists, I don't mean academic physicists. I mean people who are good at math and understand this shit and can parse it out better than I can. Because the school I went to, I'm probably not as talented in math as I am in verbal skills to begin with. But then the school I went to didn't really set much stock by teaching kids math. So that's a weak point. A weak point. Okay, now I can't even talk. A weak point for me. So I'm hoping that people who actually understand the mathematical concepts can either call him out on being fuzzy or say, "Oh, hey, yeah, this guy's got a point." But,
well, I was just going to say that, his critique is on Einstein, right? So Einstein had a kind of imprisoning idea of space and time that he thinks is untrue. But the thing that I wonder is, Einstein also had the elegant equation E equals mc squared, and I'm Weinstein, what's your formula, And I can't tell if he doesn't have one, or if he does have one, but he's hesitant on it, on expressing what it would be. I mean, all this is speculation. But at least for me, I noticed that I was tuning out a little bit with listening to him recently, because I felt like he wasn't really talking about these terms, not in a practical sense, because I'm fine with theory and the way that he speculates and uses terms in creative ways. It's more I just had no, I think the phrase that they might use is analogy, or I can't remember the word, analog. I have no idea what this would look like even in a mathematical realm. Because he hasn't really described it. And so I feel like hopefully the evidence is there and he does have the equations, but I just feel like either he's not ready to talk about it yet or he doesn't have it systematic yet. Is that like true from what you've seen from him, or do you feel like he has more evidence and stuff? And
yeah,
I think it dropped.
Not only do I prefer to listen to someone with a good voice, or it's easier for me to listen to someone with a good voice than it might be to even listen to someone with a genius idea, I also don't have a good voice. So I'm kind of on both ends of that, but I don't know if I'm making any sense. But
You cut out a little bit, so could you summarize what you had just said?
I just said I think a lot of ideas aren't being taken seriously because the people who are putting them forward don't have a very good voice physically for the YouTube age. And I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's a question of his voice or if he's just really, really bad at what I was saying before, making things hooky, phrasing things in a way that, you know, those of us who aren't mathematical geniuses can understand without getting lost in.
Yeah. Phoenix, your avatar is bouncing up and down.
Feel much. What's that?
Phoenix's avatar is bouncing up and down.
I think that's the dang ambient on YouTube.
Right.
So the reason why I was wondering is because Weinstein has described that he has a learning disability. I can't remember exactly what it is. I think it's dyslexia. And he said that like different way of viewing the world was the reason why he ultimately ended up rebelling so much, because people wouldn't take his ideas seriously. And so I may be skeptical of some of his arguments because I don't know what it all leads to, but at least in terms of the way that he talks about most things, I feel like he is approaching it from a creative perspective. And I find that really valuable, honestly, because he's talking about things in a way that may be revolutionary in some ways, but also could be very interesting for just thinking about the world, you know, like not limiting things to space and time.
Yeah, and I think that's why I tend to give.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's why I tend to give him a lot of the benefit of the doubt, because he does have. I think the fact that he has some difficulty expressing himself might be tied to his ability to have a fresh perspective.
What do you mean?
Well, the same things that cause him to have a difficult time explaining his new ideas might be among or tied to the neurological quirks that allow him to look at things in a fresh way and have new ideas.
I know that this is dramatic, but I'm just curious when I think about the lineage of physics. Do you think Weinstein could be the next Einstein?
Well, it rhymes. It's got to be true.
I know. That's like the basis for everything. If it rhymes, then you know.
We all kind of stopped at once, and I think we all kind of realized that at once. Well, it does rhyme. Yeah.
Well, but people are calling him white. Oh, go ahead. Yeah. No, it's just a joke.
I think it's definitely possible.
Yeah. Well,
because I'm not qualified to make that call, you know?
Yeah. No, that's fair. But I guess what I'm saying is I do wish that they were a little bit more, at least his claims right now, especially the big ones, were more provable, just so that way we can track it in the world. Because his string theory went off the rails too, according to him, because it stopped having evidence. It was post-empirical. But I just wondered if Weinstein was doing the same thing, or if he has a legitimate basis. But as you said, maybe he can't express that stuff yet, just due to the quirks or the way that he looks at the world. But
or it might just be because of the nature of podcasts. I mean,
yeah, that's fair.
Every podcast I've ever been on has gone completely off the rails, and often it's my fault. The other night I was listening to a podcast that he did with his own brother, and the two of them got so deep into discussing Well, on the surface, they were discussing free will, actually, and they were discussing, whether quantum physics makes sense. But on a deeper level, I think they were really discussing their relationship as brothers, and the whole podcast kind of went off the rails into like them joking about their relationship, which was highly entertaining to listen to. But
what was the name of it?
The Dark Horse podcast.
What?
The Dark Horse podcast.
Oh, okay.
Are you talking about that new episode that
And
they
it
did?
it was Brett.
Is it the new episode?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So Jeremy, if you look up the Dark Horse podcast or Brett Weinstein, it'll bring up a recent episode, and I don't remember the exact title, but it's them talking about truth, and the truth is in the title. So I think that's the episode.
Sleeper cells and the capture of everything.
No, try to find the Dark Horse podcast. I don't know what they would call that. I guess the icon, and then you could click on that, and it'll be one of the recent videos.
Kafka traps, white fragility, and BLM. Your question: truth in the time of Chaz.
That's probably it. Is it?
That doesn't sound familiar.
Yeah, no, that's probably not it.
You said it had truth in it, right?
But you're at the right. Yeah, so that was when that's when they do like their question and answer session, I think. But you're on the right channel. It's going to be on that channel. It's just not the right episode.
Yeah, it's confusing because there are two brothers. Eric Weinstein is the one who has that Dark Horse podcast channel, and Brett Weinstein is the one.
So that's it. Brett Weinstein and Eric Weinstein, Fundamental Truth.
There we go.
Yeah, it was interesting. I haven't listened to the whole thing yet. Like I said, the thing that turned me off was when I kept wanting evidence or like some kind of like an anagram to the world, but then he kept using abstract terms, and then they went into the philosophy of science, and I was like, this is really interesting, but I kind of wanted it to be more concise, I guess. I guess that's what you're saying about it going off the rails, is you end up spending more time on your disagreements than actually explicating ideas, and it might just be the form of the podcast.
Right. Podcasts are often free form, and and especially if you get a bunch of people who have a lot of thoughts, everyone, their thoughts bounce off each other, and you can wind up going in a very different direction. And I think, the Weinsteins might be, I don't want to project here, but they might be ADHD enough that, like me, they get off topic on every single time they try to explain what their theory is.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, they might be very cleverly covering up the fact that they actually have no evidence. But that's kind of an Occam's razor moment there. I
definitely. Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't want to assume that they're hiding evidence. I wouldn't think that. I guess to understand it more, I want it to be more grounded. But as I said, maybe they're just not at that point yet. And I did watch, I don't remember much of it, and I might have had the same problem, but I did watch his actual lecture where he talked about the ideas, and it was really fascinating. But I couldn't make any parallels to some of the things that I know about physics, and so I kind of got confused.
Yeah, that was a very much, I saw that presentation too, and it was a lot of insider baseball.
Yeah.
And it was also a lot of talking about the politics of science, which, as much as the politics of everything annoy me, I've gotten to the point where I kind of spaced out on that shit, because I'm like, yep, people suck, politics sucks. I get to what you're actually talking about.
Hardcore scientists. I hate hardcore scientists because they think they've got everything boiled down, and the true spirit of science is that you have to try something over and over and over to no end in order to come to some kind of conclusion that you can even grasp. So.
Yeah. Well, and that is why
I just want to know: did they raise their voice in this video?
I don't think so, but I haven't seen the whole thing.
I was hoping they would. I was hoping it would.
Well,
I was
they
a little.
have more of a job. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. Go ahead.
I was going to say they have more of a joshing, like
Yeah.
lifelong argument sort of discussion about their brotherness.
Yeah.
But, you know, on some psychic plane, I was imagining them just wrestling with each other like they were still 9 and 12 years old. You know, like in some part of their minds, they're giving each other noogies. And it distracted me as a listener, and I think it really distracted them too.
Hey, Ben, remember that thing we talked about?
What thing?
You, me, and Zach were going to kind of come up with book pitches just for fun of some moment in history that we identify with strongly. Remember, we each picked out one, and Phoenix and Ann can get in on this too. You know, if there's some moment in history that you feel you could build a book around. But we talked about this earlier in the week. Did you want to talk about that? Go first with that, Ben?
Oh, I didn't know we were going to do that this week, so I ended up not doing any research for it.
Okay, you want to do that next weekend?
Yeah. Well,
right.
I'll try to remember to do research for it.
Saint something chapel.
St. Basil's Cathedral, yeah.
Yeah, and what's so special about that in history?
I
Without going too deep.
I wanted to go into the building of it and how it, survived being demolished by Stalin.
Okay. And Zach, you had an interesting choice too. What did you want to talk about with that next week?
Yeah, that one kind of just like dropped in my lap. Like I came up with it, but like we were talking about Kurt Cobain and William S. Burroughs.
The collaboration, yeah.
Yeah, at the same time. And I think I said, what if it turned out that other than that girl, was it Courtney Love? Was she the one that people were suspicious of?
What about Courtney Love?
She was the one people were, okay, yeah. What if other than her, it was actually William S. Burroughs doing what he did to his wife again on Kurt Cobain?
That's your conspiracy that William S. Burroughs killed Kurt Cobain?
Yes, that's right.
Wait, didn't Burroughs die before Cobain, or am I getting it mixed up?
It doesn't matter. This is my world. And also, it'd be kind of funny to talk to Jim Goat about. He said that the last issue of Answer Me, Kurt Cobain was like seen reading it before he killed himself, and it was the suicide issue, I believe. So that was pretty coincidental.
God, everything's 6 degrees of suicide.
Hey, Ann, did we ask earlier if you think you could get Jim Goat on with us? You still talk to him?
She said he was busy, I think.
Yeah, okay, I do remember. That's, man, the things this show does to my memory. Okay. So that was going to be your thing for like a history pitch. I was going to do, well, I guess we'll save it for next weekend, but I'm going to do the Year of the Four Emperors, 69 AD in the Roman Empire, where Nero has killed himself out of fear of being caught by Galba's forces. Galba takes over, dies a few weeks or months later at the hands of Otho, who holds up his head as a trophy. Then a few months, even shorter time, a few weeks later, Otho falls to Vitellius, who becomes emperor. Finally, Vespasian comes all the way from Egypt and says, "Fuck all y'all, I'm ruling this shit now." I always wanted to see something that delved way deeper into each of these four personalities, even, showing how they all four, grew up, going through soldier, service, in their armies, and how they what they thought about religion. Did they worship the old gods or the Christian God? Things like that. and not just have these four dudes, three of which perish like almost immediately after they begin ruling. Like, get into what their policies would have been, how they might have reshaped Rome if they hadn't had survived, each one of them. And I feel like that you could get a good novel out of that, and maybe even an alternate universe type scenario where one of them, perishes or successfully defends the empire against one of the guys trying to take it. I don't know. Like, maybe Otho survives and it changes everything. But these are just some ideas I had about that, because that's my favorite period. The chaos that the corrupt and deviant Nero left in his wake. Who would have thought that someone so irresponsible, so impulsive and irrational could leave so much chaos in his stead for all these four men to pick over for an entire year? Imagine the confusion of the towns and the village people, having to relearn, the rules not to do this because this person's emperor now and they don't like this. And then word spreads slower, so other towns have to find out later that they're actually breaking the law by doing this or that. Can you see what I mean? I mean, this is deep shit here, right? Hello?
So, yeah. So I remember you had referenced this to a degree because you said, I told you that I was reading Marcus Aurelius, who was a Roman. Yeah. No, because you had said that the reason why you find that time interesting, but I was trying to understand what those reasons were. So I guess you were basically explaining it just now. But you kind of like see a kind of intrigue in that time of like, is it something like that?
Yeah, I definitely don't think that I would enjoy. Living in that time was so ruthless and it's very unstable. Even when it's stable, like under that Antoninus Pius or whatever, who ruled 20 or 30 years. Even under him, things were never fully stable. I mean, the guy made an expedition to China, for crying out loud, and most of them didn't know China existed yet. But yet Rome was never really stable. There were always, if it wasn't an aspiring emperor or a tired current emperor, it was the Praetorian Guard conspiring against them. The Praetorian Guard killed many emperors when they either grew too corrupt or they just weren't paying them correctly anymore. They even killed basically children who were on the throne.
Oh wow.
Illegal. I think he was only 18 when they killed him, if I'm not mistaken.
Like an 18-year-old's going to know how to rule a country.
Well, he didn't, though. That's the thing. He had these elaborate dinner parties and, rose buds, coming down from the ceiling and flourishing everybody, and, golden silverware and all these, extravagances. But as far as actual military efficiency or strategy or diplomacy, he probably was just a kid who loved to have fun 24/7. He would also go to the brothel and dress up as a prostitute. And he tried to make his lover emperor. And I think his advisors stepped in and put the kibosh on that. But it's a fascinating time because of its instability. I would hate to live there in that time. I don't think I would last long. I also would miss showers and toilet paper and all the great things that they did not have. And they buried Vestal virgins alive, thinking that if they were truly virgins, Hestia, or Demeter would save them and take them to the afterlife. Horrible stuff all the way around.
That's why I find Stoicism to be so ironic, because it's all about being detached and emotionless.
How can you not be when your life is like that and you're living in that kind of being pinged around like a pinball machine?
Yeah, it sounds brutal. Is that another reason why you're interested in it? Because Christianity subverted Roman culture?
I don't know.
Is that-
I guess it did because it became the Holy Roman Empire after the West fell. But I don't know. I almost feel like there was regret when Pontius Pilate, washed his hands of that incident with Jesus and Barabbas, and they chose Barabbas over Jesus to set free. And I almost feel like Pilate regretted that, or at least there was no malice towards Jesus on that front. But yeah, I am fascinated with the Roman Empire, and I can really never learn enough. I've got books on so many of the emperors, and some of them are terribly underwritten. Like Galba, Otho, and all those guys from the Year of the Four Emperors. There's also a Year of the Six Emperors, and there's the Gordian Knot, where father and son ruled at one part, and then another son ruled the eastern part, and that's why they call it the Gordian Knot, because no one knows who's really in charge. All this intrigue that it's where Game of Thrones took notes.
What's the Gordian Knot?
There were three guys, three soldiers with the surname of Gordian, and they each ruled. Some in the west, I guess, and maybe some in the east. But because there were so many of them in that power, it was called the Gordian Knot later.
Yeah, I was also interested in this piece about Roman society as being unstable. I was wondering, what are the reasons for that? Looking at it maybe historically or even politically, like what was it about? Because at least when I think of Roman culture, maybe this is because of the way we romanticize ancient cultures. I actually thought it, from my perspective, it might have been pretty stable. So I'm interested in this piece that it actually wasn't.
What, that it wasn't? That it wasn't?
Yeah. That
it was stable.
I guess my confusion I never would have thought Roman Empire as being unstable.
Really? Why?
Well, I think because of like the high culture that came out of it.
Yeah, but all the conquering and overthrowing and subverting. I mean, like there were a lot of emperors assassinated, like I said, by the Praetorian Guard. So I mean, it wasn't 100% stable. There was a lot of culture there, no doubt, and a lot of it they even took from the Greeks when they conquered them. But I mean, yeah, man, there was a lot of violence and a lot of people climbing the social ladder, to get to to don the purple cloak of emperor.
I guess the only thing I wonder is if like there's any difference now, like would you say that Western society is just as unstable?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right now, for sure. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
When we've got autonomous zones, I mean that's insane. That's unheard of.
What are the autonomous zones?
Ben, can you explain that better than me? I think you can.
What you mean, like the Chaz?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the Chaz is kind of falling apart, but it was supposedly a zone that was separate from the rest of Seattle and the United States. But I don't think the people who organized it were very serious about it.
It was just a party, right? Yeah.
In a sense, I mean the Zapatistas have maintained autonomous zones in southern Mexico since at least the 80s, and they've been doing well. And part of that is like they were farmers, they were, the actual working class. I have a feeling that the Chaz didn't really involve the working class very much.
So, Phoenix, I think what you're asking is, I had it for a second. Is Rome burning again? Is that basically what you're asking me?
Well, I'm curious because I do wonder if, like, kind of on Zach's point that some of this is endemic of human nature, that there's an aspect to these things that are just deeply rooted. And I wouldn't want to say that, like, I wouldn't want to go so far as to say that people are bad. I mean, I think there is good. But I also wouldn't want to say, yeah, we've got everything figured out, we're in a utopia. Like, I do think things are a lot better than they were. I mean, you even cited, like, just luxuries that we have now that they didn't have, the Romans. But at least in terms of when I think about the way that these things play out, sometimes it feels like we're dealing with the same things, like it's just cyclical. you know? And that's what scares me. I guess that's why I brought that up, because that has real implications for how we live and like how we approach it. I don't know if that's fair, but
Sure, it's fair. Yeah.
Because and I am fascinated of like how America would be looked at from a historical perspective if like it really was this glorious melting pot of people that got along, or if like there were all of this instability of people trying to take over the government. And I don't know, just as an idea.
Yeah, I got you. So, I didn't mention this. 876 words on the story today.
Yeah,
You did
said
mention
that
it.
already.
I
Yeah,
did.
yeah.
Mention it. Did I mention it earlier?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
No,
Anyway.
it's cool though. Yeah, is that how much you usually write, or you said you don't write that much usually?
No, I'm slower than a turtle at writing, but now I'm seeing this world coming to life, you know, and I've got the best friend character introduced, and you know, he invited. Well, the origin story of how they became friends is absolutely beautiful, you know, and sentimental to me, and. Yeah, I'm populating this little world in this story with all the characters I'll need for these people to bounce off each other and, you know, make the story go all the way to the end. You know,
Nice.
they're all going to interact with Judd and Esper, and you know, some will make it and some might not. It's I love these tapestries of, you know, these characters that are constantly being juggled and bounced around, you know, in odd combinations. That's why I loved Avengers Infinity War so much. You know, you got the Black Panther, Thor, and the Guardians of the Galaxy all, you know, shaking hands and kicking ass. I love it when characters that are unlikely to cross paths do. And so I'm trying to make that happen in this story too along the way. And I want Esper to be like the sweetest, most hardcore chick that I have ever, you know, heard of. You know,
Yeah, nice.
Even though she's a robot, you know. So
yeah, that's really cool.
I want him to deal with. I want when he finally discovers it. I want him to question. You know, could I look past it if we just ran away together? Could I see past the robot? You know, circuitry. If she started breaking down, would I steal parts for her? You know, like goofy questions presented in a serious format, right? Huh?
Would you describe this book as being science fiction then?
Well, you know, according to Harlan Ellison, God rest his soul, he said that most science fiction is science fantasy.
Okay.
Because science fiction is supposed to be backed by real science, and then, you know, and taken to a speculative degree, right?
Yeah.
And he would use examples of it like Eternity Road by Jack McDevitt.
Okay.
Let's see, the Mars novels by Kim something.
I think of Arthur C. Clarke.
Yes, Arthur C. Clarke.
Asimov.
I would think what you were in love with what?
Oh, I just mentioned Asimov as well.
Asimov, of course, yeah. That was those were the approved people on Harlan Ellison's list. And also Andrei Condrescu, who wrote something about a horse with a chip in its shoulder or something. I don't know. But and I think he said that Alan Dean Foster would qualify as science fantasy, and possibly Robert Heinlein too.
Yeah, I heard Robert Heinlein was pretty actually hard science fiction.
I don't know if Harlan Ellison saw it that way, and I'm kind of stuck. I'm kind of stuck on how you gain Harlan Ellison's approval. Like I've always been kind of stuck on his standards because he enforces them so strictly, or he did while he was alive. You know?
Yeah.
Am I rambling?
No.
Okay.
Nope. It's interesting. Well, I was especially interested in the context of science fiction because, like, I'm wondering what the appeal for you is of science fiction. Is it like this exploration of like? I'm just curious. Yeah.
I'm actually not a huge fan of science fiction.
Oh, okay.
I just felt like I could write this story about a robot metal singer
I mean, there's no reason why that would have to be hard science fiction. I guess that's kind of your point.
So this, maybe it's more science fantasy, or this one, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But I'm really intrigued by the question that he'll have to ask himself and search out. You know, would I be willing to steal parts for her to keep her alive, or to keep her functioning? You know, I think that's the goofiest thought that could enter someone's head, and yet he's dead serious in pondering it, because that's his situation in his world. You know, I love that, man, and fiction can do that. Fiction can present the goofiest shit in the most serious way if you work at it hard enough, you know?
Yeah. Where did you initially get the idea?
I don't know. Maybe it was like subconsciously from looking at Five Nights at Freddy's playthroughs, maybe, and listening to a song by The Agonist. That girl who sings for Arch Enemy now, you know?
Oh, yeah.
I guess if I had to quantify the inspiration for Esper, I guess, it would be a cross between that chick from The Agonist and Five Nights at Freddy's mixed together. Boom, you got a metal singer robot, and she's hot as fuck, you know?
Yeah.
So who popped back in? Is it our girl? All right. Hey, babe, how you doing?
Hey. I'm kind of on the end of my battery.
Oh no. Is this goodbye? It's goodbye. I did have one more question for her though.
What was your question?
Is it goodbye? Is it goodbye, Ann?
Yeah, I'm probably going to have to tell you goodbye till next time.
Okay.
I'd like to be able to promise that next time I will be in some kind. What's that?
Well, I just had one question. Yeah, you're not going to Me Too me for bringing up the face sitting thing, are you? Are you going to Me Too me for bringing up the face sitting?
No,
okay. So you're telling me there's a chance?
No.
Hang on. No, wait. I want absolute silence here. So you're telling me there's a chance? I'm sorry.
Wait.
Have a good.
That I'll Me Too you, or that I'll sit on your face? I'm confused.
Well, hopefully the second. But I'm sorry. All right. Have a good night. We really appreciate you coming back. You know.
I appreciate you having me. It's always fun, and like I said, I'd like to be able to promise that next time I will be sitting comfortably in a house, not fading in and out. But you never know.
All right. Well, yeah. If you'll send me the manuscript, you know, I'm obviously I'll keep it, you know, under wraps. But I'm curious to read the full thing, because I'm halfway through part 1, which has been around for how many years now, and I'm ready to read the whole thing. And let us know when you put it up so we can promote it, you know?
Alrighty. Thank you so much.
Well, have a good night, and I hope you're going to be our new co-host.
I hope so, too. And like I said, hopefully this is the last time I will be broadcasting from my phone in the middle of nowhere.
Do what you got to do. Thank you. Have a great night.
Have a good night, Ann.
You too. Good night.
Exit stage left.
Whoops. Yeah, how do I even... Okay, now I can't get it to turn off.
Now it won't kick you out. Now you're stuck. Come on, I gotta make my inappropriate comment.
Say it to her face.
It's gonna have less impact if you wait too long. Come on.
Go ahead and say your comment.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Now she's stuck. Can't get out. Anyway.
Yeah, go ahead and say your comment.
No, not until she leaves.
She did leave.
No, she's still there.
Oh, that's only because StreamYard is a piece of shit.
I know. I pay a lot of money into this piece of shit, though. It's a shame. We got 8 hours, secured for my money, man, guys. So that's a good thing. I don't have to record it. All right, she's totally gonna sit on my face.
Nah, she has a hubby in
I know, yeah.
future hubby in France.
And I'm sorry. I'm glad that you're the type of girl who can take this gallows humor, locker room talk. Thank you for coming, and you're awesome. One awesome chick. Esper could even be modeled off her, but she's not. So, wow, I've got to say, the ambient experiment was fascinating. I took 2, and I've never taken them before, but I conquered it. I didn't go to sleep. I almost did, but I fought it. Wide awake. I'm wide awake and making no sense, but it's still wide awake. Phoenix, you've been quiet for a few minutes. What's going on, man?
I'm just listening. Yeah, I was kind of sad that Ann had to go, but I get it.
Do you have to go soon too? Because you said you usually like to turn in early.
Are you really going to be talking for 8 hours?
No. We have before, but that was.
I think we should get lost in the freaking multiverse.
Well, hang on. We may.
You told me
I was just going to say. I was just going to say I can't stay up for 8 hours.
No,
but I can stay up for a little bit.
Oh, you can stay in the multiverse for 8 hours.
I got to remember how I did it. I've got to remember how I pulled it off, Zach. I don't remember how I did it.
Oh, it was freaking beautiful.
It was. It was perfect.
I mean, it was so it was really weird because I went back and watched it, and I didn't have the same feeling that I had while it was going on. It really I don't know what it was. I was just freaking into it, and it's I've never freaking done drugs or anything, so I don't know.
I was high when we first went into the multiverse, so I was starting to get the fear in me.
Yeah, Kevin Strange was too. I mean, not that he was high, but he's like, yeah, there's something weird about it.
How do I do it?
You should just freaking click on. I mean, I think that's how you did. You just freaking went wild.
Huh.
And I was also playing music that I don't think y'all heard.
I don't remember how I did it. I swear.
I don't think it can be recreated. I really don't. It was just
sure
a special freaking.
No, sure it can.
But it'd get weird because we could hear other conversations from before, and we thought that they were present, and then there would be things overlapping that, and then people would be mimicking but doing it slightly off, and it was just freaking. It was amazing.
I don't think it can be recreated.
Yeah, I don't think it could be recreated.
Oh, I didn't mention this. 876 words on the story today.
There was also a big thing with this big hand thing. It was a giant glove, walking around, right?
No, it's cool though. Yeah, is that how much you usually write? Or do you think you don't write that much?
No, I haven't written that much in years.
Wait a second, that's freaking.
Am I talking to the recording?
I don't know.
It's what it sounds like.
Hey, bring up the old multiverse video and play it.
Wow.
It'll be this multiverse building on that multiverse. And every time we go back, it'll be freaking 3 multiverses all in one. Or, I mean, a new one added to the layer.
Bounce off each other and
Is this? Are we getting closer?
It's close. Bring up the old multiverse video, the one that had Gregory on it. Can you not find it?
these tapestries, these characters that.
What in the world? What was that? That was us entering the multiverse. It had to be. I've never heard that before. I didn't make that. What's going on, Ben?
I don't know.
I think he's freaking out again.
Zach, I think
I'm not high.
Zach, I think we're getting closer.
Yeah, just keep adding stuff.
Yeah, nice. Even though she's a robot. That was us entering the multiverse.
Yeah, that's really cool.
What was the video with the hand?
He finally discovers it. I want him to question, could I look past we just ran?
Hey, look, there's Ken Amy there.
Could I see? Where's the weird music coming from? The Pop Goes the Weasel music. Where's that coming from? What is happening? Goofy questions presented in a serious format.
You need to have more stuff going on.
I know, but how?
Describe this book as being science
You
fiction.
did it before. You were able to look up like multiple videos, and there was like a big tunnel full of videos.
I know.
You don't remember how to get the tunnel?
No.
Can you try?
That sounded like an alien.
I'm curious to read the full thing because I'm halfway.
Yeah, it's like a video within a video.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this was like there was a tunnel full of videos.
Yeah, I know. It's supposed to go back.
And you could hear each one of them.
Jeez. Man.
I've got to remember how I pulled it off. So I don't remember how I did it.
Yeah, I know you don't remember. You got to figure it out.
I think you got to full size it for it to really work.
Oh.
Wait, how do you know, Ben?
Because I know everything. I am all seeing, all
Yeah,
knowing.
it's getting closer.
I was high when we first went to the multiverse, and I was starting to get the earth.
Yeah, Kevin Strange was too. I mean, not that you. Hey, my voice is weird.
Where's the weird music coming from? Where's that coming from?
Everything. I am all
What is
seeing.
that? What is that? What is that?
I think you have a synthesizer and you're playing it.
Dang.
Bring up the old video, the original multiverse, and like link it in here, and it'll be like another layer.
Oh, okay, yeah. Good idea.
And then like each time we go, there's going to be that same one from before plus the other one, and it'll be multiple multiverses within.
Whoa, you're right. Yeah, we got to do it. Okay. Let's see.
Because you took it, you made it its own video. I know that.
Yeah, I know.
Is this the yeah?
Yeah, I know you. You're right. Yeah, we got to
Yeah.
We got to full size it. Because I know everything. I am all seeing, all knowing.
There's Gregor. There's Gregor. Lost in the
There's
multiverse.
the freaking oh, it's $1.
Yeah, hey, Strange. What's up, Strange? Strange, somebody said that we weren't friends anymore. Were you aware of that? I was.
Wait a second, that one wasn't from that video.
What?
Yes, $1, not a freaking hand.
You want me to put the link in the chat?
The link in the chat, I remember.
You want me to put the link in the chat, right?
Yeah.
This is so weird.
Did you put the link in the chat?
I don't even know like what's recording and what the heck.
We need more music. I want to get some.
Here we go.
I don't know what's real anymore.
Here in the welcome to the multiverse.
Are you starting to get the fear in you?
Yes. Yes, please stop.
Now keep it going for as long as it can go. I need this.
There's no end to infinity. I think we're gonna be here forever.
Nah, yeah, we are. We're making the fun times on the Quiet Place permanent. That's what we're doing. We're escaping time and like carving out the niche in like a fabric of like.
And we like literally don't know where the videos will lead.
I know.
We don't know where the music's coming from. Do you think StreamYard knew what it was doing?
I think something's going on with the
You already
volume.
said that.
Hey, did you put the link in the chat?
Yes. Please stop.
Jeremy, did you put the link in the chat?
Jeremy's lost in the multiverse.
That's what I was totally going to say. He disappeared.
I'll put a link in the chat. I'll put a very good link in the chat.
Is this like deja vu? We just experienced the same thing again?
No, I was hoping it would be better, but we have to perfect it because the first time it was like organic. We're trying to recapture something and it's not.
Yeah.
There's a missing element.
This is so weird.
Yeah, I can't believe I thought that was a hand, but it was $1.
You want to go to the link in the chat?
Yeah, the link in the chat.
You're gonna crash your computer.
You said that before too.
Yeah, I think you are going to. Whoa, that's freaking amazing, that tunnel. Why are the other videos not playing, though? It seems like it's only that one in the center.
I'm gonna have an existential crisis.
Was that freaking new or old?
It's Ben from the future.
It's a dragon.
Wait, no, this is Ben from the future.
It's a dragon. It won't go any farther. Okay.
No, that's the thing. This is Ben from the future. Maybe we were. Oh my God, we're back in the past. This is beautiful. I miss that old background.
You just play the video that Zach put in the chat.
Wait, did you say that before?
You seriously get lost. You get a very surreal moment. Freaking roller coaster. It was amazing. It was like a thing dark around.
Is this
Wow. Yeah, is this real?
No, it's just fantasy.
Science fantasy?
Yeah.
Look how far this one's gone. You said that before too.
Yeah.
Hey, there's freaking Ken Amy again. Why are the other videos not playing though?
Bring up
Yeah,
the
that's pretty
video
cool.
that
Goodbye.
bring up the video that Zach put in the chat.
Yeah, we are.
Look at that dang thing.
Yeah. My microphone just tried to attack me. My microphone just tried to attack me.
What's that song? Oh my God.
We don't know where the music's coming from.
Play multiple songs on top of multiple songs, including the one I put in the chat.
I don't even know where that music's coming from.
was doing
that quite the fact.
Yeah, the multiverse has to have good music. Look at all the freaking different mouths. Is that material?
I have no idea where that music's coming from. It wasn't in any of these videos.
It sounds a little bit like Pink Floyd and some of their older music.
It was Ben the whole time.
Oh, thank God. I thought I was going crazy. Good one.
This whole
Not bad.
time.
Is your third eye open, Phoenix?
I could not figure out.
I don't
where
think
that
so.
music was coming.
Hey,
I feel like I have like delirium and I have a headache.
I think we should do it again.
Do it again.
What?
Yeah, like that.
No. That's too much vertigo for me.
Let's look at in this week and Pizzagate turns out to be real. Milwaukee police are either running or protecting a child sex ring in Milwaukee. Did you read about that?
Wait, what?
Child sex slave in Milwaukee. Is that what you said?
Yeah, and apparently the police are either running it or protecting it.
Holy
Dang.
shit.
You should look that up. It's pretty fucked up.
So she's
Dang.
not the only one,
She?
right? I don't know whoever it is. They're not the only one, huh?
What, in Milwaukee?
Yeah, if you said that they were running these human trafficking, right?
Let's talk about
Apparently.
Huh?
What? Who is she that you're referring to?
I thought he said something about human trafficking with police.
Yeah.
Who's the she in that?
I don't know. I'm guessing it's a girl, right?
Well, there were like two girls
Why is that
missing.
so weird? Huh?
There were two girls missing, and they were seen going into this house, and police prevented people from going in and started getting people to come out with their faces covered into a van, and then the place ended up being set on fire.
Oh no.
That's the thing. Franklin credit union type stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Johnny Gosh. That is the most baffling case. You ever heard about it, Phoenix?
No.
This little boy who delivered newspapers early in the morning. One day he goes on his bike without his dad to deliver papers and doesn't come home, doesn't show up, to school or home. And the sheriff of the town drags his feet on the investigation and actually says, this kid is a damned runaway. We're wasting our resources. So she keeps going to other cops and hiring a private detective, anything she can, the mother, in order to keep the trail hot for his kidnapper. Years later, and much stress and grief, and agony later, she receives a brown envelope in the mail with pictures of boys, including one that looked like Johnny, bound and gagged.
That screwed up.
It is.
Yeah.
It is so. Oh God, I feel dirty even saying it. But she claims that she met Johnny as an adult because, according to her, he is Jeff Gannon, a former White House reporter during the Bush administration's 8-year run.
Was that real?
Yeah, totally real.
Wait, so she met the kid as an adult? Her kid as an adult?
He said, according to her, he said, "Mom, I can't stay because they'll kill me. You know, I have to be someone else, basically, and I can't I can't keep in contact regularly. You know."
Yeah.
Here he is. Here's Jeff. There he is, right here.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Now here, look at Johnny Gosh.
Where is the music coming from?
I think we're back in the multiverse.
Coming from
Yeah, so is the music not intentional? That's me.
Wake up feeling like I won't play right. I used to know, but now that shit don't
What has
feel
invaded our
right.
show? What is this?
I think you broke it, Jeremy.
What the hell is this?
I think this is the person from the next, like in the future, the next multiverse strip.
Okay, look. You've seen.
You made a llama wait for someone.
All right, there you
You made a heart fall
Okay,
like
fuck
that
it.
to no right. I wish that I could make this mine.
That was miserable.
That was beautiful.
I know that wasn't you singing, Ben. Who was it?
It was Zachary's dad.
No, it wasn't.
It was his dad.
Was it Zach?
Carl Weezer, the one.
Was it really? Was it
Carl
really?
Weezer is his dad.
It was really your dad singing that.
No, that was Carl Weezer.
Who's Carl Weezer?
Zach's gay dad.
Anybody listen to these obscure '90s bands like Archers of Loaf or Super Chunk? Did anybody actually buy those records?
I've listened to Super Chunk before.
How are they?
It's pretty good if you like indie rock.
I wrote a book called Indie Rock Cabin. So
Yeah.
I do like indie rock.
What kind? What are we talking about? Like Modest Mouse or
Like the Magnetic Fields.
I like Car Seat Headrest. I actually have a soundtrack for it. Will you put that up on here for me, Jeremy?
what is it?
The soundtrack playlist I'm going to have for Indie Rock Cabin.
Where do I look for it? What is it?
I'll have to send it to you as like a Word file. It's got the title,
Okay, well,
artist. and then
I'll
the
play it
link.
next. I'll play it next time then.
Yeah. Oh no, you don't have to play it. It's just like
Oh.
I want it to be up there for like if people read the book, they can see that there's like a soundtrack to it.
Okay.
Because that's one thing I've always loved is freaking soundtracks that have like tons of different bands and stuff.
Yeah,
Are you
but
familiar with the blog Large Heart Boy?
No, what's it?
you can't write competently to the rhythm of the music. The music will dictate how you're, when you're excited, and it seems like it would be a distraction, a diversion.
Not really. The music kind of just like puts me in a hyper emotional mode, so that's how the story comes out. I don't think. I mean, the music kind of plays a part to it, but that's kind of why you curate it, in my opinion.
Hey, Jeremy.
Yes.
It is getting a little bit later, so I should probably get going soon.
Bummer. Okay, Phoenix. Well,
Yeah. Are you all going to be on for like 8 hours?
No.
Probably
no,
not.
No,
Okay.
not really.
I'm
We
up
used
for it.
We used to, but I don't think we're up for that, anymore.
Okay.
For a while. But we'll be on.
I'm up
We
for
might
it.
be on another hour or two, and probably not though. We'll probably wrap up pretty soon, but
Okay.
we may go for another hour or two if you want to, but not 8 hours. No, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna crash when I hit the bed. It's gonna be crashing so hard, it isn't even funny.
Because of Ambien.
Yes.
Ambien knocked you unconscious.
Oh man, I gotta get more.
Ambien is so effective.
Gotta catch them all.
I was going to say, though, yeah, so a couple of things. One, thanks for having me on again. I really enjoy it. I enjoy talking about different things. And I was going to say, like, sometimes there's, like, no opportunity to, like, talk about, like, really interesting things or intellectual things or, a variety of things. So it's nice to be able to talk about some of that stuff here.
Right on.
So, because I kind of feel like podcasts are a great way of talking about a lot of different things.
Yeah.
So, especially with different people, because you get different perspectives. And I've enjoyed talking with Anne as well and people that have been on. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, you two
So-
had an interesting dynamic. to
Yeah.
this whole deal.
Well, at first it was kind of random, huh? It just kind of happened, but then there was a connection.
Yeah. That's not to say I don't miss Gregor and wish he would come back, but you know, you guys are going to have your own vibe, and you'll contribute to the show in your own way, you and Ann, and we're very appreciative, you know, of however much involvement you want to have in this.
Yeah.
In the quiet place. But
what's your vision for the quiet place, Jeremy? Like, what do you imagine? Is it like a podcast no one's seen before?
let me answer that next time when I'm a little more clear-headed.
Okay. Just don't forget.
Okay.
The ideal, if you want what the ideal podcast is, just listen to Calm Down.
I know that these guys, you know, they secretly dream of us getting monetized and us splitting the money, you know, 3 ways or 4 ways or whatever.
And I secretly dream of owning a bungalow that's completely paid for, and all I have to do is write and sell a meager amount of books to carve out a living.
But I know you guys want us to get monetized, and I'm not saying it'll never happen, but I've only got 81 subscribers. So, hey, if you hear this and you don't absolutely hate my guts, or you hate my guts, but you like Ben or Phoenix or Zach, you know, hit the like button and subscribe. How hard is it?
Everyone likes me, I think.
I hate to pitch myself like a common YouTuber peasant, but there it is.
Yeah, subscribe and hit that like button. Smash that motherfucking like button.
Smash that like button, you beautiful bastards.
If we get 50,000 likes on this, Zach will suck his dad's dick.
Stop it. He may have heard that. God.
Well, I guess this was good timing. Kevin wants to be on, so.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, he just sent a comment.
I don't see it.
In the live comments.
Oh, okay.
I like it's just a little bit up in the chat.
Okay,
Kevin.
there he is. Awesome. All right, I thought he was working late. Okay.
But I was gonna say I was actually wondering about Kevin Strange too, because I hadn't seen him in a couple weeks.
What is happening?
What do you mean? What's happening?
Oh, I thought that was freaking Kevin, but then I heard Phoenix's voice, and I realized that was a live thing, not the avatar for the.
Well, no. Now I want to stay on because Kevin's coming on.
Yeah. You do? Really?
Well, I can't, but no, I'll be listening later tonight though. Yeah, Kevin's a cool guy. It's nice to see him here.
All right. Well, thank
you.
I hope you get some rest, buddy.
Yeah, thank you. I'll see you around.
Text me the name of that podcast again, Phoenix.
What was that?
Something we had talked about. I think where you heard about closing of the American Mind.
That was. You wanted me to link you or put in the private chat?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, because I don't mind saying it out loud for everyone anyway who's interested in it. So it's basically the Partially Examined Life. So just look up that podcast. Okay. You can probably find them on Apple. I use the app on my iPad. And then you can type in Closing of the American Mind and it should come up, or Alan Bloom.
You might find looking for more philosophically minded podcasts.
Yeah, you would probably like that one. Actually, what's really cool about that one is how deep they go. Sometimes they go too deep, which like isn't bad, but it's hard to follow sometimes. Not that it's technical, but they really do talk about things that are really interesting, but that I don't know a lot of people like would always be interested in. Mm-hmm. So yeah, just so you're aware.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. See ya.
Later, buddy.
Yep. Take it easy.
Hopefully see you next week.
All right. Sounds good.
See ya.
Okay. All right, Strange. You are allowed to talk about whatever. Again, sorry about a few weeks ago. You know.
Wait. What are we sorry about? I didn't know there was anything to be sorry
about raging and raising my voice and all that. You know.
We've resolved that 3 or 4 times, buddy.
I don't remember that if we did, but
we resolved it on the phone at least twice, and on the show at least once.
I don't remember, but I remember you saying nobody's going to tell me how to talk, when I said kind of cut that subject matter out for a while as like a favor or whatever. And I can see that point, I wouldn't blame you for not wanting to come on, but yeah, it's, I can always mute or step out if you do want to bring that subject up. I'm just saying there are people who say that it was being talked about way too much when they wanted to hear us talk about other things, books and authors. And
I think I know who it was.
I know you know who it was, but it was someone else too.
Your
Now,
pops.
the other person,
There was more than one.
it wasn't a person.
But anyway, the
was
point
your
is,
dad.
The demon within you.
the point is, I'm sorry for the hostility. You know what? I think it was misdirected, and it was actually frustration with the other thing going on. I really think that was what was influencing it, and so.
Let me address that. Let me address that in several parts. Part number one: the only reason I haven't been around for the last few weeks is because
I know
my job opened back up to full time again after the COVID crisis. So I'm only just now getting home, and you guys have been wrapping the show up long before now in recent weeks. So there hasn't even been an opportunity for me to be on, even if I wanted to.
And that's true. Yeah.
So that's the first thing. So there's no hostility or animosity there, as I've said both live on the show when we were yelling at each other and on the phone, at least on 2 occasions.
Well, see, some random stranger I don't even know commented on one of the videos and said, now that Jeremy's not friends with Strange, he's going to buddy up to Zach like they're watching their story, a soap opera,
which we talked about on the phone and we resolved at least 2 weeks ago. So I don't know why we're.
No. I mean, the point is,
that Garrett?
They think, it was that guy, whoever he is. I've never met him. I've never talked to him. I don't know who he is, but he said that.
Well, do you think it's like that one meme? Friendship ended with Kevin Strange. Now Zachary Magaha, best friend.
Is that a meme?
We haven't seen that meme.
My last name right.
I've always pronounced it right.
That's
Magaha.
Magaha.
Yeah,
Magaha.
I think Jeremy actually did it the best right there.
You should capitalize the H, so it's M. It's capital M, lowercase c, capital G, lowercase a, capital H, lowercase a.
More like Magaha.
That's what they did at my freaking commencement, and it's not right.
Now,
Strange.
Your fucking priest is calling you gay.
Strange.
Yeah.
Guess how many words today on Esper?
How many?
876.
It's a good day. I'd call it a good day. I try to get 1,000. When I write fiction, when I write comic book screenplays, they're so short. I mean, the writing process is one of the easiest parts.
And you're sure you didn't just type the word sex 876 times, right?
No, but I sure am proud of it.
Then let me address the before we get into that subject. Let me finish. Let me just close out your introduction to me here, saying that you can mute yourself if I want to talk about a subject that 2 people said that they have heard enough of. I'm going to talk. When I say I'm going to talk about whatever I'm going to talk about, again, from my perspective, the only reason I haven't been around is because I started having to work later.
Yeah.
You don't ever have to have me. I'm going to talk about whatever I'm going to talk about.
That's what I'm saying.
If you have a problem with some of the things that I talk about, don't have me on.
Or I can just stay in the background. I'm fine with that.
It's your show.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
It's ridiculous to ask someone to come on the show and then go away because you don't like the subject matter that they want to talk about. Like
no.
That's part of my
chill in the background and let it happen the way it needs to.
That subject matter has become part of my spiritual journey and who I am as a person. And if that's not compatible,
it's not for me.
Your show, then you don't have to have me on. That's the thing. Just consider that part of who I am because I feel that strongly about it.
Well, I mean, I do accept that as part of you. I just don't accept it as part of me. You know what I mean?
I don't expect you to.
Surely you have something else to
There are,
talk about.
there are literally 0 other guests that you give a caveat. Come on my show, but don't talk about that thing I don't like. It's just me.
But I'm saying you can talk about it. It may alienate some listeners, like it has before, but
You mean 2 out of our 50?
You don't think you alienate listeners whenever you turn on video games?
What listeners?
You don't think you alienate video games when you turn on video?
Playthroughs are popular.
You don't think you alienate viewers when you turn on stink-based videos? You do it because it's your show.
Hey,
you
that's
do whatever
different.
you want. You don't
That's
care.
different.
You don't care about. No. You don't care about alienating listeners. You care. You care about putting on a show you want to put on, and that doesn't include talking about the spiritual consequences of art.
Those other things you mentioned,
and that's fine. And again, that's fine. You can cut off any subjects you want to, and I'm not here to stop you or correct you or chastise you for your opinions about that subject. But it's part of who I am.
Okay, it's not part of me though. Do you have anything else to talk about?
Stink-based videos aren't part of who I am.
Well, that's just like a joke deal, though, man. That's all that is. It's funny because it's disgusting and get it
all
away.
I hear are excuses for you to do what you want to do, but tell me not to do what I want to do.
I don't know, man. You scrutinize things in like I don't know.
There can't be more of a one-to-one comparison than saying you have a subject that you like to bring up and nobody questions you, and I have a subject that I like to bring up.
I feel like there's this challenge right now that doesn't need to be there. I don't understand. I let you on and said, hey, you talk about whatever you want, and now you're trying to turn it into this weird thing. I don't know. So.
Because I'm the only person that you've ever asked to be on your show and then had a caveat. By the way, asterisks, I don't like that subject you want to talk about. That's part of who I am. It's going to be part of every conversation I have publicly from here on out.
I just won't be a part of it if you come on. That's all. I don't mind you coming
on. Don't have me on. That's that. But instead of being passive aggressive about it,
it's not passive aggressive.
Just say, Kevin, I don't want you. I don't want you in your spiritual journey to be part of my show.
It's not. Hang on.
Pause it.
Hey. It's not passive aggressive. It's the Christian way to back up and let other people do their business. It's a peaceful gesture. That's all it is.
I hope the people listening are just like fucked up. Okay, I hope they're just like staring at their screens, like drooling out of both sides of their mouths. I hope that.
To me, it does.
I hope that they have shit their pants. Just let release their bowels in their pants. And I hope they were watching this with someone who has since wandered off. I just hope that if you're listening to this, you are fucked up.
Okay,
this is the 4th time. Hang on, let me get this out. This will be the 4th time, Jeremy, that I've said nothing you do or say is going to hurt our friendship from my side. So I don't care if you say I don't want you to be a part of my show in your current, spiritual journey. I won't be upset with you.
I'm not saying that.
I won't be upset with you even a little bit. I'll say thank you for being direct. And
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that passive aggressively. I'm not hitting at it. I'm saying come on, 100% free speech. I just don't. I'm not into that one thing, but it doesn't mean I'll stop you from talking about it. That's all.
I think the last time we talked on the phone, I told you, it's not a big deal. I have my own platform.
Yeah.
That I can talk about whatever I want to talk about. And you have your own platform, and you can talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Right. Can't we talk about something else while you're here? I mean, are
sure.
there going on in your life? Like I had one question. You said that this current book that you're working on is your last one in the Strange House universe or the Extreme Horror universe, and you're going to start over with a kind of biblical slant to things, or at least a more wholesome, riding with the same robots and dragons and demons and whatnot, but more wholesome.
It's complicated.
Oh.
It's complicated. I want to move away from the sexually graphic, pornographic, extreme horror that I've been doing for 15 years because I think that it's limiting my spiritual journey. I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not going to unpublish any of it. I'm not going to shy away from it or pretend I didn't do it. But I feel like I have more meaningful art to put into the. I think first of all, I think that the way I tell these extreme, sexually graphic and horrifically violent stories is about as wholesome and morally positive as you could possibly do them. Like, I don't write hateful stuff. My stuff is set in a universe of good and evil where good usually prevails over evil and bad people are punished for their bad deeds and good people are rewarded for their good deeds. But I feel like the message gets lost there. I feel like I can touch a different audience if I back off of the extreme stuff, because the extreme stuff alienates about 98% of any possible readership I could have, which leaves about 2% of weirdos, which I love. Those weirdos have been with me for 15 years. And I love them, and I did it on purpose. I've been doing this way on purpose for 15 years. Plus, it's like almost 16, 17 years now. But I feel like those I could touch some of those, even if I just add 2% more, even if I just add 2% more of a readership that I can touch in a
inappropriate manner.
I mean, it's always in an inappropriate manner. It's always inappropriate. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Like I said, it's more complicated than just I'm not going to do that anymore.
You said that you were still going to do the monsters and robots and all this other stuff, but not like extreme horror, gaping assholes and vaginas with teeth and all this other stuff.
That kind of material, which I love to do, and I've been doing it for years and years and years, and I'm not ashamed of it. It just only reaches a very, very small audience on purpose. On purpose. Like that's the audience that I've been cultivating forever. And those people are wonderful. I meet them at conventions. We talk online. They pop up in my show chats and send me emails, and they get it. They get it and they love it. They love the fact that I build this like morally strong universe inside of this degenerate, art. And it's fun and unique. I don't think the only other guy I even know of that's even talked like this is John Waters. John Waters always talked about having the difference between good bad taste and bad taste. Movies that he would talk about, like shocking movies that were meant to hurt people, and shocking movies that were meant to not necessarily help people, but shocking movies that were more meant to cause maybe mild mischief as opposed to actually create psychological trauma. And I've always been like, that was my inspiration for getting involved in the extreme horror genre to begin with, was to create this like morally positive message inside of this chaotic, degenerate, porno world, because it makes no sense. I thought that the juxtaposition of strong morality and horrific degeneracy was a neat thing to do, and I still think it's a neat thing to do, and I don't think very many people do it. And
I think too many people get lost into indulgence, and that's one thing I can't do. I mean, I've watched a ton of extreme horror, but I mean, I'll be upfront, after converting, I don't have a taste for it, and I watch it and kind of physically get angry at it. And I also realized that there was a certain aspect of myself that when I really indulged in that type of art form, I did it simply because it was edgy, and it was a way to like almost sort of similar to like how Jeremy says about the librarian thing, as in, no, not beat my chest, but like, okay, if I'm going to be a denizen of the arts, I need to take it all in.
Well, not to beat your chest.
I agree with that, though. Yeah, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm staying. Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't agree with that. I mean, I believe
I don't agree with real life animal cruelty in a movie, of course, but it's there, it exists, and so I observe.
But is it worthy of existing?
It doesn't matter. It exists, so I observe it and I document it in my mind. That's it. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's bad to observe it, of course.
I know, I know,
but I don't believe, like, I'm very comfortable with saying pieces of art not should be burned in a censorship type way,
but they should be burned in censorship.
No, but it would be like the world would probably be better if they had never existed. Maybe not. It might be neutral, but
you know what? The world would be better off if it hadn't existed. Genghis Khan.
Yes, I agree with that.
Caligula.
Well, we probably wouldn't be here without Genghis Khan. Aren't we all like 4% Genghis Khan DNA?
I don't know. Is that true?
I mean, he sired a ridiculous amount of children.
Sargon
over 1,000, right? Didn't he have over 1,000 illegitimate children?
The world would be better
Something
without
like that.
Sargon of Akkad and chastity belts.
Yeah, I agree with that. Get rid of Carl, that idiot.
And the world would be better off that King Leo and who else? Stalin and I mean, that's what the world would be better off. Not some silly.
If we're all just going to make cancel lists, then
not some silly extreme horror movie. Dictator.
No, I'm not saying that it hurts people.
Do you
it literally has zero value.
Jeremy, do you think the world would be better off without Nazi propaganda films, or are those just movies?
I mean, on one hand, that might not be the case because Lenny Riefenstahl was actually a pioneer in regards to cinematography.
I know
That's
it's
also
awkward.
true of Birth of a Nation.
I know it's awkward that I took so long.
That's the point. The point is we all have a list of things that we would be willing to cancel, and we have a list of things that we'd be willing to die for to make sure they don't get canceled. And it's different for everybody. It's subjective.
I think we should cancel Jeremy.
I think Jeremy 3.0 is
I already been canceled before. I got back. I fought back and I got to where I am now, which is actually, they love to listen to me and hate on me, and we have genuine proof because they pop up in the chat, they pop into the room here and talk. I mean, they legitimately, I've seen in their Discords and their Reddit threads where they talk about me. And so I am staying in their minds, rent free, So, and there's always the chance of an olive branch if they acknowledge their own mistakes and shortcomings, but they won't. So
I think it's hilarious that
it's pretty much impossible.
I think it's hilarious that 2014 they were arguing that it was all right to cancel the Confederate flag, and we were all crazy if we said that was a slippery slope that was going to lead to the cancellation of anything else that liberals found offensive. Oh no, you're crazy! You're crazy.
Now, white Jesus statue needs to be.
Fast forward 6 years, and Jesus is canceled. All TV shows are canceled that have ever done anything even remotely.
It's crazy. They're coming for everyone and everything, and they need to be snuffed out.
I don't know what.
Not as in murdered, but humiliated, taken down a notch.
We're going to take out the enemy, metaphorically speaking.
Yeah.
The enemy needs destroyed completely.
The weird thing is like all this thing cancel culture seems to inadvertently be aimed at both European history and Christianity. It's like they're not going to go take down a statue of some group who did something bad if that group's not white. They're only going to do it.
All groups have done bad things. It's just specifically white Europeans got to go. We got to go.
And then it freaking branches from there to like the Jesus statue. And it's the movie.
Jesus is canceled. I mean, Jesus is canceled. At this point, Christians are going to have to do something because Jesus is officially black, and the American and Western culture from now on is going to create a visage of black Jesus, and the Christian faith is going to have to figure that out. And I'm dying to see, because you guys saw that the Chick-fil-A CEO said that whites need to shine the shoes of black men, didn't you? I mean, completely capitulated to Black Lives Matter.
I wouldn't have thought he would have.
He did. He completely fell on his face.
The washing of your feet thing, that sounds disgusting and humiliating, but Jesus actually did it for prostitutes, and maybe he's like a hardcore New Testament,
but that gets misinterpreted. Jesus didn't hang out with the worst of the worst and condone their behavior. He hung out with the worst of the worst to turn them away from their horrible behavior.
Yeah, but he did wash their feet, though. He did wash their feet, though.
For what purpose? To make sure they have clean feet, or to turn them away from their bad deeds? Because the thing about the left is they don't think their deeds are bad.
Wait. Are you saying that he did not wash the prostitute's feet? He did.
No, you didn't listen to me.
Okay.
How could you interpret what I said as he didn't wash their feet? Did you guys hear that?
Like it.
Zach, did you hear that from me?
No, I don't think Jeremy understands. It's supposed to be kind of like in a way, kind of like a humility thing. It's like, yeah, he's not.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Yeah, he's not
I'm aware of that. So why is he asking why he did it then?
For the purpose of turning them away from their bad deeds, to show them, I'm like you can get better. The left don't consider their deeds bad. They believe all of their deeds are virtuous and pious. They believe,
hey, dude, here's some gold bond if you'll turn away from your sins. I mean,
yeah, I mean that's basically what it was. I wouldn't mind powdering some balls if they would.
I think it was a social gesture of compassion to show, hey, I'm with you, okay. And then the preaching and the attempt to turn them from their past was a different discussion. That's what I mean. That seems pretty obvious and pretty common sense to me. So.
I don't know why the two are. I mean, okay,
yeah.
It's the same thing.
I'm still trying to understand. Well, I mean, I'm still trying to understand what is the next Kevin Strange project going to look like, since you're abandoning the whole, aesthetic of gaping assholes and
Like I said, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be horror, comedy, action, sci-fi, adventure. But it's not going to have vulgarity and nudity and graphic sex.
No blood.
There'll be some blood. It's not. I mean, blood isn't anything that's.
Yeah, but what is the first story you're going to do look like?
It looks exactly the same, except they don't have sex. They don't cuss at each other.
No, but what are you working on to get this going? This new direction, huh?
I mean, I've got stuff in the works. I'm not gonna announce it till it's. I mean, I'm still working on Cockhammer. I'm not gonna announce what I'm gonna do after Cockhammer until Cockhammer's done, and I'm promoting.
So that is your swan song with extreme horror, right?
More or less. I mean, I don't want to be the Undertaker here and retire 5 times, but I do want to go. I do want to take take a turn in a different direction, see how it makes me feel emotionally and spiritually and creatively. And I want to see what the reaction is from the public. Probably be pretty poor. Usually people that come from a background of mine that turn toward a more spiritual path are basically just ridiculed and written off, which I'm willing to accept. I've already been ridiculed and written off once, so it doesn't. It's not like it's a new. It ain't my first rodeo.
Oh, it's like that freaking meme, the Jack Sparrow. I may be the worst pirate you've ever heard of, but you have heard of me type thing.
Right. So it's just I'm putting all my effort, genuine effort, into Cockhammer Lives, my graphic novel that I'm working on right now. I've got about 115 pages inked out of 140. Then I letter it, color it, and then put it out sometime this year. And, it's going to get, balls to the wall promotion from me, just like anything else. And I love it. I think it's a great companion to my 2009 feature film, Cockhammer. This is a graphic novel sequel. And I think it works great. I think they work great together. As I watch the film and then read the comic book to see what happens next, it sends the characters off in really fulfilling directions, the ones who make it through. And I think it's a good place to put a period and try, to move in like I said, a different creative direction that might be more spiritually fulfilling for me. And it might not be. We'll just have to see where the wind takes me. You know me, I've changed. I change up all the time. I don't stick to one thing. From films to, novels to comic books and games. It's just my creative process is ever evolving, and this is something that I've thought strongly about for several years. And what's interesting is the theme of that next book. The theme of it is to move forward, you must go backward. And I feel like going backward and visiting the Hack Movies universe from the film, making these comic book adaptations of my Hack Movies film universe from all that, decade plus ago. I needed to go backwards to that, and I needed to touch familiar ground and learn the art form of graphic novels in order to move forward past that. I needed to go backwards to go forwards, which is going to be the theme of the next book.
Okay.
I have looked at some of the stuff. It is pretty cool.
What do you mean?
You told me about it. I like the idea.
Oh, the next project? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's evolving. It's still. I don't even have the script finished yet. It's still changing, but it's the heart of it is really solid. I think it's a really cool story of. And again, I don't want to get too much into it because I'm talking about a project that isn't even started yet. But it's got a good heart to it, which all my stuff does. If you read my stuff, it's usually got a pretty solid moral center. If you can get past the dicks and the extreme violence and the vulgar language, which most people don't. Most people don't look past that, surface extreme stuff, which is another reason I get frustrated. I've gotten frustrated a lot over the years. I had this one fan of mine that told me that his parents took him to counseling after they caught him watching Cockhammer. He still lived with them at the time. And they were convinced that it was a satanic film because of the opening scene. Cockhammer and Wolfram, they kill and dismember a hooker in a satanic ritual, cannibalistic satanic ritual. And that's as far as they got. And they thought that it was a satanic movie. And it always frustrated me because, in the film Cockhammer, the main character, Norman Cockhammer, he is a sorcerer who tries to use, black magic and human sacrifice and cannibalism in order to gain demonic powers, and it all backfires on him at the end. So to me, it was a moral tale, warning and guarding against, demon worship. And yet, since all they saw was the crazy, over the top, extreme gore demon worship portion of the movie, that's what the movie gets labeled. And I feel like it's, the actual message often in my stuff gets lost under the bells and whistles.
Okay. Sorry, it's getting late. I'm kind of pausing a little bit, but no, I'm hearing you, and it's good that you're still going to tell far out stories about weird, stuff.
Oh yeah, that's not changing.
It can be done without all the excess.
Yeah, I mean that's not changing at all. In fact, I've got a license. I feel like I have something to prove. Like it's got to be weird and it's got to be cool and it's got to hold people's attention because they're going to be looking for it to be preachy, and it ain't going to be preachy. It's going to be weird. I'm not
so much worried about you making that switch, but if Edward Lee suddenly decided he was going to do it, I think his career would be over.
Yeah, well. I mean, my career's been over several times, so I don't really care.
I've read the stories where Edward Lee tried to get philosophical, and they're fucking bad.
What is his philosophy?
It's like Christian existentialism. Have you ever read Mr. Torso?
Wait a minute. Wait. Edward Lee is a Christian?
Believe it or not.
Yeah, a Christian as existentialist. So,
guys, I wonder if we could get him on here.
That'd be worth trying. Have you ever read Mr. Torso?
No.
That story is fucking bad, and for some reason, it was nominated for a Stoker.
He's not politically connected to any of these people. We could probably get him on, right?
Probably. I don't know.
I don't know how to get a hold of him.
No, don't do it, dude. Those guys are bad.
I mean, Jeff Burke is his editor. You're saying he's not connected to him. He's directly connected to him.
Yeah, but he's his own man, right? He doesn't listen to a little 30-year-old with dreadlocks or whatever and punk badges on his
vampire goblin.
Huh?
Why does that dude need an editor? He could easily self-publish and make a killing.
Edward Lee desperately needs an editor. Have you read the stuff that came out from Deadite? It's like the editing was 0, and they're full of like terrible typos.
That's hard to believe.
Because Jeff Burke is not a good editor. I'm telling you, Jeff Burke is not a good editor. I read a proof of Shatner Quake where there were mistakes that third graders should have picked up on. And I don't say that to insult Jeff. I'm just saying editing is not his expertise. He may write a cool story every once in a while that's somewhat amusing, but Jeff is not a good editor. And honestly, now I'm starting to think that he used us and this show to prop up Chandler Morrison, and he never intended to come on. That's my conclusion. I don't know what he's afraid of. I don't know what he thinks the worst thing that can happen is I raise my voice, and I wasn't even going to do that unless he provoked me. I
tried to talk to him one-on-one too, and just
these people are like, these people are so afraid of getting on the show, and I don't know, what are they afraid of us?
Well, listen to how much we yell at each other.
Yeah, they're worried about yelling at them. How is yelling going to traumatize them?
I don't know. It does traumatize some people. Some people are intimidated by it, can't handle it. I don't care. I told you for years, Jeremy, you yell at me as much as you want to. You're not going to bother me.
Oh, yes, I will.
And I've stayed true to that. How many times have we got into screaming matches, Jeremy, and it does not bother me? You think you get all freaked out by it. It doesn't bother you. What's that, Ben?
I was going to say, let's change the subject. So Joel Schumacher recently passed away.
I really liked Batman Forever.
I think the Batman movies are easily his worst movies.
No, Batman Forever was perfect.
That wasn't very good.
It was.
No,
Riddler and Two-Face even had their own girls. It was awesome.
I mean, especially compared to the Tim Burton Batman movies. But it's not entirely Joel Schumacher's fault. It's just like, okay, Batman Returns didn't sell any toys, so they hired Joel Schumacher and tell him, make sure that this shit sells toys.
Dude,
and that's what he made.
Batman, I finally saw the Joker, and I freaking loved it.
Yes.
It's a really good movie.
Yeah, I was blown away. I loved it.
So look, Batman Forever was perfect. Even had the part where the Riddler is playing with that automated guy with a Flaming Lips song playing in the background.
That was corny.
Great stuff from the 90s. The Riddler was Jim Carrey owned that role. Tommy Lee Jones was Tommy Lee Jones was terrible as Two-Face, but terrible in a memorable way. Batman Forever was perfect. It delved more into the psyche of Batman and why and how it affected his personal life. And
I don't know if I'd go that far.
Chase Meridian as the therapist who tries to psychoanalyze him and get past all his defenses. Batman Forever was awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty corny.
Val Kilmer was a good Batman. I'm telling you.
He was.
I like all those Batman movies, but the one criticism recently that I've heard that I actually semi-agreed with about those films, because those films, Batman and Robin and Batman Forever, they're purposely made to be campy, a campy throwback to the 1960s, Adam West Batman. And I loved that. That they started airing that again on. Obviously, it was made before I was born. They started airing it again on Nickelodeon right around the time the Tim Burton 1989, Michael Keaton Batman came out. And so not only was I a fan of the movie, obviously I saw Batman 89 in the theater when it came out when I was a little kid, but I started watching the campy comedy TV show around the same time, and I loved it. And then Batman the Animated Series came out in like 94, 95, 96. And that was amazing. And it was like these different tones were taken with the material. And then the campy Batman Forever and Batman and Robin came out, and they changed the tone away from the Tim Burton dark Batman back to the campy Batman. And it just made me realize how versatile the character Batman can be. He works in almost any tone, any setting, any time period. And I think the reason that Batman works so well and as such a versatile character is because on its face, it's ridiculous. The idea of Batman is stupid. So if you can come in the front door of a guy wearing a bat costume because his parents died and he wants to beat up bad guys, then you can pretty much accept that in any tone, any time period, any genre. I mean, I've seen Batman tackled in just about every genre, and it works. If the writing's good, it works every time.
Hey, were those Batman versus Alien comics good? I always wanted to read those.
I had Batman versus Predator. That was about 94, I think. They did a Batman versus Predator crossover that was really good.
Yeah, Darkseid zapped him with the Omega Beam and sent him back through time to live through various incarnations where he would fight dinosaurs and pirates and et cetera, you know.
Is that how they connected the Elseworlds to the main Batman story?
I don't know, but apparently he left a bat suit in prehistoric times for his descendant to wear something. I don't know. It got
Look,
really.
it's a bat costume. I'll wear this.
Yeah.
No, but the legitimate criticism that I heard recently was that Jack Nicholson's The Joker was so powerful of a character that every director after that had every actor play every Batman villain like they were the Joker. So the Penguin from Batman Returns is just the Joker that looks like the Penguin. And Tommy Lee Jones isn't playing Two-Face as much as he's playing the Joker that looks like Two-Face. And the Riddler isn't Jim Carrey playing the Riddler as much as he's playing.
The Riddler in that is basically just imitating the Riddler in the Adam West series, who for some reason was crazier than the Joker.
Dude, Jim Carrey owned that role. I'm telling you, Jim Carrey owned that role. It was great.
Nah, I don't think the Riddler works like that.
I like.
Yeah,
I think they did I think Uma Thurman did a great job as Poison Ivy. I think that even Arnold Schwarzenegger did a great job as stupid ass.
See, I think that movie
he was at least funny.
I think that movie was out of control. Way too much.
Well, yeah, it was, but I liked it. I mean,
I hated the dude who played Batman in that one. Was the
George Clooney.
He was so arrogant.
George Clooney was the worst Batman ever.
That was bad.
I think that he makes a great Bruce Wayne though. Like the thing about the Batman actors is usually they'll nail one or the other. They'll be a great Christian Bale plays a great Batman, but he's a horrible, absolutely horrible Bruce Wayne. And
but you think he'd given his role as Patrick Bateman, he'd at least do okay in that.
Yeah, that he would have brought something like that to it, but he's just goofy. Like he just doesn't get it. And even Michael Keaton was probably the most grounded between the two. He was because what you have to do, Batman is the real person. Bruce Wayne is the mask. And I think Michael Keaton did the best job so far of when he's Bruce Wayne, that's the act. And he's always Batman behind those eyes. And he's pretending to be
Batman behind those eyes. That's a freaking quote.
Yeah.
You guys know what I mean by that, though?
I mean, ultimately, I think Kevin Conroy is the best Batman / Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Who's the new guy going to be? Robert Pattinson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's a pretty good actor, so I'm actually
a great actor, but I don't know that he's going to be a good Batman. We'll just have to see.
I mean, I've heard people say he was good in Cosmopolis, and so he'll probably be at least a good Bruce Wayne.
He's great in Cosmopolis, and many other movies, but there's one in particular. If you question whether or not he's moved past his Twilight vampire role, there's this movie
Lighthouse.
No, not Lighthouse. Well, go ahead and watch that too. But there's this movie called Good Times, and it's done by the directors of the recent Adam Sandler movie Uncut Gems. And he plays a. Are you guys familiar with Uncut Gems?
No.
I haven't seen it yet, but I know the idea behind it.
Never.
Yeah, they make these like high octane, adrenaline fused, like really just crazy like dramas that are like they just ratchet the anxiety up from one scene to the next to the next to the next. They have these horrible, despicable characters that are just lying, cheating, and stealing their way from one scene to the next, and it's like they're digging themselves deeper into their own grave as the movie progresses, and you're just like, how could they get out of this? And then from scene to scene to scene. Well, before they did Uncut Gems with Adam Sandler, they did a movie called Good Times with Robert Pattinson, and he plays a guy that has like a mildly retarded brother, and he and the brother try to rob a bank. and get caught. But the retarded brother gets caught, but he doesn't. So he comes up with this scheme to break his brother out of jail. And it just gets crazier and crazier and crazier as the movie goes on. And you won't even see Robert Pattinson in the role. You'll just see the character. He completely falls into the character. He very similar to the way Edward Norton does most of his roles, where Edward Norton as a person just sort of disappears behind the character. Like if you watch Edward Norton in American History X, that's not Edward Norton. That's a completely different dude.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out. I've still been meaning to watch Uncut Gems.
Well, I think they're both on Netflix now. I think they just put Uncut Gems on Netflix a couple of weeks ago. But Good Times has been on Netflix for a while.
Yeah, I have this weird thing with Netflix where it's just like I'll stare at what's available and then I'll just go watch The Twilight Zone.
Yeah, I know. It's too much on there.
Hey, Kevin, I don't know how much reading you're doing these days, but I'm recommending this to everybody I see. It's like these connected short stories about these people called ghosters, who they're like a more complex version of Ghostbusters, where they're able to determine different types of ghosts, from flesh ghost, fear ghost, trauma ghost, house ghost, and each chapter is a different story of them dealing with these different ghosts in these stories. Like one, there's a woman, this guy's dead wife in a bottle of milk, and she haunts his house that way. It's just really weird stuff. And there's another one where an old farmer, collects ghosts in these big bottles, like and sells them like apple butter. And one of them is a signee of the Declaration of Independence, which he wants like a lot of money for. It's really weird, man. And then there's another story where they have to exorcise this guy's demons, which are in his wrong impressions of people he disagreed with throughout his life. And they have to be channeled through a horse that they bring into the living room and kill in a ritual. Really weird stuff.
That does sound weird, but that's what I was going to ask. I was going to ask, does it go into a lot of details about the actual ghost busting techniques?
Yeah, and this is like a more up to speed, hipper Ghostbusters. They're like they travel they're always on the road, meeting different people with strange cases, fairly nomadic, and they interact with each other and cross each other's paths within the stories. And I love that interconnectedness that builds up the universe. It's world building,
Yeah, that's what I like about something like Hellboy or Hellblazer. Is not only do they fight demons and monsters, but it goes like there's lore behind the actual techniques of the exorcism or the getting rid of the monsters. There's lots of different little religious trinkets and rituals and things that they have to do to expel the evil. I always liked that stuff.
Yeah, that troll that they had to go into the marketplace with in Hellboy, right?
Yeah.
You remember? Am I remembering that right?
Yeah, I probably. I don't remember.
But
I'm Hellboy out there.
I'm recommending Ghosters by Ralph Robert Moore to everyone who will listen. And I don't know how much you're doing these days, but it's awesome. Seriously.
That's cool. Yeah, I just bought a book today. I watched a flick the other day called Jungle from 2017. It's got Daniel Radcliffe, Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Daniel Radcliffe, and it's he gets lost in the Amazon rainforest and has to survive. And it turns out it's based on a true story. This dude named, I think his name is Yanni. He gets lost out there. It was like 1981. He got lost in the rainforest and had to try to survive out there. And he wrote like a memoir of it in the late 80s. And it just only recently got turned into a movie. But I bought the memoir. I watched the movie. The movie was great. I bought the memoir because it's going to go into a ton more detail. So that's what I started reading today. Was I think his name is Yanni. Yossi Ginsburg.
I never saw Swiss Army Man, which was about something similar, right?
Swiss Army Man. Daniel Radcliffe plays a dead body.
Yeah, is that as good as it sounds though?
I haven't watched it. It's a real high concept, goofy, and I'm sure it's great. But
I'm sure the John Skip crowd loves it, right?
I don't know. It's something I'll have to be in the mood for. I love Daniel Radcliffe, though. I think he's done a great job of distancing himself from the Harry Potter role. He's taken roles in Horns, Joe Hill's Horns.
Right.
Have you seen Guns Akimbo? I've been curious about that one.
Oh, I forgot about that. That movie looks amazing.
It's pretty cool. It's kind of goofy, but it's pretty cool. I watched it when it came out.
It's like that famous picture of him in pajamas and like big slippers with the guns nailed in his head.
Man, that movie looked so hardcore. Yeah, the guns are nailed into his hands. So he can't.
He's taken on all these roles that are basically like the roles themselves are so crazy that you can't even make comparisons to Harry Potter, which I think is really smart from a career. You know, if he wants a long career in film, I think he's already blown away that role as Harry Potter. Because there's some people like what's his name, Luke Skywalker, who basically had to turn to voice acting to get any work because he was so
Mark Hamill.
Yeah, Mark Hamill. He was so typecast as Luke Skywalker. And same thing happened to Linda Blair with The Exorcist. She never got any legit work after The Exorcist. It was just the role was too iconic, and nobody would hire her for anything else. She did some like softcore porno stuff. But
I know she was in a sort of exploitation-y movie called Street Savage or something like that.
That's what I mean. She did like a bunch of like softcore porn, like exploitation stuff, but she never got a serious role after that. And it's a shame because, I mean, she's a really good actress in The Exorcist. But yeah, Daniel Radcliffe managed to avoid all that.
I do know that one of like the first roles he took after, I think, the Harry Potter movie was on the stage in the play Equus. And if you know anything about the play Equus, it's basically about a boy who's speaking to a psychologist because he blinded a bunch of horses, and throughout the play we find out he has this weird sort of sexual and spiritual fixation on horses. Very, very far removed from Harry Potter.
Doesn't he fuck a horse in the play at one point?
Not literally, no.
I know he did take he did one of his first roles after that too was that horror movie, The Lady in Black, I think.
Oh, heck, he was in that?
I'm pretty sure he was the main character, yeah.
Oh, heck, I didn't know that.
But yeah, he did a great job of getting away from it because a lot of people don't. A lot of people can't escape it. Think about that. He played Harry Potter in 8 movies over 10 years plus. And, it was movies seen by billions. And he was able to kind of shimmy his way out of it. The chick that played Hermione did too. She's an insufferable feminist, but she's I don't know if she doesn't really get a lot of roles. She's just kind of famous for being famous now. She's famous for being an insufferable feminist now. And I'm not really sure how many roles she gets, but I don't think anybody else, any of those other kids, because they had a lot of British character actors in Harry Potter that obviously had a ton of work before and have had work since, but those kids didn't really make it through. I don't think any of those kids what was the movie that the kid that played the fucking blonde kid, Draco Malfoy? He was in a movie right after that. I can't think of what it was, but I haven't seen him around it since.
Harry Potter's a thing I never kept up with or watched. I mean, for some reason I've just always avoided it. I may eventually get into it, but
the books and the movies? Yeah.
Now, what's the whole thing with J.K. Rowling right now that everyone's going crazy about?
She, doesn't want to be. She's one of these things called a TERF. She's a traditional feminist who believes that male to female trans people are they're men that are sort of taking the place of women. They're sort of pushing women out of their. Women want to be equal with men, and then we have these men that call themselves women that want to put themselves in front of women on the oppression hierarchy, and the traditional feminists get mad about that. And that's just, that they're kind of like a little weird like subculture of feminists that not a lot of people pay attention to. But then J.K. Rowling kind of put them on a world scale when she started. It started off as like retweets or likes, but eventually she just started saying the shit herself. She eventually started talking on Twitter herself about, and J.K. Rowling's an insufferable leftist, climate change weirdo, and all that.
And also for a long time, people criticized her, or at least some people criticized her, for having a very specific tarot set that was like her background on Twitter, and it was, I believe, a tarot set designed by freaking Aleister Crowley of all people.
Wouldn't surprise me, but now she's got the trans people, the trans community all up in arms because she doesn't refer to male to female trans women as women. She refers to them as men. So that's what they're all mad about.
Yeah. So do you like the Harry Potter stuff?
Yeah, I read all the books when I was younger, when they were coming out, and I enjoyed them a lot. I thought that they had great characterization, and the transition from whimsical like children's fantasy books, which was kind of the first book and the second book, and then to kind of darker, broody teenage stuff, to all out like wizard war in the final couple of books. I thought that transition from child to adult was really well done. It's an epic story, and it really does make those characters feel alive.
Sorry, what did I miss? What about
Harry Potter?
We were talking about how you're controlled by demons.
Well, what was the epic story about, though?
We're talking about Harry Potter.
Okay.
Have you read the Harry Potter books, Jeremy?
No.
Guess I'm not. Ben, have you read the Harry Potter books?
I read like the first one when I was a kid and never got really past that.
Who would have thought Kevin Strange would be the only person that's read Harry Potter in this?
I tried to read the Wheel of Time series by Robert Jordan. It was too tedious, and I've read every sort of truth book by Terry Goodkind to date, and every Game of Thrones book by George R.R. Martin. That's my fantasy experience reading so far.
No Chronicles of Narnia.
No, but I guess I should. I've also read Lord of the Rings cover to cover, every one of them. I felt that the Fellowship of the Ring dragged a lot to me. I think Peter Jackson brought that world to life better than Tolkien ever did, and I'll get heat for that. But it made more sense to me when Peter Jackson brought it to visual.
It's easy to do a cover song better than the original, right? It's hard to do an original.
Yeah, I guess so.
Tolkien laid the groundwork just because somebody came along 100 years later.
Yeah, but Tolkien was tedious with his delivery. That's what always bugged me.
He's not. I'm just saying that everything that's great about Lord of the Rings was already there.
Yeah.
I would actually disagree in the...
I know, of course you will, Zach. Of course you will, yeah.
I would disagree with Psycho because of how freaking horribly Robert Bloch screwed it up after the first book, and how amazingly Hollywood was able to keep that series going into the freaking gigantic TV show later.
There's a series. Have you guys ever seen the movie Quarantine? It's a found footage zombie.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Rec? REC?
Oh, love it.
Isn't that the original version of it?
That's the Latin American version of it. Well, the Latin American version has 3 sequels: Rec 2, Rec 3, Rec 4. Rec 1 and 2 are fucking fantastic. And where Quarantine did a sequel, and they veered away from where Rec took the second movie, and they made a horrible fucking sequel to
somebody in a donut suit. It was really bad, yeah.
But Quarantine 2, Rec 2, have you guys seen Rec 2?
Yeah,
they send the priest in there, and the priest is fucking shooting motherfuckers with a sawed-off shotgun while he's praying to them.
Yeah.
That movie's fucking hardcore. I thought, and because Rec 2 picks up like literally the second that Rec 1 ends and just expands, because the first one is a zombie movie and the second one is a demon movie, but it doesn't even take a second to breathe, and it turns from zombie to demon, zombies to demons. It's so well done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and she gets that stuff put in her mouth by one of the bigger ones. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, of course you remember that part.
Of course you remember that, Jeremy.
Huh?
So of course you remember that part.
Can't say without spoiling it though.
I was agreeing with
I'm curious. I want to know.
Then watch it.
Then
You don't want me to spoil it.
That's better. Yeah. You don't need to spoil.
Did anyone?
We're slowly breaking you from that habit. It's kind of freaking awesome to behold.
kind of awesome. I've also been listening to the audiobook of The Never Ending Story. You guys have seen, at least Jeremy and Ben. I've
seen the movie. Seen the movie.
Yeah, I've seen the movie, but I haven't read the book yet.
Yeah, so the book, it's my understanding is the book is, so the movie, The Never Ending Story, my understanding is it's only about half of the book. And then Never Ending Story 2, which most people never saw, has Jack Black in it, is the second half of the book. It's not a good movie. So I'm curious, because right now the book is beat for beat exact. Like I just got past the part where Atreyu dies in the
Swamps of Sadness.
Swamps of Sadness, and then what's his name? Atreyu goes to talk to the giant turtle woman. What is her name? Morgan. What is?
Yeah, Morana.
I don't remember. But anyway, it's pretty much a beat for beat from the movie up to that point. So I'm kind of curious how it resolves the first movie and then goes into the second movie, and whether the book is going to be stronger than that Jack Black movie.
I forgot there was a Never Ending Story too.
Very forgettable.
Yeah.
Nothing like the magic of the first one.
Mm-mm.
So actually, I own the novel, but I decided that I was going to do the audiobook instead because it's really easy for me to drive around at night and listen to audiobooks. I have a lot of time to kill in that respect, and it's so instead of taking up my time during the day when I could be drawing or writing by reading, I can do audiobooks at night and still get my reading in.
Right.
Have you read the?
I wrote more today though than I have in years.
It's good.
I mean, I brought it to life, man. It's going in an actual solid direction. It's it's becoming an actual story.
See if you can do 2,000 words tomorrow.
Okay.
2,000's tough, but it can be done.
I mean, I'm not confident I can, but I'll try.
I'm going to always brag that I did 15 in one day.
It's a lot.
15,000?
Yeah.
You kind of got, it's like a muscle. You just got to work it out and grow it and you'll get there. I mean, because all you're doing is you're just increasing the amount of concentration you have. Mm-hmm. You know, we start off, if we're inundated with social media all day, you know, we have tiny attention spans. So we'll sit down and try to write, and our attention is just getting yanked and yanked and yanked. But as we apply discipline to our attention span, we can concentrate longer and longer and longer. And if you just, if you go from writing for 5 minutes to writing for 10 minutes to writing for 20 to writing for 30, you can basically write for, I've done it. I've written from the time I've woke up until the time I've gone to sleep, with my phone off, no connection to the internet, no distractions. You can train yourself to write literally your entire waking experience.
Thing is, it seems like it'd be really easy for you, Jeremy, because you don't do any type of social media, and you don't really have that many like connections with people like other than like your dad and it doesn't seem like you'd have anything else taking up your time.
Well, I do though. Reading takes up a huge portion of my time, and also family stuff, but and cat stuff, and reading is like number 2 or 3 on the list. Yeah, so.
The whole point is setting aside special days where you don't do any of that. You just write.
Maybe. I'm liking where this is going though. Hopefully. Yeah. I see. The thing is, I think I built up all of it too much to mean more than it actually does. It's another thing. I tried to talk about. No, I disagree there. I think talking about it can be healthy and encouraging, but to hype it up to be something, romanticizing it is a different story.
Are you talking about the act of writing or the story?
Act of writing, standing back and saying, "Hey, look at me, I'm special," because
Sure. You can do that with anything. You can do that with anything. You can
put a lot of that into it in a way it didn't belong, and I never realized it.
No, well, I've never understood that about you, Jeremy, because you literally thought Harlan Ellison was so cool. You wrote him a letter, and he wrote you one back telling you exactly what to do, and you ignored it. But Harlan Ellison made a point to go to bookstores and say, I'm going to write whatever you tell me to write, because writing is a job like any other job. There's nothing special about it. There's nothing precious about it. It's just a utility like any other job or profession. And people would throw these random things that he had to put in the story, and then he would sit there and type for 8 hours and put each page up in the shop window for people that were gawking at him while he was writing to read the entire story that he would write over 8 hours. So considering that guy a mentor and then being precious about writing is those two things are not compatible. How could you see the guy who thinks that writing is just as precious as taking a shit as your mentor and then think writing is super precious?
I don't know. There's no way I was ever going to move out of Tennessee when he tried to suggest that. I mean,
is that all you're going to fixate on? You're going to fixate on one thing he said?
Well, I mean, you're talking about him being a mentor. I mean, I'm not moving out of Tennessee. I'm going to die here, and I want to. I love Tennessee. Seriously,
it doesn't really matter these days.
I don't know what Tennessee.
When I went to Oregon,
wait.
When I went to Oregon, I missed Tennessee so bad. It's like I got homesick so bad.
This is where we get into it, Jeremy, because you go off on these non sequiturs, where I'm talking about a very specific subject.
You're talking about the letter, and
writing as a utility, as opposed to treating it like it's some precious, artistic snobbery.
And then
you're talking about Tennessee.
Well, yeah, I agree that you shouldn't romanticize it. That was my problem for years. Yeah.
Can you close us out with a Dolly Parton song?
No, absolutely not. No, I've already got music.
Absolutely.
What does Dolly Parton have to do with it? What does Dolly Parton have to do with it?
She's got big fucking titties.
I seriously want to know what is
She's
Dolly
got
Parton?
big fucking titties. That's all you need to know.
What would anything she sings have to do with what we do here?
What's the 9 to 5 song?
9 to 5.
Yeah.
No, not happening.
Not wrong.
That's a freaking.
It's good though. It's good.
It's a great song.
Did you say that, Ben?
What?
The 9 to 5.
It's a great song. Yeah.
It's a great song.
Ben,
If you don't think it is, the problem is with you, not with me.
Ben, how are you enjoying anarchist America? Is this your wet dream?
Oh, gross.
Is this everything you hoped for? We have no police. We have no religion.
I
no
wish.
structure. Do you run around outside at night screaming racist at random white people?
No.
Because you can sure get away with it. There's nobody going to stop you.
Apparently, you haven't been outside, at least here.
Oh, so you're saying the police are active? Police are active there?
For a week, they were way more active.
You know what I love about Iowa?
What?
Slipknot.
That's a good record.
That's our mark on the cultural landscape, Slipknot, which isn't a bad one, to be honest.
The guys have gotten even heavier, which is amazing.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. Well, no. Listen, there are a few songs on the new album that absolutely are heavier than anything they've done before.
I don't know about that.
Orphan. Listen to Orphan.
There may be breakdowns that are really, really heavy, but Corey has made it a point for the last decade to make sure his shitty poppy singy voice gets on every Slipknot song. He used to reserve that for Stone Sour, that he would just scream like a crazy person on Slipknot. Then they turned Slipknot into like this hybrid mainstream poppy death metal band. And it's
I'm not
just
going to deny that.
Corey,
Listen to Orphan and listen to Solway Firth and tell me they don't still have it, because they do.
Corey Taylor was in that absolutely horrible Nostalgia Critic Wall review, so that's a stain on him.
Well, a review of what?
The Wall, Pink Floyd's The Wall.
Oh, what do you
And they do like a fucking parody of the Wall songs, and it sounds like absolute shit. And it has no focus. You'd have to go watch it to see how fucking bad it is. And I actually like the Nostalgia Critic.
What does he say about the Wall, Corey?
That's good. I mean, Corey doesn't say anything. He's just like the actor. He's like the stand-in for what's his name? I think his name's Pink in the movie. The main guy.
Okay, y'all don't like that movie, do you?
What, The Wall? No, that's a great movie.
No.
I mean, I like Dark Side of the Moon as an album better, but The Wall is pretty good.
It's all right, but I couldn't watch it again all the way through, I don't think.
I could barely watch it all the way through the first time. Like, it was hard.
The animation at the end, though, I liked it. But I don't know if I had have the attention span to watch it again today. No.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty great movie.
Yeah.
I like it as an album. I like Dark Side of the Moon better, but it's the
Money
music's still great.
Money, yeah. Us and Them.
Time. I think that's my favorite Pink Floyd song.
Really, I think Us and Them is my favorite. Beautiful.
Are you guys familiar with this performance artist, a musician hybrid thing called Poppy?
Yeah.
No.
Ben, you know who Poppy is?
Yeah, she's like does weird YouTube videos and music.
Yeah, she's like a experimental art musician thing. Kind of like a Zoomer version of Lady Gaga, but toned down in one respect and blown out of proportion in another respect. But she really takes the idea of like the Illuminati, occult, like symbolism of like what all like pop music is accused of having, and then Poppy deliberately uses it to be provocative in her stuff, like daring the internet to try to unlock the Illuminati secrets symbolism of her stuff. But it's like she's like a meta byproduct of that YouTube culture. She's really cool. But the reason that it reminded me of her is because she came out with a new album recently, and she collaborated. So she's just this young little blonde thing that does like vapid pop music on purpose, but like as an artistic expression. But she got with these death metal guys, and they did a death metal album with Poppy, and it is some of the most bizarre music.
Really?
Because it goes from her like bubblegum pop music to their psychotic death metal breakdowns and back and forth, and the transitions are actually really clever how they get back and forth from bubblegum pop to death metal. It's really cool.
Is it maybe this is maybe that's not a good example because they never really went full bubblegum pop, but kind of like Mr. Bungle?
It is.
Oh my god, dude! Don't freaking dog on California.
It's similar to Mr. Bungle, but more extreme, hard.
It's almost like Mr. Bungle if Peeping Tom was in there as well.
You can't really say Mr. Bungle or even Peeping Tom went for any kind of bubblegum pop because it's all Mike Patton. He like all those sounds are like within him, and it's just like another mode of expression for him. It's like you can't really say it's like a selling out type.
I mean, well, Peeping Tom was like sort of self-conscious about like being like a pop pastiche.
Yeah. And I would say that California was too.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Mike Patton is pretty self-aware when he does that kind of thing.
Well, Poppy goes to both extremes, I think, more than Mr. Bungle ever did. Way more.
Oh,
The bubblegum pop is like the most bubblegum pop you'll ever hear. The death metal is pretty hardcore, like black metal, death metal, all in the same song. And again, like her aesthetic is she's this little blonde thing that's supposed to resemble any random top 40, pop girl, and then the death metal guys are like covered in blood, swinging their long hair around, playing their instruments. It's pretty funny.
I'm trying to think of what they called that, but there was like this kind of short-lived movement in Britain that where they intentionally had like these PC music. That's what it was called. It was the sort of intentionally very bubbly and vapid pop music, and they even like did self-conscious things. Like one of the singers, their first music video was also for an advertisement for an energy drink they made, like basically acting like big time pop stars, even though they only have one song on SoundCloud.
I think we should start a bubblegum pop band.
Yeah, we can do that. I actually think that would be pretty fun.
I'm starting to fade, guys.
That should be the name of our first album.
What I'm starting to fade. Yeah. Seriously.
Yeah, seriously.
Is there anything else we need to talk about before we wrap it up?
No, wrap it up, brother.
I want to plug my blog though.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, indierockdinosaur.wordpress.com. I think Jeremy put it in the thingy.
Yeah. Yep.
It's basically just my new freaking place where I keep like all the information about my books, because I've had so many like go out of print and stuff, and they still show up. And so I just want to put like everything like all together. And then I also put links to the shows and stuff on here all in one place, and just basically catalog everything that I've freaking done.
Okay.
And I'm wanting to sell, I'm going to start selling signed copies of books on there. I have 2 copies left of Soothing the Savage Swamp Beast signed, and 1 copy of Hospitalized Factory of Pain, which is the last copy that will ever be sold of that book.
Soothing the Savage Swamp Beast is out of print now?
No. Hospitalized Factory of Pain.
Okay. For some reason, I thought you said that Hospitalized Factory of Pain was out of print. I guess.
Yeah, it is.
I'm fading to, apparently.
Yeah. But no, I've got 2 copies of Swamp Beast, which is still in print, but I have 2 signed ones.
Have you thought about like putting together like a limited edition of those 3 books that you put out through Burning Bulb? And name it like Gaha, the early years.
Books, but I just don't want them out there.
You really don't like them that much?
I did when I wrote them, and I would say that story-wise, I do like them. And actually, story-wise, I thought they were pretty cool, especially, I mean, I'm not like talking myself up, but like looking back at that, thinking that I did it as a teenager, they were good. But it's just the writing. My writing style, I mean, it was not honed, and I botched it in that respect. But I'm just, even though I have copies of those, I probably won't sell them or give them to anyone because they're too bad.
Well, okay. For me, I have my poetry book, Dr. Sodom and Mrs. Gomorrah, coming out on July 10th. You can pre-order the Kindle version if you go on Amazon. And yeah, that's about it for me.
Strange. What are you promoting?
You can buy the brand new pot-bellied vampire goblin T-shirt featuring the likeness of one Jeff Burke on my website, kevinthestrange.com. You can get the shirt. I believe the shirt's $20 on Teespring, but the link is on kevinthestrange.com. You can also buy all of the Hack movies, 7 feature films of extreme horror comedy. Those are available on my website. You can get, I think I've written about 18 books, those fiction books. Those are all available on the website. They're all on Amazon, but the links are all for each individual book are all on My website, those include the bestseller fan favorites like Beetle Brain, the Texas Chainsaw Mantis, Murder Stories for Your Brain Piece, Robom Apocalypse, Computer Face, many more besides that.
Are you
And,
ever gonna put She Was Only a Clown out?
I hope so. I hope so. My plan was after I finished Cockhammer Lives, the graphic novel, which I'll be wrapping up on here probably around August, that I was going to go hot and heavy into editing and then releasing She Was Only a Clown in paperback and on Kindle, but I don't know. It deserves to be out, but it's a book that's just as full of pornographic sex and violence and craziness as all the rest of my stuff, and I'm trying to move away from that. So it's funny that I've been ready to move away from this kind of storytelling for about 2 years, and it just seems to I keep making more and more excuses not to cut it off and move in that new direction. I think I just need to pull the Band-Aid off and just go. Otherwise, I never will.
Yank it off and pull all the hairs and stuff off. Oh yeah, I also wanted to mention very, 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 very soon the paperback of Indie Rock Cabin will be out. Literally, it's just up to Amazon when they make it live. So maybe within the next day or two, Indie Rock Cabin paperback will be out.
There it is.
All right. You can hear me in my interview over at Bazong with Frank Edler, and we talked about the joy of books that I celebrate every day, and some other business with people who don't like me buying their books. I guess I don't know. Authors
We haven't talked since you did that interview, Jeremy.
Authors that hate me for liking books. I guess what. That's a real thing now. Authors who hate me for liking books. Anyway, what were you saying, Strange?
I said we haven't talked since you did that interview. How did that go? Was it a good time?
Oh, you didn't listen?
I didn't even know it was out.
Okay. Yeah, I did. Actually, it wasn't really, rocking the boat so much. It's just plain raw honesty. And we did talk about some things I've never talked about before, but it was a lot of it was about, like my weird reading process, books that I will, push on anybody, and how I abandoned my writing, out of shame for how authors conduct themselves these days with their nosy knitting circle campaigns of getting people banned, canceled, divorced, erased. It's evil. It's more evil than the charges they level at the people themselves. My throat is very dry. I feel like I'm already asleep as I say this. And,
He's going out.
I apologize if I've goaded you too much this episode, Jeremy.
But man, I'll tell you what, I'm so jazzed about that story, though. I feel like I could read like the last few paragraphs and be satisfied to share them with somebody. What do you think?
Of course.
You don't think I
I'm not
should?
going to let you read them to me. I'll leave.
You don't think I
I'm
should?
gonna read the book when it's finished.
Why don't you think I
You'll
should?
never read me an excerpt of that book.
I'm proud of him. I'm proud of him.
Good. Finish it. Show it to me when you're done.
Yeah, but why can't I read it now?
Because I don't. I
We
won't.
don't want to hear it.
Because you've never finished a book in your life. Don't act like you have.
I'm not acting like I have.
So that's why. The
But I'm
guys
proud
that have, the guys
proud
that
of
have
what
finished books, the guys that have finished books are telling you not to read it out loud because you'll jinx yourself, and you're going, "But I want to. But I want to." You're the guy that.
What I got out today. It's a lot of words. It's a lot of
That's
words. I
fantastic.
haven't written that many words in years.
That's fantastic. It's great work, great job. Finish the book, and I'll read it.
Seriously, anybody who's curious enough to see what can come from this damaged mind that you've hate listened to all these years, and gotten off your catharsis on, if you come approach it with an open mind, Esper will blow you away. I'm confident of that when it's finished. So,
How many words do you have so far?
I don't know about so far. Just what I've done today is 876.
And didn't you have 2,000 before?
I don't know. I'll tell you. I'll tell you tomorrow or something. All right. I guess that's it. Later, guys.
All right. See you later.
Right.